The Hollywood Billionaire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Lighting Up Another Firewood. Very interesting point of view. Jordan. Han Yi stroked his chin and pondered. So you mean that we should completely abandon the form of 360 contracts? This is my opinion. Jordan nodded slightly and was quite confident in his prediction of industry trends. So what's the next step? Should we return to the traditional form of contract, or, of course not to return to the traditional form of contract, even if it is spiraling upward? This world and its indispensable music industry are constantly moving forward. We can't go back to the era when copyright distribution companies dominate everything. Just like 360 contracts will not always be the favorite of managers. I would like to hear more about it. Han Yi adjusted his sitting posture slightly, leaning forward a little more. Even though the golden lawyer sitting in front of him had 7 years less information than himself and was an absolute person of this time and space, Han Yi was still very willing to listen to the opinions of the chief legal counsel of Han Music Group, who he carefully selected. After all, whether in the past life or in this life, Jordan Bromley of Manor Entertainment was an important lubricant that walked between the two peaks of Hollywood Hills and Capitol Hill to promote the change and development of the rules of the game. Perhaps his attitude and inclination not only determine the history that Han Yi sees from 2016 to 2023, but also deeply affect the longer-term development trajectory of time. The wheel of the general trend will never stop turning because of Han Yi's rebirth. To put it in a more understandable way, in-depth communication with industry behind-the-scenes promoters such as Jordan Bromley may allow Han Yi to glimpse or even surpass the future of him as a time traveler. Ryuban said he probably has 15 minutes left. Well, I think we can discuss this in detail. In fact, I have wanted to communicate with you on this topic for a long time. Jordan Bromley raised his wrist and looked at his watch and said so. The General Counsel, sometimes called GC, Chief Legal Officer or Corporate Counsel, is the chief lawyer of a company and the main source of its legal advice. The so-called legal advice is not just Mr. Chairman, you can't do these things, but also Mr. Chairman, I think we should do this. How to do it is the key factor that Jordan Bromley, a knowledgeable and accurate expert in a niche field, is so popular in Hollywood. If legal advisors only need to know how to avoid risks to succeed, then entrepreneurs might as well recruit people according to Clarence Thomas's template. Jordan Bromley admires Han Yi's high-profile drive and his cautious and comprehensive layout in the music field. More importantly, helping Han Yi to muddy the waters and make HMG an important player in the European and American music scene. Whether the group itself ends up being divided up by the 3 major companies or sitting at the round table under pressure, Jordan can get unimaginable rich benefits in the process. Apart from anything else, as long as Han Yi's copyright acquisition machine has started, the agreements worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars alone are enough to make the revenue of attorney Bromley and Manor Entertainment rise steadily. Therefore, at this critical juncture, when HMG is about to enter the fast lane of development, helping Han Yi to straighten the steering wheel so that the group will not hit the isolation belt, or at least not hit the isolation belt too early, has become Jordan Bromley's most urgent task in the near future. He had been looking for an opportunity to have a good conversation with his newly discovered and increasingly close golden customers about the growth tone of the company. I don't want our conversation to become a one-sided sermon. Your knowledge of the music industry doesn't need me to add bricks and tiles. But some of my opinions must be explained in detail to reflect their value. So, please bear with me. Of course, Jordan, your opinions always give me very refreshing inspiration. Han Yi smiled and raised his hand, signaling Jordan Bromley to get to the point. In my opinion, the music industry after the 2010s will have the following 3 trends. The first one is more labels, more agreements, and more money. Jordan Bromley raised his right hand in front of his eyes, extended his index finger, and said slowly, as singles become the most popular way to release music, the methods used by record companies to discover, market and promote artists are also changing. I believe you can also see that artists will release 2 or 3 singles on their own without signing a contract and then be discovered by record companies based on the response to the songs and then quickly sign a contract and transform into professional artists. Many musicians under Rahan Music have taken this route, right? Including Billie Eilish, Dua Lipa, and Khalid, who we talked about. We all heard their music online first and saw how much people liked them and then made the decision to sign them. That's right. The reason why Kanye signed these 3 artists naturally had nothing to do with the so-called online results. The brilliant results he witnessed before his rebirth were the core factors that made him resolutely pull several newcomers out of SoundCloud and foreign countries. But in the eyes of outsiders, Kanye's approach is indeed as Jordan Bromley said, just like most labels of this era, look at the results first and then sign. He cannot deny this, and he should not deny it for emotional and rational reasons. After all, in his previous life, when he was not there to mess things up, Interscope Records, which discovered Billie Eilish, Warner UK, which signed Dua Lipa, and RCA Records, which created Khalid, all used this short, flat, and guaranteed method of signing. Compared to spending a lot of money to train a completely newcomer, this signing method is obviously more cost-effective. Yes, that's right, cost-effective. Jordan's conversations with Kanye about the music industry are always so pleasant. Only 10% of the energy is needed to allow the other party to receive 100% of the effective information. In the era of physical records, small labels could only eat the scraps that leaked out of the mouths of Sony, Universal, Warner, and EMI. I have bathed in the last afterglow of that era, so I know this very well. Small labels can't give out a $100,000 advance, nor can they print a million CDs at a time, ship them to all parts of the United States by cargo ships and airplanes, and then recycle 500,000 copies of the waste to be buried in the Mojave Desert just to get that platinum record sales certification. But it's different now. Kanye continued along Jordan Bromley's line of thought. They don't need to print a million discs because they have Spotify and Apple Music. They don't have to give artists too high an advance because of Logic Pro and Ableton. That's absolutely right. Small record companies or startup record companies are starting to win through higher profit sharing ratios and lower product delivery commitments. What is a lower product delivery commitment? No physical CDs are printed. At most, some commemorative and peripheral vinyl records are made. The marketing budget is paid from the revenue of the single itself, and the promotion is basically to ask for free column resources from major streaming platforms or radio stations to see which song can naturally ferment to a certain popularity, and then additional investment will be made. The charm of the internet age. Kanye nodded. If 21 was released in 1991 instead of 2011, Adele would not have been able to get the sales certification of 31 million albums, and XL Recordings and Beggars Group would not have become the dream lovers that every giant wants to embrace. Then why don't we become the next XL Recordings? Hearing Kanye express the point he wanted to make, Jordan took a sip of the cocktail slowly and followed up on his victory. I mean, the successful cases are ahead. We can copy them and do better. Don't spend so much money on one artist, because we will never know who will be the next Adele. But as long as we sign enough potential new stars, Adele will definitely appear again. Ah. Kanye patted his thigh and laughed. Someone set a trap for me. No, someone just gave you a suggestion. Jordan's eyes had a few more wrinkles. We now have about 20 or 30 artists under our company. But the funds you have invested so far can actually train 200 or 300 artists at the same time. In the case of not being able to predict the future with omniscience and omnipotence, 300 is greater than 30, isn't it? OFC Kanye replied silently in his heart. He may not be omnipotent, but he is absolutely omniscient in the next 7 years. The reason why he spent huge amounts of money on these 20 artists, with advance payments of 6 or 7 figures at a time, and even made a meal of dumplings from Tapi artist management company for Dua Lipa, and also took Ellie Goulding and Lana Del Rey into his pocket, is precisely because he did not need to go through the screening process described by Jordan Bromley. Every artist signed by Kanye is a popular star who has stood the test of time. Therefore, what he needs to do now is not to pan for gold in a muddy water with the lowest possible average cost, but to invest more, faster and more accurately than the companies that the musicians worked with in the previous life, to help them go one step further on their already astonishing achievements. Billie Eilish and Phineas took home 10 trophies at the Grammy Awards ceremony. Can this number go up a little bit? Dua Lipa's Future Nostalgia only ranked 4th on the album chart in the United States in the first week. With such an excellent production level, why can't it be the champion? Madison Beer. In Hanye's heart, she is at the top of the European and American music scene in terms of appearance and singing skills. She deserves to be the champion of the singles chart anyway. However, the real reason for this rekindling of firewood and tempering the real gold is a secret that Hanye is determined not to reveal to the outside world. In order to make Jordan Bromley understand his intentions, Hanye must find a more euphemistic and roundabout way of saying it. Your observation and inference are impeccable, Jordan, but Hanye weighed his words and slowed down his pace. In my opinion, small labels can gain a larger living space in this era, but they definitely have no chance to surpass Universal, Sony and Warner. Because, haven't the large record companies under the 3 major music groups also begun to gradually adopt the same model? For example, Sony Music in Europe, or the reorganized Priority Records, and many other affiliated label companies have begun to offer similar contracts. Yes. Jordan rubbed his chin, trying to figure out Hanye's intention of mentioning this matter. This represents that, although the threshold for entering the music industry, to be more specific, the threshold for establishing and operating music labels has become lower, this has not allowed small labels to form a technical barrier or latecomer advantage that can compete with large music groups. Hanye explained seriously, the rise of online playback and streaming platforms, as well as the widespread popularity of host software, have only greatly reduced the average cost. Isn't this a good thing? Jordan Bromley frowned, not yet understanding Hanye's hidden meaning. It's indeed a good thing. Small labels can also cultivate world-famous superstars, but at the same time, the 3 major music groups can also cultivate more rock stars with a smaller budget. Hanye thought for a moment, and continued to explain in depth. For example, in the era of physical records, large music groups had $10 million, and small labels only had $100,000. To cultivate a music superstar with sales of tens of millions, it would cost at least, let's just say a number, $1 million. So, the big groups can use the funds at hand to create 10 superstars, while the small labels have none. In the era of streaming media, the cost of creating artists has dropped tenfold. Now, $100,000 is enough for an artist to reach the peak from the newcomer stage. Small labels have finally hatched the epoch-making superstar they have always dreamed of, their Adele. But just when they were full of confidence and wanted to go a step further, they found that large music groups in this era can actually use $10 million to create 100 phenomenal figures at the same time. 10:0 and 100:1 point. Although these poor grassroots teams have achieved a breakthrough in terms of absolute numbers, the gap between the two is actually wider than before. At this point, Hanye folded his hands on the table, looked at his legal advisor with burning eyes, and asked in return, "Why do you think the small labels are still willing to do this in this increasingly desperate situation? Because they have never thought about surpassing the 3 major ones." Jordan Bromley was silent for a moment, gave the answer Hanye wanted to hear, and also released a signal that he had understood Hanye's intentions. They just hope that they can live a little better than before. As for Universal, Sony and Warner, it is not within their consideration at all. Yes. Hanye shook his head and sighed. To put it more extremely, most of the managers of small labels should hope that the 3 mountains in front of them will become higher and higher, so that when they join, the piece of cake they get will be bigger. Jordan Bromley added, "So, now you know why I'm not excited about this new trend, and even feel a strong sense of crisis, so that I will continue to make large investments, right?" Hanye calmly adjusted his cuffs and asked softly, "Because for you, what you want is not to change from 10:0 to 100:1. It is to change from 10:0 to at least 100:50. It's a big understatement. Han Yi stretched and said with a smile. Maybe this year I want to achieve 100:50, but next year, or even 3 years later, I hope the ratio will be 100:200. You know, it's unbelievable to say, but we have never talked about this before. Jordan Bromley buttoned up his suit, as if doing so could make the other party feel his rigor and seriousness. My assumption is that you want to be the next Richard Branson. Cultivate new artists, acquire old assets, and then sell them to any big player at the right time. We didn't talk about the long-term plan. This is my mistake, Jordan. I should have let my chief legal counsel know what I was thinking earlier. Han Yi spread his hands and winked at Jordan Bromley. But you should be able to guess that a guy who wants to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to acquire music copyrights and master copyrights will not be satisfied with just giving them away at a discount after more than 10 or 20 years. As for selling, I would like to see if any of Universal, Sony or Warner can transfer their assets to me in a package in my lifetime. Yes, the acquisition of copyrights, that is. To be honest, that was the main reason that attracted me to work with you in the first place. Jordan Bromley opened his mouth and hesitated. But after a few seconds, he still channeled the curiosity in his heart in a way that was as gentle as possible. Speaking of this, when are you going to start the acquisition of music copyrights? The sooner we act, the greater our advantage will be. We have to wait a little longer. Jordan, we have to wait a little longer. Han Yi said this leisurely. Jordan Bromley cannot see the future at the other end of time through the thick fog for the time being, but his employer knows very well that it is not the best time to contact the legends of a generation. The music festival I mentioned to you before, which was held in cooperation with Apple Music. We need to wait until it ends successfully before we have enough opportunities, reasons, and reputation to attract the group of people we want to attract. But we haven't. Jordan was about to ask again in a slightly out of control. This is a very rare situation for him who has always been flawless in dealing with people. But everyone has their own weaknesses. Jordan Bromley's weaknesses, that it is difficult to suppress his restless mood in the face of such a big plan to change the world. This is the case with the Music Modernization Act, and the same is true for Han Music Group's ambitious copyright acquisition blitzkrieg. Jordan's idea was to launch a blitzkrieg, and after taking Poland, he would attack the Ural Mountains in one go. Han Yi's plan, on the other hand, was to be more patient and humble, waiting for the severe winter to pass, and for the right time to come. Hey, is that our congressman? Han Yi did not let Jordan finish his sentence. He stretched his neck slightly, frowned, and looked intently at the black-haired Mexican man in a floral shirt, with a burly figure and extraordinary handsomeness, who was walking towards them from a distance. For a state senator, he is a little too young, isn't he? Chapter 177. Mr. Congressman. Nevada State Senator Reuben Cahoon was born on April 25, 1980 in Guadalajara, Mexico. The average age of the Nevada Senate is 54, and Cahoon is 18 years younger than that. He is one of 10 senators from the minority Democratic Party in the state Senate, the only foreign-born politician among his colleagues, and a bright spot of youth in the Carson City Legislative Building, which is full of old faces and bloated bodies. In any way, Reuben Cahoon can be called a unique political figure, and his parliamentary career and party status are flourishing because of this. Since his father Armando Cahoon moved to Las Vegas from Orange County, California, to become a middle school science teacher, Reuben Cahoon's life radius has never left this Sin City. When he was young, he attended Ranch High School in the Clark County School District in North Las Vegas, with the honor of Nevada High School Football Player of the Year in 1997 to 1998. He was admitted to the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, to pursue a bachelor's degree in education. Whether in high school or college, Reuben Cahoon's passion for political activities has never changed. He has joined the campaign teams of Senator Harry Reid, Virginia Governor Mark Warner and Houston Mayor Lee Brown as a volunteer. Not only has he accumulated a lot of election experience, but he has also become a rising star of the Democratic Party of Nevada. In 2002, just after graduating from college, Reuben Kihun was appointed as the Deputy Director of Field Campaigns for the Nevada Democratic Party, responsible for helping Democratic candidates in the state handle political campaign activities. In early 2004, he joined Harry Reid's campaign team for the second time, responsible for overseeing the registration, education, and mobilization of Democratic voters in Nevada. Reuben Kihun won the election against Republican opponent Richard Reiser with 61% of the votes. As a reward, Harry Reid, who was re-elected as Senate Minority Leader, appointed Reuben Kihun as his district representative in Las Vegas. Although the average working time of senators in Congress is only about 133 days a year, the numerous charity events, public speeches and elections at all levels every 2 years make it difficult for them to return to their constituencies. They have to buy houses in Washington, D.C. or in Arlington, Alexandria, Burke and Falls Church in Northern Virginia. Of course, this is just a high-sounding rhetoric on the surface. The real reason is that for an ambitious politician, after finally getting a ticket to Capitol Hill, how can he be willing to spend time in Carson City, which is thousands of miles away and sparsely populated? Therefore, it became a routine operation for every senator to appoint a regional representative in their respective constituencies, to listen to the voters' well-intentioned suggestions or fierce accusations, and then report them to the masters on Capitol Hill regularly. Harry Reid succeeded Thomas Daschle as minority leader in 2005, which means that Reuben Kihun had a phone that could be directly connected to the Capitol Hill office at the age of 25. What is early success? This is early success. Time moved forward 365 days, and in 2006, Reuben Kihun finally took a milestone step, running for a parliamentary position as an independent political individual. In his first personal election, Reuben received the support of the American Federation of Labor and the Congress of Industrial Organizations, and defeated the incumbent Congressman Bob McCleary by a large margin, becoming the first Mexican immigrant elected to the Nevada state legislature. Reuben Kihun's success in 2006 is a microcosm of the Democratic Party's strategy of rejuvenation and diversification after entering the 21st century. The regional party branch has recruited a large number of minorities like Reuben to win votes from progressive groups. In the thriving globalization trend of the 2000s, this conspiracy was quite effective. Nevada, which was a red state in the 2000 and 2004 presidential elections, began to gradually turn blue. In fact, in the 4 elections since 2008, Nevada has never escaped the Democratic Party's palm and turned into a blue state iron vote bank without suspense. This is an inevitable political ecological change in the increasingly Latino American Southwest, and it is also the ultimate confidence for Reuben Kihun to rise to power quickly. The population structure and representative composition of the lower level have changed, which will naturally affect the tactics of the highest level presidential election. Reuben Kihun, a grassroots power figure who holds a minority constituency and can make a color block in the region turn over instantly with just a nod, has become a sweet potato that every Democratic Party boss wants to win over. As a result, this state legislator, who is almost unknown outside of his Las Vegas district, has been warmly sought after by Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama and other Democratic presidential nominee contenders. Obama invited him to a suite at Caesar's Palace. Christopher Dodd invited him to play golf in a gentle voice, and Bill Richardson and John Edwards did everything they could to seek his support. As for Hillary, her campaign team even chartered a private plane for Reuben Kihun to take him to Los Angeles to meet Hillary in person. What is even more surprising is that Reuben did not hesitate to refuse the invitation from the former First Lady. He still wants to focus on legislative work in his first term in Congress. This is the reason publicly stated by Reuben Kihun after 3 meetings with Obama and finally announcing his support for the Illinois senator. As for how much benefits and political promises he received from the Congressional Black Caucus and the Progressive Caucus that supported Obama, it is a secret hidden behind the curtain and no one will ever know the exact answer. In 2010, after serving 2 terms in the Nevada State Assembly, the famous Reuben Kihun was elected to the Nevada State Senate, which was not surprising. In the 76th State Senate in 2011, he served as the chairman of the Senate Special Committee on Economic Growth and Employment. In the 77th Senate in 2013, he served as the chairman of the Senate Standing Committee on Revenue and Economic Development, and served as the Senate Democratic Majority Whip. In other words, in the state of Nevada, there are more powerful politicians than him. This is the first reason why Hanyi personally picked him from the list of sponsored candidates provided by Jordan Bromley. The last trip to Las Vegas not only made the venue of Mad City settled, but also gave Hanyi a more specific and practical vision for this sin-filled city. In order to realize these visions, the assistance of administrative and legislative forces is indispensable. Senator Calhoun. Jordan Bromley stood up and looked back at Hanyi very carefully. After receiving the latter's eye response, he hurried forward 2 steps, shook Reuben Calhoun's hand tightly, and greeted him with a smile. Jordan's voice was very low, and Hanyi, who was following behind him, could hardly hear what he said, but this is one of the basic etiquettes for meeting with politicians in public. While showing enough respect, they should carefully conceal their public office as much as possible to make the conversation proceed in a cautious and efficient atmosphere. This is why they met at the Ritz-Carlton in Biscayne Bay. There is a Ritz-Carlton in South Beach, Bal Harbour and Coconut Grove, but the one on Biscayne Island is the most private social place. After all, the only way to reach Biscayne Bay is the Rickenbacker Causeway, passing through Hobie Island Beach Park, Miami Seaquarium and Clanton Park. You can reach this 5-star luxury hotel located on the east side of the island facing the Atlantic Ocean. It should be clear without much explanation that such a geographical location is designed for family vacations, especially for retired couples. Sitting on the balcony of the hotel, holding a glass of iced margarita, and staring at the endless blue sea, this is an extremely beautiful and boring way to spend the last moments of life that cannot create value. The least interest of these elderly people who live in Florida is political activities, especially political activities on the other coast. Therefore, the appearance of Reuben Calhoun did not attract much attention from people by the pool. Only a few old ladies pulled down their sunglasses and carefully looked at his muscular figure under his floral shirt and shorts. Mr. Bromley, I'm very happy to finally meet you. Although he was dressed like a leisurely lazy tourist, Reuben's upright posture and formulaic smile did not slack off at all. That was a conditioned reflex formed after 14 years of training in the officialdom of Carson City. How is Mr. Nadler doing recently? Reuben Calhoun looked directly at Jordan Bromley with the kind of humble and friendly eyes that hide a bit of strength when meeting the public, and asked. He's very nice. I just had lunch with him in DC last week, and Jerry asked me to say hello to you, saying that if I have the chance to go to Manhattan, I must say hello to him in advance. In terms of rhetoric and gestures on the scene, Jordan Bromley certainly does not lose to Reuben. After all, Reuben Calhoun's main battlefield so far is only Carson City, while Jordan has long been a big shot in Hollywood, Wall Street and Capitol Hill. The Jerry Nadler they are talking about is a Democratic congressman from New York's 10th congressional district. This Brooklyn-born Jewish descendant enjoys a high status in the Arts Caucus, the Progressive Caucus, and, believe it or not, the Asian Pacific American Caucus in Congress. Since he succeeded the deceased Ted Weiss in 1992, Jerry Nadler has been re-elected for a full 12 times. He advocates cross-party cooperation and has no further political ambitions. He is a must-visit for any newly elected congressman from both parties, or politicians who aspire to become a congressman. You know, he was the ruthless man who led the Democratic Party and the Republicans to launch the impeachment of Bill Clinton. If you want to get things done in Congress and promote the political agenda promised to voters, Jerry Nadler, a strategist who has acquaintances on both sides of the aisle, must not only not offend him, but also try his best to win him over. Therefore, Reuben Calhoun, who has long coveted a seat on Capitol Hill, will naturally try his best to make friends with Jerry Nadler. During the DNC every year, one of Reuben's regular activities is to have dinner with Jerry Nadler. As for Jordan Bromley, his friendship with Jerry Nadler is deeper, more stable, and more realistic. Jordan and his fellow music lawyers are lobbying for the Music Modernization Act, and the two most active congressmen are Republican Virginia Congressman Bob Goodlatte and Democratic New York Congressman Jerry Nadler. Politics is complicated and simple. The complexity lies in that no matter Jordan Bromley, Reuben Kihun, or Jerry Nadler, they all need to work hard for more than 10 years to develop their own network of contacts. But the simplicity also follows. After having a basic circle, if you want to expand further, you only need a phone call, or even a text message. Jordan Bromley's first meeting with Reuben Kihun was arranged by Jerry Nadler with just one phone call. Of course, I should go there before Thanksgiving. Reuben's bright eyes under his thick eyebrows have shifted to Han Yi in response to Jordan's greeting. I guess this must be Mr. Han Yi. Jordan slightly stepped aside to make room for Han Yi and introduced him. He is the largest institutional shareholder of United Artists Management and the founder of Han Music Group. He is my most important music client and the hottest topic in the Asian community in Los Angeles right now. Jordan Bromley's wording was very clever. Not only did he not reveal any information about Han Yi's nationality and other identity identification, he also covered Han Yi with a hazy politically correct quote. Asian community. It doesn't matter whether Han Yi is a native Asian American, a new immigrant preparing to become a citizen, or a foreign gold digger who has no intention of swearing allegiance to the United States. With the halo of Asian community representative on him, the conversation between the three people was less suspicious and alienated. As long as Reuben doesn't ask, Han Yi will always be a nation tycoon who is passionate about public welfare. The art of politics lies in vague rhetoric and vague thinking. Pretending to be confused when knowing the truth is universal. Nice to meet you, Mr. Han. Nice to meet you, Mr. Kihun. Han Yi extended his hand to Reuben. After a few seconds, Han Yi could not help but grinning when he felt the strong grip coming from the edge of his palm. A performative personality who looks gentle and elegant, but actually wants to win over others even in handshakes and declare strength. Born to be a politician. Please sit down first, Mr. Kihun. What would you like to drink? I just want a cold beer. Although I'm on vacation, I have a video conference later. I don't want my colleagues to see me sleeping on the chair in the hotel. Reuben Kihun made a harmless joke, showing his political power to Han Yi and Jordan Bromley in a subtle and obscure way. The National Party insisted that I prepare the speech 3 weeks in advance for them to check and review. DNC. Some questions were not appropriate for Han Yi, who was sensitive to his identity, so Jordan Bromley, who was delicate and agile, became his mouthpiece. Yes, from July 25th to 28 in Philadelphia. The other congressional candidates were all too busy, so I had to fill in as a substitute. Reuben Kihun's words were very modest, but anyone who knows the internal rules of the Democratic Party knows how eye-catching it is to be able to speak at the Democratic National Convention as a congressional candidate. At the upcoming 2016 Democratic National Convention, Reuben Kihun is the only congressional candidate invited to speak. This alone shows the National Party's firm support and strong confidence in his victory this year. After all, only a month ago, he defeated 7 other candidates in the party's primary election in Nevada's 4th district and won the nomination. Contrary to his apparent attitude, Reuben Kihun is well aware of the importance of this grand event at the end of the month to him, and he also knows that by downplaying this matter, no matter what the other party on the other side of the negotiating table thinks, his bargaining chips on the table will become more. There are still 4 months until the election. Jordan Bromley rolled up his eyelids and did a simple calculation in his mind. How are we doing, Mr. Kihun? Please call me Reuben. Reuben stretched out his hand and said with a smile, I dare not say anything big now. I can only say, for the minority voters in Nevada's 4th district, I will do my best. When saying this, Reuben Kihun's eyes were always on Han Yi. He knew very well that, although Jordan Bromley was talking, Han Yi was the one who really made the final decision. Social and political diversity is of great benefit to each of us. Han Yi took a sip of Coke, smacked his lips, and didn't even look in Reuben's direction. His voice was so light that it seemed to float in the air. But the question I'm thinking about is, do we have enough capital now to protect Nevada's 4th district and minority voters in a wider range? Insisting on justice is an expensive thing. Chapter 178 Congressional Districts. The art of communication is not always static. If we must make an analogy, then communication between people actually has a lot in common with the sport of fencing, especially in the transition between offense and defense. After the sound of allies, if the opponent is pressing forward and wants to take the lead, then the best strategy is to take 2 steps back, make a defensive counter parry, and then strike the enemy when a flaw is found. If the opponent is cautious in his sword movements and refuses to defend, you should take the initiative to attack, not only to boldly thrust forward, but also to make another remise at the moment when the opponent blocks the first sword, and strive to get points within 1 round. The charm of fencing lies in this fast-paced attack and defense that is so dazzling and almost suffocating. If both fencers choose to retreat, hesitate and lack even a tentative attack, and fail to score a point for several hours, then no matter from the process, results, efficiency, or excitement, it will be a failed game. The same is true for interpersonal communication. If the other party is too blunt and aggressive, you need to respond in a flexible way to avoid contradictions, escalation of conflicts, or simply communication stagnation. Give the other party enough space and time to express their views, reduce tension, and provide a more comfortable communication environment for each other. Then, if the other party's communication method is too euphemistic and circuitous, just like defending in fencing, you have to take the initiative to attack to guide the conversation. Ask open-ended questions to encourage the other party to share their thoughts and feelings. And through non-verbal expressions after direct ball attacks, including changes in facial expressions, postures, and tones, you can more fully understand the other party's intentions and emotions. Reaching a dynamic balance in negotiations through flexibility and adaptability is a subject that requires a lot of time to study and master. Fortunately, by the Ritz-Carlton pool in Biscayne Bay, the 3 people involved in this conversation are well versed in this. As a politician, Reuben Cahoon is used to a watertight way of speaking, and some topics are not convenient for him to initiate. Therefore, as soon as he sat down, Han Yi took on the responsibility of breaking the ice. Yes, you are right, Mr. Han. Upholding justice is indeed something that will quickly dry up one's wallet. Han Yi did not specify what he meant by upholding justice, but Reuben Cahoon knew it well. I don't know if you are aware of this, but this congressional election is actually my first time to represent the Democratic Party in the great state of Nevada on the national stage. Therefore, compared to my businessman opponent Mr. Hardy, I can mobilize fewer financial resources. But fortunately, I have 83% more support from ordinary citizens than Mr. Hardy. Reuben Cahoon's wording was rigorous and clever. Without revealing any confidential information, every word attacked the Republican opponent, businessman opponent, mobilized financial resources, support from ordinary citizens. These polite sounding words are synonymous with rich and unkind bad guys, paying for their own campaigns, and out of touch with the mainstream of society in the political circle. 83% more. Han Yi was a little curious about this precise data. Yes, there are 3,300 voters who donated to my campaign fund, while Mr. Hardy only has 1,800. Thank you. Reuben took a Corona beer from the waiter's tray, which he actually thought was particularly bland, and casually poured it into his mouth, using this time to organize his sentences. As I mentioned just now, although he has many business partners behind him, the Democratic Party has never been afraid to face those stubborn and conservative forces. We come from the people and stand with the people. Small donations are the code for Mr. President's victory, and it is also the path I have been practicing. So, the key to dealing with politicians is to hear their unspoken subtext. Han Yi tapped the table thoughtfully and asked softly, "No big donors?" Facing Han Yi's inquiry, Reuben Cahoon did not choose to answer directly, but blocked his mouth with the mouth of a beer bottle and raised his eyebrows with a faint smile. "No big donors? Not necessarily. In the traditional sense, Nevada is not a densely populated, economically developed state that plays a key role in the construction of American culture and society. This silver state has a permanent population of only 3.1 million and ranks 32nd in the United States in terms of economic output, which is much lower than that of each of its neighbors, even the Mormon-dominated Utah. Its pillar industries are only two: silver mining and gambling tourism. One is to make money from underground, and the other is to make money from tourists from all over the world who come to Las Vegas to spend money. More importantly, Nevada has only 4 seats in Congress and only 6 electoral votes. In the 21st century, when Nevada's deep blue pattern is unshakable, neither party needs to spend too much effort in this coloring state, where the results of each election can be announced long in advance. Therefore, in neighboring California, there are institutions and entities with donations of more than $10 million everywhere. But in Nevada, the campaign activities at all levels in 2016 have been in full swing and have entered the countdown stage of a desperate fight. There are still only 2 organizations with donations of 8 figures. Las Vegas Sands Group and Adelson Medical Clinic are both owned by American gambling tycoon Sheldon Adelson. As a Jew born in Boston before World War II in 1933, Sheldon Adelson's political inclinations can be imagined. Known as the Kingmaker, he is the largest donor to the New York Orange in this campaign, without a doubt. Naturally, at the level of congressman, except for the moderate Democratic candidates Tinititus, Cecily and Catherine Cortez Masto, who received 3 donations totaling no more than $20,000, the campaign funds of Las Vegas Sands Group and Adelson Medical Clinic basically all went to the conservatives in the Republican Party. The political stance of the state's largest funder determines the upper limit of the fundraising amount of Reuben Cahoon's campaign committee. However, this does not mean that Reuben can only rely on small donations to fight alone. As he himself mentioned, so far, a total of 3,300 donors have provided him with funds for political activities. Among these 3,300 people, although most of them are small donors with donations of less than $100, there are still some names whose donation amounts can be estimated just by reciting them. J Street Political Action Committee, Amory PAC, Latino Cause Committee, League of Environmental Voters, and MGM International Hotel Group. The first 4 organizations are PACs, or Political Action Committees. The first J Street was founded by Jeremy Ben-Ami, a Jew born in Palestine, and aims to strengthen the connection and support of American politicians to Israel through lobbying and political donations. There is no need to elaborate on the strong influence of Israel and the entire Jewish community in Washington, D.C. If he did not accept the donations from J Street, Reuben Cahoon might not even pass the party primary. The second organization, Amory PAC, was established in 1992 by Stanley Hoyer, the former majority leader of the House of Representatives. Its main goal is to select new people with innovative thinking and unique backgrounds for the Democratic Party. Reuben Cahoon, a Latino rising star who has been highly regarded by the party in recent years, is naturally on the list of key support. The third and fourth organizations are easy to understand. The Latino Cause Committee will support candidates regardless of their political inclinations, as long as they are from Latin America. The League of Environmental Voters has a similar purpose. Candidates who support various environmental bills can receive a cash injection of tens of thousands of dollars. The interest chain behind the election of congressmen seems to be treacherous and confusing, but as long as you spend a little time and study it, you will find that the truth is not complicated. Reuben Cahoon, who has risen to a high position in the party with the wave of diversity, has a shallow foundation. The political action committees that provided him with funds in this campaign are all from the pan-democratic background, not his diehard supporters. In other words, if the party's wind direction changes, they will turn against each other in an instant and stop the donation delivery. Therefore, the only one that can be said to value his political energy and development potential and provide him with financial support is MGM International Hotel Group. As for why they chose to support Reuben Cahoon, because the Nevada Congressional District 4, where Reuben is running this time, includes most of the northern part of Clark County, the southern part of Lyon County, most of Lincoln County, and a small part of Churchill County, with 47% whites, 28% Latino residents, 14.4% African Americans, and 5.4% Asian Americans. From this population composition alone, it is not difficult to see that the Nevada Congressional District 4 must be in the pocket of the Democratic Party. Most of the properties of MGM International Hotel Group are located at the southernmost end of the 4th District, including the Las Vegas Festival celebration venue and Circus Hotel that Han Yi visited before. The district is bounded by West Sahara Avenue. The north belongs to Reuben Cahoon's district, and the south is under the jurisdiction of another congressman. This is why most of the hotel groups on the Las Vegas Strip, whether it is Wine, Bellagio or Caesar's Palace, do not need to look at Reuben Cahoon, but MGM has to offer $47,450. The chain of interest transfer between MGM International Hotel Group and Reuben Cahoon is also the root of Hanyi's choice to open the first political breakthrough from him. You see, whether it is politics or other interpersonal activities in human society, it is so subtle. A simple music festival site inspection can also prompt Hanyi to sit on the private beach of Miami with a future congressman after careful planning, and talk about the future of Las Vegas, Nevada and even the entire United States in secret words that others only find difficult and obscure. Regarding the so-called future of the United States, Hanyi's attitude can only be described as indifferent, but Nevada, especially Las Vegas, he is still quite interested in participating in their historical process. His increasingly incredible grand plan needs a piece of pure land where no one disturbs him. Where else is there more sinful, more materialistic, more secluded and safer than Las Vegas deep in the Mojave Desert? In my opinion, there is no one in Las Vegas with a broader mind than Ms. Marino, and no company with a larger scale than MGM. Jordan Bromley broke the silence from the side, revealing to the other party in a rather obscure but clever way that his client Mr. Han had a precise control of the situation. No large donors? The reason we chose you is through your biggest sponsor. There is no doubt that MGM International Hotel Group has made an indelible and huge contribution to the economic development of Las Vegas. Hearing Jordan Bromley's sentence that was more of a blank question than a statement, Reuben Cahoon touched the corner of his mouth with his index finger. The answer seemed careless but carefully chosen, but the carefully hidden Mexican accent that would accidentally reveal a little after each tongue exhalation sound became more obvious. The donor opposite this small white round table was obviously well prepared and had done a lot of homework on the political ecology of the Las Vegas area. This means that they may not be promoting an empty national campaign platform or political agenda, but want to complete a major project in Nevada's 4th congressional district, his district, that requires the deep involvement of congressmen to be implemented. For North Clark County, MGM has always been a very loyal friend. They care about the well-being of the local community and residents. No matter which government or which party's congressman represents this district, they will give strong support. Reuben Cahoon's words sounded like a compliment to MGM International Hotels Group, but in fact, it drew a very clear dividing line between him and the giant entertainment group. MGM just wants to maintain their influence in the main business areas. In other words, they don't care whether the congressmen on Capitol Hill are red or blue, because MGM International Hotels Group, which has been deeply rooted in Sin City for 29 years, has no realistic and urgent political demands. Gun issues? Our casinos have security gates. Legalization of abortion? MGM's hotel is only responsible for the first process of childbirth. ISIS? What does it have to do with Las Vegas, except that they are all thriving in the desert? MGM International Hotel Group send campaign funds to every member of the 4th district, with only one additional condition: no matter how great the human transformation plan you want to implement after taking office, leave MGM the fuck out of it. Reuben Cahoon is well aware that this large group that strictly adheres to the doctrine of the mean can pay his campaign team's salary for 2 or 3 months, but it cannot become his true political ally. A sponsor who has no need and gives you money just to shut you up is neither stable nor easy to control. Yes, MGM did give Reuben Cahoon a large donation of $47,450, but his opponent, the current member of the 4th district, Clayson Hardy, received $64,250. The power of the private sector and the public sector are both indispensable. Jordan Bromley nodded, and his response was full of meaning. They are both the cornerstones of American society. In my opinion, if a pure and prosperous American community like Las Vegas wants to continue to develop on the right path, it must deepen the cooperation and trust between the two sectors. I couldn't agree more. Reuben Cahoon spread his hands and put the same guardrails he wanted to set up for this conversation into his next statement. But in my opinion, if you want to truly combine economic power and administrative power and work together for the welfare of the community, both sides have to spend a lot of time making two-way choices. Especially as a public figure, carefully selecting donors can not only maintain the principles of accountability and good governance, but also ensure the purity of the democratic process and enhance the trust between representatives of the people and the communities they represent. This Mexican American who has been immersed in the Nevada Senate for many years has long learned American hypocrisy and exaggeration. He speaks out big words such as utmost caution, ethical considerations and good governance that sound quite good, but are actually a pile of waste paper. Laymen who don't know much about American politics may not be able to hear the second meaning of reunion. Although I want money, I will never ask for money with unclear origin and unclear intention. If you want to transfer money to my campaign committee account, so that I can put my arm around your shoulders at the victory reception and announce to the guests that you are my most trusted friend, then here in this out-of-state place, where no one will disturb you, tell us all your plans. Han Yi and Jordan have done a detailed background check on Reuben. As a public figure, Reuben Cahoon will naturally conduct a screening review of every donor he meets. The lavish purchase of United Artists Agency for nearly $200 million has made Reuben have a considerable expectation of Han Yi's donation ability. Without saying too much, at least a 6-digit donation should be a daily expense for this Chinese tycoon without blinking an eye. But before that, the extremely mysterious and almost untraceable personal and family background is a warning bell that Reuben should be very alert and careful to deal with. No matter which country's passport he holds, anyone would find it quite suspicious that a Chinese with unknown origin wants to transfer money to a congressman's account. Even if Han Yi can send tens of millions of dollars in campaign funds to Reuben in one go and create a handle that can be used by anyone for this money, he may even be labeled as a Chinese protege. These political consequences are unbearable for Reuben Cahoon, whose identity is already somewhat sensitive. A descendant of immigrants born outside the Federation will naturally lose the support of conservative groups. This means that he must be cautious and tread on thin ice to collect every vote representing the so-called progressive forces. You know, even the progressive forces have a surprisingly consistent tough attitude with the conservatives on the issue of China, but the methods are different. Logically, he should have rejected Han Yi's invitation to meet directly. However, as a newcomer who wants to fight for his first term on Capitol Hill, he does need a financial sponsor who is financially strong, not only to help him win the 2016 election, but also to consistently protect him in every term thereafter. After all, Reuben Cahoon was only 36 years old in 2016. Even if he retires at the age of 70, he still has 34 years of political life to continue, 17 congressional elections, and with less than 4 months to go before the election, the big sponsor he was eagerly waiting for never arrived. Until Jordan Bromley called on behalf of Han Yi. What if this Chinese businessman has no demands related to international politics? Maybe he just wants to use the influence of the congressman in this constituency? His appetite may be limited to the northern section of Las Vegas Boulevard. Humans are like this. Once they have expectations in their hearts, they will find all kinds of high-sounding excuses for the reality they face. After much hesitation, Reuben Cahoon finally agreed to Jordan Bromley's request for a meeting. However, the meeting place was not in Carson City, where there were eyes and ears everywhere. Taking advantage of the recess of the Nevada Senate, Reuben Cahoon listed a 3-day vacation itinerary in Miami on his personal website. A descendant of Latin American immigrants, going on vacation to an American city full of Latin American immigrants, no one can find any fault with it. During the vacation, he met with his Chinese friends, had a drink, and talked about some trivial topics that the old men and women by the pool were not interested in. Even if it was put on C-SPAN during prime time and examined with a magnifying glass, there was no procedural problem at all. The Celtics vice president also spent Thanksgiving on David Rubenstein's private island. Who can say a word? Listen to the transaction conditions offered by Han Yi. If they are reasonable and will not have a negative impact on his political career, then in the future, he will carefully put on a few coats to consolidate this cooperative relationship on a hidden basis. If the other party's request is too much, Patting his flamingo red vacation shorts, he took 2 sips of Corona light beer, looked at his watch calmly, and made up a random excuse to leave early. Thinking of this, Ryuban Kahun glanced at Han Yi, coughed twice very lightly, and cleared his throat. It seemed that he was reminding the wealthy Chinese in front of him that, if there were any specific demands, now was the best opportunity to communicate. Yes, to a choice, careful choice, whether it is politics or business, this is the first principle. Han Yi instantly caught the signal released by Ryuban Kahun. He patted his legal advisor on the shoulder and smiled at the current state senator and future congressman. We also went through a very laborious discussion before we finally decided to hold our large-scale music festival at the festival venue in Las Vegas. Oh, that's cool. Ryuban Kahun raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. Las Vegas needs more music events. Approximately what time period? Halloween. Great. Most of the performances in our city are held in the summer, and even if there are performances during the holiday season, they are basically held in indoor venues. It is absolutely in the interests of the entire city to have a large-scale event that brings fans from all over the country to the Mojave Desert. Hearing the nature of the project proposed by Han Yi and the circle of people and geographical scope that it can affect, Ryuban Kahun obviously became a lot more relaxed. He raised his head and took a big gulp of beer, clenched his fist, tilted his head, burped, and then continued to ask, "No matter what the result of this election is, I'm very happy to be a friend of culture and music, and do my best to help Las Vegas get a Coachella-level music festival. Are there any problems in the preparation stage?" There are no big problems with the venue and event approval itself. Las Vegas is a very open city, and I think the whole state of Nevada is the same. Even if the process is a little slower, I don't think it will affect the final promotion plan. Han Yi leisurely raised the glass filled with iced cola and put it to his mouth. He didn't drink it for a long time. Oh, but when we were setting up the stage and art installations, we did find a small problem outside the venue. What problem? Ryuban frowned slightly and listened carefully, because today's conversation finally got to the point. The Las Vegas festival venue itself is excellent. It can be said to be world class. In the end, not a drop of liquid from the cup of cola slipped into Han Yi's throat. He put the glass down again and collided with the plastic table, making a dull sound. "Mr. Kahun, you should have noticed some outdated buildings on the south side of the venue. They do, please don't mind me saying this, have some negative impact on the presentation of our music festival and even the image of Las Vegas. For example, Circus Hotel. Chapter 179 Circus. The casino is not big. There are only a few well-known hotels on both sides of the wide Las Vegas Boulevard in the core area. Without searching for too long in his mind, Ryuban Kahun retrieved information related to Circus, which is a Circus Casino Hotel. This diversified entertainment center located at 2880 South Las Vegas Boulevard was built by Jay Sono, a hotel tycoon who was a big shot in Atlantic City and Las Vegas in the 1960s, at a huge cost of $15 million. When it first opened in 1968, Circus only had a 2-story low building. The first floor was the casino hall, and the second floor was a carnival game hall specially set up for children. More than 50 years ago in the United States, whether to stop domestic violence was a topic of heated debate throughout the country, but Jay Sono, who had a long-term vision, had already seen the bright prospects of parent-child entertainment activities, and turned the Circus Casino into the first family-oriented casino in Las Vegas. In the first 4 years of operation, the business of Circus Casino did not improve much, but in 1972, after the 15-story hotel podium with a total of 407 rooms was put into use, the Circus Casino Hotel, which finally had the capacity to accommodate guests, began to embark on a healthy track of profitability. Although it is definitely not the most luxurious tourist landmark in Las Vegas, as Howard Hughes said, Circus is incompatible with the high-end resorts on Las Vegas Boulevard. Its unique positioning as a family tourist destination and its relatively more acceptable consumption level to the middle class made Circus Casino Hotel always crowded throughout the 1970s. It stands to reason that the Circus Casino Hotel which turned losses into profits, should quickly expand its business scale, further enrich family entertainment facilities, and regularly update various equipment in the hotel and casino. But even in the federal territory that advocates a free market, the impact of administrative power and legislative changes on the private sector is extremely far-reaching. In 1970, the 91st U.S. Congress passed the Racketeer-Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, or RICO Act, which was mainly aimed at declaring war on the Italian-American mafia, which had already controlled half of New York, most of Atlantic City, and all of Las Vegas. Against this backdrop, in 1974, Jay Sarno, an Italian-American businessman who was the white glove of the mafia, and his partner Stanley Morin began to be investigated by the federal government for suspected tax evasion and involvement in organized crime. At that time, the Lackeys crime family, one of the 5 major mafia families behind Jay Sarno, was already in a rapid decline. After the founder of the family, Tommy Lackeys, died of a brain tumor in 1967, Carlo Gambino secretly supported Carmine Tremonti to take power and take control of the organization. In 1973, after Tremonti was arrested for a major drug network organization case, the family's industries were attacked by the federal government, including the 2 Las Vegas casino hotels managed by Jay Sarno. The crisis from New York and New England forced Jay Sarno to sell Caesar's Palace for $60 million and sublease Circus Casino Hotel to William Bennett and William Pennington, 2 pure white entrepreneurs acceptable to the federal government and the Nevada government. In the first few years after Bennett and Pennington took over Circus Casino Hotel, Jay Sarno still tried to influence the operation of the hotel and casino by virtue of his status as a landlord, and was always trying to revive the honor and reputation of the Lackeys family in Las Vegas. However, the FBI's supervision of the mafia was increasing. Under heavy pressure, the mafia fought on the streets of New York to compete for the shrinking interests. The once stable mafia commission system existed in name only. The heads of various families changed like a revolving lantern in the mid to late 1970s. They were either imprisoned or assassinated by their enemies in various public occasions. Therefore, Jay Sarno, who was trapped inside and outside, finally chose to let go in 1983 and sold the ownership of the Circus Casino Hotel to Bennett and Pennington. But at this time, 15 years had passed since the hotel was built. The rapidly aging internal facilities in the new hotels that have sprung up in the vacuum of the gambling city formed after the withdrawal of the mafia have completely lost the possibility of the Circus Casino Hotel to transform and upgrade and become the Disneyland of Las Vegas. The following process is not much different from human aging. Although a 29-story hotel wing was built in 1986, an adventure park with roller coasters, rock climbing walls, golf courses and video arcades was added in 1993, and a 35-story building was built in 1996. This can only increase the capacity and reception capacity of the Circus Casino Hotel. The positioning of the venue itself has not changed at all, and it is still mainly to attract young families and retired couples. And what kind of consumption power can such an audience have in Las Vegas? Circus Hotel and Casino. At this point, Reuben Cahoon dragged out his tone, as if he wanted to find the best perspective for this integrated entertainment resort. He didn't want to offend MGM, nor did he want the cooperation to fail because of any words in the conversation that might be misunderstood by the other party. It is a historic landmark building. If I remember correctly, it should be the earliest asset built under the MGM International Hotel Group. We Latin immigrants attach great importance to this connection with the city's history. You know, Mr. Han, in fact, Circus Hotel and Casino is the most popular casino hotel for Latinists so far, without a doubt. Oh, really? That's great. Although he didn't know about this in advance, there was no surprise in Hanyi's tone of response. Just look at the target customer group of Circus Hotel and Casino, and you will know that the largest proportion is young families. In the United States, who else has the largest base of young people, who likes to have children the most, and who attaches the most importance to family values, besides Latinists? Mr. Cahoon, this interesting trivia you mentioned coincides with our ideas and plans. Everyone must admit that the United States is entering an era of true diversity without a majority ethnic group. Excellent immigrants from all over the world are flocking to this land, providing a steady stream of fuel for this land. Whether they come from South America, Asia or elsewhere, these immigrants are precious treasures that this country needs to cherish. I believe you must agree with me, don't you? Yes, Mr. Han, fighting for equal treatment for everyone who comes to this land and lives in a fair way is my core idea in politics. When it comes to his core campaign platform, Reuben Cahoon's expression is quite smooth and fluent. I hope to be the first Latino elected to Congress in Nevada, and I also hope to be the first dreamer on Capitol Hill, paving the way for more dreamers like me. The so-called dreamer in Reuben's mouth does not actually mean a dreamer. In American politics, this word actually refers to those who support the DREAM Act or are influenced by the concept of the DREAM Act. The so-called DREAM Act, the full name of which is the Development, Relief and Education of Alien Minors Act, was jointly proposed by Illinois Democratic Congressman Dick Durbin and Utah Republican Congressman Orrin Hatch. It aims to grant conditional temporary residence and work rights to illegal immigrants who entered the United States as minors, and if they can subsequently meet further qualifications, they will obtain permanent residence. Although the DREAM Act has not yet been passed by the Senate and the House of Representatives, the concept of immigrant absorption it represents has become a firm creed for many ethnic minorities, especially illegal immigrants. How exactly did Reuben's father Armando bring his family to California, and how Reuben himself obtained citizenship, is a matter of great mystery and cannot be verified. But there is no doubt that immigrants, Latino immigrants, and Latino illegal immigrants are Reuben Cahoon's base, and are also his biggest reliance on climbing up the American political circle in the 2010s. We are all dreamers. Han spread his hands, smiled, and gave an ambiguous answer to this bill and Reuben's political stance. Just like what you want to do on Capitol Hill, I want to work for the welfare of new immigrants in the new century in Las Vegas. In other words, not only immigrants, but all foreign tourists who will leave their footprints in Las Vegas. Las Vegas has its own deep-rooted American-style casino culture, which is good. But in this country, aren't all the cultures that everyone is accustomed to gradually forged over the past few decades, or at most hundreds of years? Caesar's Palace belongs to Las Vegas in the 1960s. MGM Grand Hotel set a benchmark for the 1970s. Mirage in the 1980s was a fantasy that tourists from all over the United States flocked to, and Bellagio and its fountains drew a perfect end to the 20th century. Entering the 21st century, 00 The Wine Hotel in the 1980s made modern entertainment experience a standard feature of every casino, while the Aria Casino Hotel in the 1990s and the Mandarin Oriental next to it were tailor-made for the growing number of Asian gamblers. Tourism is an experience that is constantly renewed, especially in the ever-changing city of Las Vegas. Every 10 years, the entertainment concept provided by Nevada to the world will take a big step forward. So in the second decade of the upcoming new century, we hope to be the main driving force for this progress. Wow. Reuben Cahoon couldn't help but sigh, not only because of the amazing eloquence of this Chinese tycoon, but also because of his vigorous ambition that was completely inconsistent with his appearance and age. You mean, you want to transform the Circus Casino Hotel into a comprehensive entertainment center that is at the forefront of the times? I won't use the word transformation. Han Yi shrugged and casually threw out several words that made Reuben's hair stand on end. I want to buy it, blow it up, flatten it, and rename it. You want to blow it up? Reuben leaned back slightly. A historic building that stood on Las Vegas Boulevard 50 years ago. Is the Circus Hotel and Casino a historic building? Han Yi frowned and asked, certified by the municipal government? If the Las Vegas municipal government or the Nevada government lists the building of the Circus Hotel and Casino as a historic building for protection, then his plan will have to be declared a failure in advance. Oh, no, it's not that kind of historic building. Reuben Cahoon raised his hands and drew double quotation marks with his index and middle fingers in the air. I mean, it has been in the city center for quite a long time, and many interest groups, especially MGM International Hotel Group, may not agree easily. I mean, MGM bought the Circus Hotel and Casino for 11 years, and even in 2008 they didn't think about selling the assets. As long as it is not an untouchable restricted area. As for whether MGM wants to sell it, as I said, we are in an era of drastic changes. Who can tell clearly what will happen in the future? Who can tell clearly? Others can't, but Han-Yi can definitely. First of all, MGM International Hotels Group owns a number of casino hotels with high reputation and profitability on the Las Vegas Strip, including Bellagio, Cosmopolitan and Aria, which are leased from Blackstone Group, as well as New York Hotel, MGM Grand, Excalibur Hotel, Luxor Hotel and Mandalay Bay Resort, which are independently operated. Any one of them is more profitable than Circus Hotel and Casino. In fact, MGM Group had no intention of buying Circus Hotel and Casino. It was only because it was an asset of Mandalay Resorts Group that it was packaged and merged into MGM in the 2005 acquisition. This is the fundamental reason why MGM has never put the renovation of Circus Hotel and Casino on the agenda. In 2007, they even wanted to demolish the motel and RV park part of the casino and build another hotel. In the end, due to the tight cash flow caused by the financial crisis, it was finally converted into a Las Vegas festival venue. MGM's disregard for the Circus Hotel and Casino can be well demonstrated from a small detail, whether it is the hotel's 40th anniversary celebration or the 45th anniversary celebration. The group has no marketing activities, let alone any celebrations for the Circus Hotel and Casino. In other words, the Circus Hotel and Casino and the Las Vegas Festival celebration venue to its north have always been a long-standing problem within the MGM International Hotel Group. If there is a buyer willing to take over, it would be a blessing for MGM. Since there is not enough capital to revitalize the circus, it is better to sell it in a package at a discount. Originally, MGM could put the Circus Hotel and Casino aside, let it continue to attract low-end and mid-range tourists to be self-sufficient, and then slowly look for the highest bidder. But the massacre at the Route 91 Harvest Music Festival at Mandalay Bay in 2017 completely changed the course of history. The gunman who shot and killed 60 people and injured 413 people at a long distance in a suite on the 32nd floor of the Mandalay Bay Hotel has dealt a heavy blow to the financial situation of the entire Mandalay Resort Group. In order to save its subsidiary group, MGM had to sell off Mandalay's assets at a reduced price. The Circus Casino Group and the Las Vegas Festival venue next to it were sold to Treasure Island Hotel Group, headed by Phil Ruffin, for $825 million in 2019. Although Han-Yi does not have $825 million on hand now, he still has $1.2 billion unactivated rewards in his Carlyle Group investment fund account. As long as he can complete the 5 tasks in the memorandum before October 1, 2017, he can make an offer to MGM that they cannot refuse in times of crisis before Phil Rubin. Even if the $1.2 billion is still unavailable at that time, Han-Yi still has many ways to get $825 million together, and it is not impossible to bring Carlyle Group and Parkview Capital together to form an investment cluster and jointly take over this prime location north of Las Vegas Boulevard. Blackstone Group's brilliant achievements in the luxury real estate and hotel industry in Las Vegas are envied by everyone on Wall Street. Although real estate investment is not the main business of Carlyle Group, creating a cash cow with a valuation of more than $1 billion and showing shareholders Carlyle's growth potential in the live entertainment sector is an idea that Han-Yi mentioned briefly during a routine call with David Rubenstein a month ago. David Rubenstein is very interested in this. Therefore, from a more macro-strategic perspective, Han-Yi's meeting with Reuben Kahan today is just looking for a reserve team for the acquisition plan of the Circus Casino Hotel. With the Carlyle Group's deep connections on Pennsylvania Avenue, this matter will not encounter much resistance at the state or city government level. But after thinking it over, Han-Yi still decided to extend an olive branch to Reuben, a political rising star who has not yet established a firm foothold, because he will have to work hard in North America for a long time in the future. In terms of administrative power, he must not rely entirely on a trustworthy investment group to help him deal with all the troubles. Whether in business or politics, you should always keep a hand in mind so as not to be backfired by ambitious plans. I see. Han Yi was looking at Ryuban with a cautious eye, and the future 114th congressman was looking at him with the same eye, with a face that was too young and words that were too shocking. Anyone would be cautious. So, on the premise that MGM agrees to transfer the Circus Hotel and Casino to you, if you don't mind, can you briefly tell me about your next construction plan? I mean, after completely blowing up the Circus Hotel and Casino building, Ryuban Kyun seemed to feel that his wording was not detailed enough, and after thinking for a moment, he added another sentence. In this way, I can grasp your ideas more accurately and help you build the golden zone of Las Vegas better. First of all, we can't waste the gaming license of the Circus Casino Hotel. This will not change, no matter what plans we make. A larger, more magnificent and more advanced future casino will be built on the original site to meet the entertainment needs of tourists. As for the adventure park, we think there is still a lot of room for the use of this facility, so it should not be demolished, but some technical transformation will be done. Then, the hotel and its affiliated entertainment facilities. This is a circus. If nothing unexpected happens, I will fully respect and give full play to my Asian advantage and introduce 2 world-renowned Asian luxury hotel brands to Las Vegas. Asia's top luxury hotels. Ryuban Kahan chewed on the words Han Yi throughout. Are you talking about Shangri-La or Peninsula? It definitely won't be Mandarin Oriental. They have already settled next to Aria. No, Ryuban, it won't be Shangri-La, nor Peninsula. The brand I want to introduce is a level higher than them. At this point, Han Yi leaned forward and put on his magnetic voice that was gentle and persuasive. Have you heard of Rosewood and Ammon? Hi everyone, how do I press the button to vote for the monthly ticket? Can you show me how? Chapter 180, Magnificent and Ammon. Rosewood and Ammon. Ryuban Kahun had certainly heard of these 2 hotel brands. They are not only the pride of Asia, but also the jewel in the crown of the world's hotel industry. Ammon Resorts was founded in Phuket, Thailand in 1988 by Indonesian businessman Adrian Zecher. Zecher's original plan was to build his own holiday villa in Phuket, but this plan soon expanded into a small boutique resort. Adrian Zecher, Anil Dasani and their 2 other friends had to use their own funds to implement this plan, because no bank was willing to provide loans to such a small-scale resort hotel brand without any successful precedent. But fortunately, Adrian Zecher himself came from a wealthy Indonesian aristocratic family. His family, Liushen Zecher, is one of the few cabanatas in Indonesia. In Indonesian, this word literally means highest branch, and refers specifically to the Chinese gentry families who served as officers in the Dutch East Indies. The descendants of Liushen Zecher, who started in Batavia and branched out in Sukabumi, know how to combine the 2 completely different aristocratic cultures of the East and the West, giving birth to a luxurious lifestyle that can be accepted in Paris or Tokyo. Adrian Zecher, whose father was the first generation of Indonesian college students to study in the United States, was educated in the United States, and whose cousin holds an important position in the Malaysian royal family, is the epitome of elegance and refinement. Under his careful planning, Aman Puri in Phuket received an unexpectedly enthusiastic response as soon as it opened. On the 24-hectare land, 40 garden pool pavilions with a strong Southeast Asian style and 40 villas in the Buddhist architectural style of the ancient capital of Ayutthaya, Thailand are lined up in sequence. The 4 supporting restaurants provide Thai, Japanese, Italian and Mediterranean cuisine to meet the needs of any wealthy guests from all over the world. Although the average price of a Manpuri was more than 5 times more expensive than any other hotel in Phuket at that time, the extraordinary service quality and the top-class lifestyle still attracted all the high-spending people who came to Thailand for vacation. With the popularity of a Manpuri, the status, reputation, and income of Ammon Resorts Group itself also began to rise rapidly in the luxury hotel circle like a rocket. Amandan Inn in Bali, Indonesia in 1989. The second branch Amanchilan opened in Bali in 1992, and Aman Valley Chivel was put into operation in the Corcoval Resort in the French Alps in the same year. With the opening of Amanimu and the lush mountains of ice shimmer on the shores of Ago Bay this year, Aman has opened 30 resorts around the world in 28 years. There is no doubt that, whether it is the sparsely populated tropical jungle of Bora Bora or the steel sky of the neon capital, the price of Aman resorts is definitely the most expensive. Although Adrian Zecher and his Aman resorts have only opened branches with different suffixes and unique characteristics in resorts in East Asia, Southeast Asia, Europe and the Middle East, and have not set foot in North America, this does not mean that they have no interest in the American market. In fact, Aman has been investigating key cities in North America such as New York, Miami and Los Angeles, and even the secluded beaches in Southern California are within the scope of consideration. The reason why Zecher can expand so much in less than 30 years, in addition to Aman's unique brand value and product positioning, strong support from the capital market, is also an indispensable factor. In 2000, Lixing Development Co. Limited, founded by Hong Kong's gold king Wu Hanhu and Hang Seng Bank founder Ho Tim, purchased a majority stake in Aman Group and sold the shares to DLF, India's largest real estate developer, for $400 million in 2007, including $100 million in corporate debt. In 2014, DLF paid $358 million again, and Aman Resorts changed hands again. This time the owner was Vladislav Doranin, a real estate oligarch from St. Petersburg. After Doranin took over Aman and kicked Adrian Zecher out of the management, he made a series of drastic reforms within the company. He reused European and American executives, launched the more cost-effective sub-brand Janu, and officially promoted the landing of the first Aman in the North American market. The first stop was New York. Aman set its sights on the legendary Crown Building at the intersection of 57th Street and 5th Avenue. This 26-story multifunctional skyscraper was completed in 1921. Doranin's team wants to take over the top 20 floors in one go, using 117,000 square feet of space to build a 7-star luxury hotel, and use the remaining 95,000 square feet to carve out 22 perfect works of art, the world's first Aman apartment. Of course, buying a building in Manhattan, where every inch of land is valuable, is obviously not something Doranin can accomplish alone. He needs an investment of nearly $1 billion to turn his wildest dream into reality. Where can he find such a large sum of money? Well, let's see. Part of it comes from the cash of Aman and its parent group OCCO, and part of it can be raised by pledging assets of Aman's most profitable branches. But this is far from enough. At least half of the funds need to be raised through debt financing. Maybe Doranin can call the shots in the financial circles of St. Petersburg and Moscow, but on Wall Street, any outside speculator must pay tribute to the dealer honestly. The way OCCO Group paid tribute was to hire Walker & Dunlop, the largest commercial real estate financing and consulting service company in the United States, as a financing consultant, and put the financing plan of Aman New York on the desks of every giant. These giants include Stephen Schwarzman of Blackstone Group, Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan Chase, Lloyd Blankfein of Goldman Sachs Group, and David Rubenstein of Carlyle Group. Similar to Hanyi's situation, Doranin wanted to lead Aman to make a name for himself in the United States, and he had to get the approval of these American behind-the-scenes controllers. However, the situation of the Russian oligarchs is better than that of Han Music, a Chinese tycoon who is still unknown in the capital circle. After all, Aman is a top hotel brand recognized worldwide anyway. This cash cow with many successful cases came to North America to do their best business at the top of the pyramid. Almost everyone on Wall Street is optimistic about the prospects of Aman New York. Who can really remain indifferent to a high quality project with an investment amount of less than 1 billion yuan, a high probability of making a profit, and helping the investment group gain further recognition among ultra high net worth people? Therefore, major capitals tried their best to defeat their competitors, win this project, and provide financial support for Doranin OCCO and Aman New York. To be honest, in the competition in this specific field, Carlyle Group really has no particularly outstanding advantages. When it comes to hotel investment and commercial real estate development, Blackstone Group is definitely the undisputed leader. In terms of the security and strength of financial strength, who can compare with JP Morgan Chase, the first bank in the United States with total assets of more than $3 trillion? As for customer relations, Goldman Sachs, which has been deeply involved in the Russian and Far Eastern markets for many years, knows how to deal with oligarchs. But history is so wonderful, especially history that has been stirred up by time travelers. Carlyle Group, which originally had no chance of winning, saw a ray of hope after David Rubenstein had 2 or 3 regular calls with Han Yi. Under Han Yi's instigation, Carlyle Group was ready to hand Doran in a proposal that other capital giants would never think of. Provide financing quotas for 2 Ammon North American projects at one time. Ammon New York will be financed according to the normal debt financing process. As for Ammon Las Vegas, which will be built on the current site of the Circus Hotel and Casino, will be fully funded by the investment fund jointly led by us and Carlyle Group. According to the requirements of the Ammon Group, the RV camp and motel will be demolished, and a resort estate with only dozens of rooms will be built, which will fully adopt 7-star standards. Ammon is very excited about the idea of opening a branch in Las Vegas. Next month, our partner Carlyle Group will invite Ammon's senior management team to Las Vegas for a field trip to the Circus Hotel and Casino. Han Yi threw this sentence to Reuben Cahoon. Except for the names of several groups, not a single word was true. Ammon Group had never seen the cooperation proposal of Carlyle Group, let alone Han Yi and David Rubenstein's plan for Ammon Las Vegas, and naturally there was no way to talk about the executive inspection team. But why does a Nevada senator have to know the real progress of these business negotiations? Confidence is more important than the truth. If you have time next month, Mr. Cahoon, I think we can sit down and have a meal with Mr. Doran to listen to his views and plans for Las Vegas. I'm happy to. Reuben Cahoon was a little confused by the heavyweights thrown out by Han Yi. It was not because David Rubenstein and Vladislav Doran were more prominent than Obama and Clinton, but because he had never expected that this foreign rich man who looked a little immature from any angle actually had such a deep network of contacts in the United States. Having a jointly established investment fund with Carlyle Group is obviously much more powerful than being invited to meet in Obama's suite. So, Mr. Han, Reuben Cahoon changed his sitting posture to make himself look more serious and more humble. If Ammon will occupy the RV camp and motel of the Circus Casino Hotel, then Rosewood should take over the 3 hotel buildings. As I said before, Mr. Cahoon, after demolishing the Circus Casino Hotel, we do not plan to construct according to the old drawings. Whether it is the introduction of Ammon and Rosewood, or other reconstruction of the site, there is only one purpose, that is, to make people completely forget the positioning and history of the Circus Casino Hotel. Here, there will be a modern skyscraper that is taller and more spectacular than the Venetian Palace Resort and Wine Encore Hotel, which will instantly remind people of the magnificent skyline of Victoria Harbor. Above are the Rosewood Hotel and Rosewood Apartments, and below are the most luxurious shopping malls, the most upscale Michelin restaurants, and the most popular nightclubs in Las Vegas. Recreator Hong Kong next to the Las Vegas Strip. Jordan Bromley added a finishing touch to Han Yi's description. Yes, Recreator Hong Kong. Han Yi turned his head to look at Jordan and nodded slightly in approval. A month and a half ago, when Han Yi first went to the Las Vegas festival site for a field survey for Mad City, he noticed the pile of extremely abrupt buildings next to the empty flatland. The dull white exterior walls, the faded and rusty neon signs, the damp and moldy cold air. In Las Vegas, a city that represents the ultimate sin and luxury of mankind, in the prime area of its downtown, there is such a dilapidated and decayed concrete corpse from half a century ago, which has been eroded by time and is unrecognizable. Someone has to do something here. This is Han Yi's most original idea. In this sentence that flashed through his mind, the protagonist is definitely not himself. But after returning to Los Angeles, this idea replayed in his mind over and over again, and the dying of the Circus Casino Hotel was increasingly intertwined with the everlasting Jetty Center. Han Yi really wants to be like Paul Getty, use inexhaustible wealth to build an everlasting great cause. Perhaps the Circus Casino Hotel that he happened to encounter is his Jetty Center. Moreover, for Chinese people, Las Vegas, a gambling city with no political taboos, no high tech, and no taboos, is also the most suitable place to develop industry. Just look at Qiu Duo's Hackazan. In other parts of North America, he can only open Chinese restaurants honestly, but in Las Vegas, he can cooperate with MGM to turn the name of Hacker into one of the most successful commercial nightclubs on the planet. Once this idea takes root in his mind, it spreads rapidly like weeds and cannot be stopped. In a month and a half, through frequent communication with David Rubenstein, Jordan Brumley, Antoine Gatchet and other professionals, Han Yi's originally vague circus casino transformation plan gradually became clear, and he slowly found his most unique competitive advantage in Las Vegas. Macau has the Venetian, the Londoner and the Parisian, but Asian capital has never brought a truly modern Far Eastern entertainment matrix to Las Vegas. How to introduce things that best represent the development level of modern China and modern Asian modern life into the heart of North America under the premise that Western society can fully accept it. Rosewood Hotels, especially the Rosewood Hong Kong, which opened in the Victoria Harbour Cultural District in 2019, and the K11 that coexists and prospers with it, are the best answer to this question. Although it has now become a leader in the Asian luxury hotel industry, the original Rosewood Hotel was born in Dallas, Texas, one of the farthest cities from the Far East in the world. In 1979, Caroline Rose Hunt, the daughter of Texas oil tycoon H.L. Hunt, started the 32-year white family operation history of Rosewood Hotels. Caroline Rose Hunt, who has never known what it means to be short of money in her life, is not an ambitious expansion master. After all, in addition to luxury resorts, she has too many other hobbies and careers. The bath and skincare brand named Lady Primrose, the antique shop opened on a whim in England in 1987, and a painstakingly written novel and cooking guides all consumed too much of Caroline's energy. Therefore, until the company changed hands in 2011, Rosewood Hotels only had more than 10 hotels in Virgin Gorda, Los Cabos, New York, St. Martin and Dallas. Fortunately, the new owner of the Rosewood brand, Hong Kong New World Group, which bought the Rosewood brand for $800 million, is much stronger than the Hunter family's precious daughter in terms of financial resources, execution, and business layout. Because the parent group of New World Group is Chow Tai Fook, the 9th-ranked luxury industry giant in the world, spanning many fields such as jewelry, real estate development, hotels, casinos, ports, and department stores. This Asian jewelry emperor, with a gross profit of $7.29 billion in 2016, has promoted Rosewood Hotels to flourish all over the world, which can only be described as a piece of cake. As soon as it took over, Chow Tai Fook announced plans to open 4 branches in China, where it has the deepest roots. At the same time, stores in Phnom Penh, Bangkok, Paris, London, Hong Kong and Costa Rica also broke ground. In April 2015, New World Hotels Group, to which Rosewood Hotels belongs, sold its 3 hotel assets in Hong Kong, including Grand Hyatt Hong Kong, Renaissance Harbourview Hotel and Hyatt Regency Tsim Shat Tsui, to a joint venture held by New World Development Company and Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, each holding 50% of the shares. In exchange for a development fund of HK $18.5 billion, a large part of which was used for the expansion of Rosewood Hotels. Therefore, Rosewood Hotels under Chow Tai Fook does not need to rely on debt financing to open new stores like Doran in Xiamen, but as a hotel management company, New World Hotels Group is also open to opening Rosewood branches in cities where it has not been able to obtain its own assets through management contracts or lease contracts. To give a very simple example, Rosewood's branch in Venice is just such a cooperation model. The Italian Beata Group is responsible for raising funds for real estate development, and then invites Rosewood to enter the venue as the hotel management party. This is the plan that Han Yi made for his main hotel building in Las Vegas. The New World Hotel Group has to sell 3 hotels in one go, and have 2 or 3 years of hard negotiations with others to get the construction fund of more than $2 billion. But for Han Yi, if he wants to do this, he only needs to spend money crazily all the time. This means that Han Yi does not need capital to help him share the financial pressure, and it is even more impossible for Chow Tai Fook to jointly develop the future tallest building in Nevada and give others a share without reason. Of course, at that time, Some financing shares must be released to the Carlyle Group or some other private equity giant, but that is for himself to sail smoothly in this sea area that is becoming more and more dangerous to the Chinese. Any other company that cannot help him stabilize Capitol Hill and the White House wants to get an invitation to this bull, which is nothing but a fool's dream. The best way to cooperate with Rosewood is to sign a management contract with this Hong Kong-controlled hotel brand for a period of neither long nor short. New World Hospitality Group particularly hopes to establish a benchmark for luxury hotels and high-end holiday apartments in Las Vegas. We just had a consultation with Ms. Zeng's team 3 days ago. As soon as the new building breaks ground, the two parties will jointly release a press release for the Rosewood Las Vegas Hotel and Rosewood Apartments. Just like Han Yi's description of Ammon, the only real words in the introduction of Rosewood to Reuben Cahoon are the nouns. So far, Han Yi himself or his legal advisor Jordan Bromley have not had any contact with New World Hospitality Group. David Rubenstein is still the one who has a relationship with New World's Zeng Ziwen and the Zeng family, which controls 72.39% of the entire Chow Tai-Fook Group. His Carlyle China has close cooperation with Chow Tai-Fook in the field of commercial real estate in China. For Rubenstein, it only takes one phone call to get Rosewood to land the Las Vegas Casino Hotel project co-invested by Carlyle. This is the power possessed by a truly world-class rich man. At this moment, Han Yi is still far from this kind of power. Without the they in the memorandum and the reward mechanism they provide, it would take at least 10 years of hard work to successfully land this project. Even with rewards and cash back, Han Yi still has to rely on David Rubenstein's connections to clear obstacles for his planning. So far, Han Yi has only met two big men in the capital circle. One is Douglas Le Pen, whose influence is limited to the West Coast, and the other is David Rubenstein, who can radiate the world. Next, in addition to Hollywood, social activities on Wall Street must also be put on the agenda. It is quite dangerous to put all hopes and security on one person. So, there you go, Mr. Cahoon. Grand Las Vegas, Ammon Las Vegas, luxury apartments, high-end shopping malls, Michelin restaurants, world-class nightclubs and casinos. These are the blueprints I have drawn for 2880 Las Vegas Boulevard. The thoughts in his mind turned quickly, but Han Yi showed Ruben the expression and speed of speech without changing at all. I roughly understand. Reuben Cahoon was silent for a moment and decided to lead today's conversation to substantive negotiations in the most straightforward way. What do you need me to do on your side? We urgently need a business consultant who has a deep understanding of the local culture of Nevada and Las Vegas, Mr. Cahoon. Your father, Armando, may be able to provide us with many valuable suggestions. Han Yi did not rush to answer Reuben Cahoon's question, but showed him the candidates he had left for him one by one. Armando Cahoon, who will work in the real estate development company that Han Yi is about to establish in Las Vegas and comfortably receive a six-figure annual salary, is one of the candidates. Of course, apart from taxes, most of the hundreds of thousands of dollars in compensation will go into his son Reuben's pocket. After all, how can a science teacher who is still teaching in a middle school have time to be a consultant? In addition, I will donate $300,000 to your campaign through various channels. If you are successfully elected, Reuben, I will donate more for the second campaign in 2 years. As for the exchange conditions, it is very simple. I only need you to do two things. First, speak out for the welfare of the music industry on Capitol Hill. In other words, support the Music Modernization Act revised and edited by Jordan. Second, in Las Vegas, help us convince the Fire and Rescue Department, the city government, the city council, and any other naughty kids who may hinder the demolition process, to obtain a permit for the implosion demolition. If you can do these two things, Mr. Cahoon, I promise you that in your future political career, you will have a loyal ally who is firm in conviction and never stingy, and uses his selfless dedication to public affairs to help you better serve American society. After all, we are all dreamers, aren't we? Chapter 181 Super Committee. Okay, we'll do this next. On the I-75 highway from downtown Miami to Southwest Farm, Jordan Bromley, who was steering the wheel, was explaining the political donation process in detail to his employer in the passenger seat. First of all, we definitely don't want your name to appear on any donation list. so donating in your personal name can be excluded from the options first. Not only because of privacy, but also because the FEC has strict limits on the amount of political donations in the name of individuals. From individuals to specific election committees, there is only a limit of $3,300. Individuals donating to constituency level or state level party committees are also limited to $10,000. Even at the level of the Democratic National Committee, it is illegal to donate more than $41,300. Miami is originally a slow-paced seaside resort city, and these satellite towns that spread out in the north and south directions along the coastline are even more so. On both sides of the I-75 highway, you can see evergreen palm trees and Spanish-style holiday villas hidden among them. A considerable number of residents living here are retired elderly people from all over the United States, and the remaining young people who have not yet retired have also gradually lost their fighting spirit and sharpness in the atmosphere of this urban nursing home. No one will choose to go out to do things on weekends unless it is absolutely necessary. Even if they go out, there are usually only 3 destinations: beaches, restaurants, and shopping malls. At 4:20 p.m., the sky in Miami is 85 degrees Fahrenheit, and although it is not cloudless, the few sparse clouds floating in the sky like cotton candy, white and soft, only add a bit of oil painting interest to this clear summer picture. Jordan Bromley, who does not need to compete with others like driving on I-405, seems quite relaxed at this moment. His left arm is leaning on the car door, and his fingers are leisurely following the rhythm of the music, beating the rhythm on the edge of the car window. In the 12-channel car stereo, Alan Jackson's country classic Lovin' on Love flowed out as clear and pure as the lake water in the Dora woods they drove past. 2 penniless young people, flying away for a few vows. With a tight budget, they want to start a family, just for love. It's not his favorite song, but it's definitely the most suitable song for this leisurely afternoon. In Alan Jackson's magnetic low singing, even Jordan Bromley, who usually speaks faster than a machine gun, unconsciously slowed down his voice and tone. Among the options on the table, the best one for your situation is to donate to a political action committee, which will then donate the money to Cajun. The FEC also has donation limits for ordinary PACs. $5,000 for donations directly to the election committee and $15,000 for the Democratic National Campaign Committee. In addition, we can also donate $45,000 to an account set up by the Democratic National Headquarters for other projects. These accounts include the following 3: a special account for the presidential nomination election, a special account for election recounts and other legal procedures, and a special account for the maintenance and repair of the Democratic National Headquarters building. Although each special account must be accountable to donors and donations are made public, but after that, there is a lot of room for maneuver as to where the money goes. For example, at 430 South Capitol Street, the water supply system in a bathroom on the 2nd floor is broken, and it needs $45,000 to repair. The money is paid to a long-term plumbing company, and they donate to Cahoon through some private accounts. I know, this operation is harmless and harmless. However, these small donations are just superficial efforts. The vast majority of the $300,000 we promised to Cahoon will not be sent to him through such channels that can be regulated by the election committee, but through super political action committees, referred to as super PACs, and ARC money grubs are, 501(c)(4) organizations. Jordan Bromley's second half of the sentence sounded ironic. Because the reason why American politics and American society have become so divided in the 21st century is that these 2 hidden political donation groups have contributed greatly. In July 2010, the federal court made a final ruling on the famous case of SpeakNow.org v. Federal Election Commission. The case is extremely complicated, but it can be simply summarized in one sentence. This non-profit unincorporated association called SpeechNow believes that the Federal Election Commission should not limit the amount of donations they can receive from individuals. Because SpeechNow does not donate the funds they raise to a political candidate, what they do is just completely independent political propaganda. In other words, SpeechNow believes that, as long as they do not donate money to specific politicians, but use it for broad policy advocacy and concept promotion, Their activities should be protected by the First Amendment of the Constitution and should not be regulated by the Federal Election Commission. In the end, Speech Now's concept was supported by the federal court. From the date of the ruling, independent expenditure committees will be able to raise unlimited amounts of funds from companies, unions, associations, and individuals, and then spend unlimited amounts of funds to publicly support or oppose a candidate, as long as these committees do not directly transfer money to the candidate's account. This is the origin of super political action committees, super PACs. The reason why they are called super is that they can override the existing FEC restrictions. The emergence of super PACs can easily predict the structural impact on the US political situation. Candidates can raise unlimited campaign funds for themselves through various super political action committees, as long as these committees have nothing to do with them on the surface. In other words, elections at all levels in the United States have changed from the WBO boxing match with strict rules at the beginning to the UFC fight with almost no rules and restrictions. At the end of 2010, there were 83 registered super PACs in the United States, raising $89.18 million. By the time of the 2012 presidential election, the number of organizations had soared to 1,310, and the total funding pool had exploded to $828 million. The presidential election began to develop in the direction that the top class most expected. Whoever has more money has a greater chance of winning. In 2012, Obama and Romney spent a total of $1.12 billion on their election campaigns. In 2016, according to the Washington Post, by the time the curtain falls on November 8, Trump and Clinton, two money-eating behemoths that rely on dollars to run their operations, will have eaten up $2.4 billion in political donations. The simultaneous elections for the Senate and House of Representatives will cost another $4 billion. The more funds that can be deployed, the more powerful the political propaganda, the more various opposing advertisements that ordinary citizens can see on the streets, and the more tense and divided the atmosphere in American society as a whole. All of this can be traced back to the legalization of super PACs. In order to better hide our tracks, I have chosen large super PACs that have raised a lot of money and have rich sources. Even if they receive six-figure donations at one time, it will not attract attention. The first one is LCV Victory Fund, which was established on July 30, 2010. It is a very old Democratic Party source. They have supported 13 Democratic candidates this year, so no one will find it strange to add Reuben Cahun. The second choice is Women Vote, a super PAC that specializes in advocating the rights of female voters. It was established as early as January 2010 and later became an independent expenditure committee. There is no doubt that it is more inclined to the Democratic Party. Although the total amount of funds raised is not as much as LCV, Women Vote has a lot of funds. Vote has a wider range of support and has supported 20 Democratic candidates so far, which will distract the outside world's attention. The most important thing is that when we don't have any special political goals, donating money to the fund for female voters and giving ourselves a disguised shell will make it less likely to be discovered. The third optional donation target is called the NE Advocacy Fund. It was established on October 5, 2010. It aims to enhance the political influence of the National Education Association, the largest teachers union in the United States. Unlike the first two super PACs, the main thing the NE Advocacy Fund does is not to support Democratic candidates, but to publish attack ads about Republican candidates. The firepower of this fund has been very strong since its inception, but it should be noted that the NE Advocacy Foundation publishes the specific information of each donor, while the LCV Victory Fund and Women Vote will only make selective announcements on a regular basis. Then, now is the time to make a choice. How are we going to allocate the donation amount of more than $200,000? Okay, no problem. No question. Hearing Hanyi's answer, Jordan Bromley, who had said a lot, was stagnant for a moment. He turned his head slightly and found that his employer was staring at the mobile phone screen with a frown at the moment, obviously not listening to his narration. What I asked is which super PAC we should choose. Jordan sighed softly and asked again in a slow voice. Oh, sorry, Jordan, I was just After showing Jordan an apologetic smile, Han-Yi's sight returned to the bright screen. A new message from Zioru. Grace HSU, I finished the exam. It's so difficult. It has been nearly a month since they last met, but Zioru and Han-Yi have never stopped communicating. Han-Yi shared with Zioru the interesting experiences of the European trip, and Zioru would also let Han-Yi know the trivial details of her summer school life, whether happy or annoying. At the beginning, the chatterbox Han-Yi obviously chatted much more frequently than Zioru, but after the incident with Barbara Pavin, he had mixed feelings and spent less time opening the chat box. In the end, it was Zioru who took the initiative to initiate more topics, send a photo of the lunch she prepared for him, and care about Han-Yi's diet, or let the camera record her hair tied with a bear headband, wearing black framed glasses that cover half of her face, and wearing pink pajamas in front of the computer with a sad face, complaining to Han-Yi about the progress of the thesis, so that she can find a suitable opportunity to remind Han-Yi not to forget his health for work. Although she is not around, the familiar Zioru has never left. The soft and sticky Taiwan accent brings him more warmth and peace of mind, and the more torment and entanglement linger in Han-Yi's heart. It's not because of Zioru's increasingly active care. But, in the first few months, when they were together almost every day, even on the graduation trip, the hustle and bustle of companionship and the ambiguity of intimacy always made people lose their keen perception of the changes around them, and the ups and downs of their emotions. In Carmel by the Sea, what exactly does it mean to dance tenderly like an old couple in the quiet and dark night? Han-Yi has no time and energy to think about it. In the month when they couldn't meet, the physical distance between them was thousands of miles. The reality of living apart and the new people in a foreign country were like a black hole that could only accommodate him, allowing Han-Yi to withdraw from the noisy new life and give him the opportunity to examine this relationship that came to an abrupt end in 2023 and continued from February 29, 2016. From a perspective similar to that of an observer, the result of the examination, putting aside those annoying interference factors, Han-Yi can only confirm one thing. He really likes Zioru. This is a strong emotion that cannot be refuted, questioned, or explained in any other way. The closer they got to Los Angeles, the more certain Han-Yi was about his judgment. Naturally, he was less sure about how to face her. I was just checking my emails and didn't hear clearly. Han-Yi turned his phone upside down and placed it on his knees, feeling the heat radiating from the body. He would reply after he had figured out what method, attitude and role to use to reply. So, our choices now are LCV, female voters and Ni. Okay. Han-Yi took a deep breath and forced himself to switch his thinking to another track. If I remember correctly, the first two do not need to disclose the donor information, but Ni must disclose it, right? Yes. Then, my opinion is that in addition to the funds that can be directly remitted to the Kahun Campaign Committee account, the remaining cash should be donated to LCV and female voters in a 50-50 ratio. At this stage, I still value confidentiality more. Besides, in Nevada's 4th congressional district, we should not need to buy attack ads for Mr. Hardy anymore. He himself is his own best attack ad. Han-Yi's assertion is by no means groundless. As a Republican, Clayson Hardy's biggest political opinion is to oppose everything Obama supports. Not only did he openly oppose the Iran nuclear deal pushed by Obama, he also criticized the African American president's health care plan. Coupled with his original sin as an Anglo-Saxon white and a staunch conservative, it is no exaggeration to say that Clayson Hardy wants to lead in Clark County, where ethnic minorities live and the people are open. If Clayson Hardy's mind is more determined, he can take a more radical route, completely abandon the urban voters in Clark County, strongly support Trump's faction, and strive to win the other 6 counties and the 7 counties of Nevada's 4th congressional district with a large lead. But Hardy is obviously not a staunch Republican fundamentalist, because he is worried that the votes he won in the 6 suburban counties are not enough for him to overcome the backward situation in Clark County with a large population. Clayson Hardy's political stance, especially at this stage of the election, has shown obvious signs of jumping back and forth. Condemned Obama, but as a current member of the House of Representatives, he voted against a resolution to cancel the funding for President Obama's DACA program. Not only that, Hardy also spent most of his energy in the later stages of the campaign to please minorities, the North Las Vegas African American Nursing Home, the Nevada Asian Cultural Alliance Summit, recruiting local campaign teams mainly composed of African Americans, Latinos and Asian Americans. Each of these is a futile attempt by a conservative middle-aged white Republican to win over minorities, and it also made him drift away from his core voter group. As long as Clayton Hardy's campaign ideas do not change dramatically in a short period of time, judging by the current poll trends, Reuben Calhoun can defeat him with only the votes of Clark County and become a member of the Nevada 4th District. This is also the reason why Hardy is willing to bet heavily on Reuben Calhoun at this stage. The $300,000 he donated is not so much to help Calhoun win the 2016 election as to provide ammunition for the Mexican immigrants' subsequent political activities on Capitol Hill. Okay, no problem. LCV Victory Fund 50%. Women vote 50%. I'll write it down. Jordan Bromley nodded, pressed the main button of the iPhone, and used Siri to write down the text message in the memo. Then, what about 501? C. 4. Don't we need to use this level of organization now? After hesitating for a moment, Hardy decided to throw out the question in his mind. In the field of European and American music, he is an expert comparable to Jordan Bromley, but in terms of election politics, Hardy still has to play the role of a humble student, conscientiously and diligently absorbing these knowledge that he had never been exposed to, and had no chance to be exposed to in his previous life. Nevada is too small. In the congressional election here, the competitors on both sides of a constituency can't raise $5 million together. There is no need to let 501 C. 4 intervene and increase the chances of causing voter disgust, because they are called dark money organizations. Yes, because they are called dark money organizations. Jordan Bromley glanced at Hardy and explained patiently. 501 C. 4 or social welfare organizations have a much longer history as a channel for anonymous donations than super PACs. After the 1976 case Buckley v. Bel-Air, the court removed limits on the amount of money a candidate could spend on a campaign and on independent spending, which provided the prerequisite for the birth of future super PACs, while also removing regulatory restrictions on 501 C. 4 organizations. As long as they meet the 8 magic words requirement, a 501 C. 4 can accept and spend money without restriction. 8 magic words: vote for, elect, support, vote for, elect, vote against, defeat, reject. As long as the slogan does not contain these 8 words, then the organization is not conducting a campaign, but rather an issue advocacy. What a pretense. Politics is the art of posturing. Jordan Bromley shrugged and continued. 501 C. 4 does not need to register with the Federal Election Commission, nor does it need to disclose its donor list. Therefore, before 2010, many of the really large donations were made through 501 C. 4. The public does not know who the donors are. The government and the FEC do not know either. Only the candidates themselves know. This completely legal operation makes the exchange of interests appear legal on the surface. What do you mean? Hardy raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. A private transaction between 2 people is called mutual benefit. Only when it is made public is it called a power for money transaction. Since the identities and demands of the donors are unknown, anything the congressmen do after being elected is certainly not illegal. Only dark and ignorant countries breed corruption. Dark and smart countries have long legalized everything. It's a very cynical point of view, Mr. Bromley. Hardy responded softly with a smile. There are some things that Americans can say and foreigners can say, but it's not easy for foreigners who develop in the United States to say. Say whatever you want. I live in Hollywood, not DC. What's more, I don't have an Ivy League diploma to protect. Jordan responded humorously. From this perspective, Jordan Bromley is indeed a wild man who is different from ordinary people. In the legal profession, where all the lawyers are educated at Yale, Harvard, Stanford, Columbia and the University of Chicago, and at the very least they have to get a JD from Cornell or Georgetown, Jordan Bromley who graduated from Brooklyn Law School, is no different from someone who has never received a diploma. In short, no matter how you and I view 501c4, the political donations it represents are black money in the eyes of mainstream American society. If we have bigger plans on Capitol Hill in the future, then it is completely fine to use one or two 501c4, but there is no need to involve such an organization in an event of this level as the Nevada House of Representatives election. If discovered by the opponent in the election, it may have a counterproductive effect. Local residents don't care what the source or purpose of your funds is. As long as it is labeled as black money, you will definitely lose a large number of votes. Understood? Hearing Jordan Bromley's analysis, Hanyi pondered for a long time before giving instructions to his legal advisor. Next, continue to copy it in this way. I will not show up when I meet with members of the House of Representatives or the Senate, Jordan. Unless there are special circumstances, you can handle it yourself. Don't worry about the funding issues. I will take care of it. Okay, Yee. Jordan Bromley, who drove out of I-75 at Southwest 148th Avenue, leaned his head out to carefully observe the route, put his left hand on his chest, and expressed his gratitude to Hanyi. Thank you very much for your support of the Music Modernization Act. This will be a good law that will benefit everyone involved in the industry. I'm sure it is. Hanyi rolled down the window and looked at the empty and quiet town in northern Miami, where the distance between the streets and the houses was so far that a football field could be built. Hanyi didn't care whether the Music Modernization Act was a good law. To be more precise, he knew it was a good law, and he didn't worry about whether it could be passed by the Senate and the House. In the 2010s, the protection of music, art, and intellectual property rights was one of the few common platforms between the Democratic and Republican parties. In the previous life, the Music Modernization Act was passed by the House of Representatives with a vote of 415 to 0. After the bill was submitted to the Senate, it was quickly unanimously approved by the senators. The reason why Hanyi spent his energy on such a bill that was sure to pass was that he had only 3 goals. First, if he wanted to become one of the 4 major music groups, he couldn't be absent. Leave your mark on the reform bill related to the entire industry. Second, the final draft of the Music Modernization Act is 67 pages long, and it seems that there are a lot of irrelevant nonsense, but in fact, just a slight change of 3 or 4 words can allow Han Music Group to gain sufficient latecomer advantages in the competition with the 3 majors. Third, through Jordan Bromley and the harmless ordinary bill such as the Music Modernization Act, as many powerful figures of the 2 parties as possible are contacted. It is the most direct, effective, and safest way for Hanyi to expand his influence in the American political circle during the non-election period. In this process, Jordan Bromley can not only gain the reputation of chief legal counsel of the Music Modernization Act, but also tie him to Hanyi's career chariot more tightly. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Why not? Just do it, Jordan. According to your heart and the results of our discussion, better shape this bill and make it the 1976 Copyright Act of our time. I believe you can do it. I have done many things wrong in my life, but there is one thing I have never done wrong. That is the client's entrustment. Turning into a narrow gravel driveway, Jordan Bromley pointed to the Spanish seaside resort mansion with brick red eaves and creamy white exterior at the end of the road, as well as 2 figures who had been waiting at the door for who knows how long, and smiled. Music, congressman, movies, professional wrestling. Yee. Any resources you need, I can provide them immediately. Say hello to Dwayne Johnson. Don't make a mistake, it's the bigger one on the right. Chapter 180 to Dwayne Johnson. Standing at the end of the driveway, the 2 people with a very obvious size difference are Dwayne Johnson and his golden partner Kevin Hart, who swept the North American screen. On June 17, 2016, the action comedy The Rock presented by Dwayne Johnson and Kevin Hart was released. The box office of previews on Thursday was $1.8 million, and the first day of the movie was $13 million. The final box office revenue of the week was $35.5 million, which was more than 20% higher than the predictions of various media, second only to Disney's top animation IP Finding Dory, which raked in $135 million. For a family movie with a production cost of only $50 million, which is just stuck at the cost line of mid-range movies, the box office of $35.5 million in the first week, and the Rotten Tomatoes and Metacritic ratings that are neither good nor bad, at least there is no word of mouth collapse, means that in a month, The Rock should be able to get at least twice the revenue, making the total box office in North America exceed the $100 million mark. Adding the global box office, it should not be a problem to reach about $200 million, and this is enough for New Line Cinema to open champagne in advance and celebrate the profitability of the project. With a global total box office of $200-220 million and a total project expenditure of $170-190 million, including later streaming video, VOD and other auxiliary income, the net profit of the Secret Service will most likely fall in the range of $52-54 million, a cash return rate of 1.28. It may not necessarily impress New Line Cinema to start the production plan of the sequel, but at least it can make stakeholders involved in production and channel distribution, including New Line Cinema, Universal Pictures, and Perfect World, which signed a slate deal of $500 million in 5 years and 50 movies with Universal, smile with satisfaction. This also includes Dwayne Johnson's 7 blockbuster pictures. Kevin Hart and his friend Dwayne Johnson have a good habit when participating in film production projects. That is, the guaranteed salary can be less, but they will definitely ask for a share of the box office, and at least a share of the adjusted total revenue. In the previous life, all the companies combined could only share a net profit of $52 million, but Dwayne Johnson and Kevin Hart could directly take away $14 million and $10 million. This is the secret. Kanye likes to work with smart people. Although Johnson and Hart are far from the traditional Ivy League elites in terms of appearance, personal temperament and even growth experience, this does not mean that they lack the street smart necessary to succeed in Hollywood. Kevin, the Bentley Bentayga, drew a beautiful arc at the end of the driveway and stopped just in front of Kevin Hart and Dwayne Johnson. Kanye rolled down the window and extended his fist to Kevin Hart. "My man." Kevin Hart bumped fists with Kanye with one hand and opened the passenger door with the other hand. "Long time no see. Hey, Jordan." "Hello, Kevin." Jordan Bromley pulled up the handbrake and made a V sign to Kevin Hart. "Good afternoon, Dwayne." "Good afternoon, Jordan." The 6'3" tall Dwayne Johnson's voice was as rough and powerful as the tight muscles all over his body that were about to burst the beige t-shirt on his body. As if to ease the pressure brought by his strong body, Dwayne Johnson folded his hands under his chest and nodded humbly to Jordan. Since entering the Hollywood entertainment industry, Dwayne has been dealing with lawyers from Manor Entertainment. After all, at least 1/3 of the large entertainment companies in the modern office building in Century City have legal cooperation with Manor Entertainment to varying degrees. Although Jordan Bromley is mainly responsible for the music section of the business, the two have met several times in the past few years. Although they are not friends, there is no problem in calling each other by name. "I hope you have a good afternoon, Mr. Hahn." Dwayne Johnson did not forget who he was standing in his driveway for 15 minutes to greet. The popular action star took a step forward, bowed slightly, and extended his hand to Kanye. "Please call me Ye." The height difference, that could not be ignored, forced Kanye to look up to see Dwayne Johnson's face clearly in the backlight. The 270-pound devil muscle man stood on the driveway like a 9 tower and cast an inverted triangle shadow in front of Kanye. It stands to reason that a strong man of this physique, whether in WWE or Hollywood, should be more suitable for playing the ultimate villain who seems to be so powerful that he can't be defeated. But the thin and handsome white male protagonist can eventually defeat him with courage, trickery, or luck. But Dwayne Johnson, who is ambitious, patient, and wise, understands that if a minority like him, who is mixed with African and Samoan, and has quite extreme external conditions, wants to really gain a foothold in Hollywood, he must plan his acting career carefully, whether it is on the sidelines of the wrestling ring, or in front of the camera. Following in the footsteps of his father Rocky Johnson, who was a professional wrestler, Dwayne Johnson Who first stepped onto the WWF stage in 1996, or to call him by his earliest stage name, Rocky Maivia, was written into the league's script as a supervillain from the beginning. Less than a year after his debut, he won 4 wrestling championships and defeated the most popular characters loved by fans. Johnson's reputation among wrestling fans at the time can be imagined. In 1997, "Die Rocky Die" was the loudest slogan shouted in the WWF arena, without a doubt. Of course, the previous WWF and the WWE after the name change in 2002 are difficult to be regarded as real competitive sports. If you have to define it strictly, WWE is more like a violent carnival full of hormones and adrenaline. Those gorgeous moves that look earth-shattering, but actually do not cause any harm can well vent the long accumulated negative emotions in American society. Therefore, the so-called wrestlers are more like theater actors than athletes. According to the requirements of the league, you can easily earn more than $500,000 a year by reading the lines in the script and then fighting. The annual income of star wrestlers can reach 7 figures. Under the temptation of such high salaries that far exceed the median level of American residents, let alone playing a villain, it is not unacceptable to be rubbed on the face by a few sweaty big men in briefs. But Dwayne Johnson is different. No matter what the views of the league's screenwriters are, he knows in his heart that only heroes with positive images can obtain the highest commercial value of the entire league and the largest contract of WWE. While doing his best to play the role of evil forces, with the help of his extremely wise and intelligent wife Danny Garcia, Dwayne Johnson began to gradually transform his personality and win the support of fans bit by bit and game by game. He changed his name from Rocky Maivia, which didn't sound like a good guy, to the loyal and reliable The Rock, and began to pay attention to his appearance management, taking off the gold earrings and gold necklace that would disgust conservative audiences, and showing a clean and refreshing image of a decent tough guy. Dwayne Johnson's efforts finally paid off at the end of 1998. WWE fans began to like this reformed alpha male. Amid the admiration and cheers that came like a tide, The Rock became the hottest character in the entire league and the cornerstone of Dwayne Johnson's future superstar career. In the following years, under the strong promotion of WWE President Vince "Mark" Malone, The Rock transformed himself and became the league's leading hero. Entering the new century, professional wrestling and WWE have been widely and warmly welcomed worldwide, and the image of The Rock has also become one of the most well-known symbols of power on the entire planet. According to many wrestling review websites, Dwayne Johnson is the strongest superstar that WWE has produced since its founding in 1980. He is the Michael Jordan of wrestling. Since he has already taken the top spot in the field of live entertainment, Hollywood has naturally become the next goal for Dwayne Johnson to conquer. You know, the annual salary offered by WWE to Dwayne is only $5 million US. In other words, the income from working hard for 36 games a year is not enough for him to appear in The Man from Nowhere for 45 minutes. The development trajectory of Dwayne Johnson, who entered the film and television industry, is also similar to his WWE career. He first tried his hand in The Mummy 2 in 2001, playing a strange villain covered with CGI, and then sporadically took on small budget movies such as The Scorpion King, Race to the Devil's Mountain and The Tooth Fairy produced by WWE, constantly exploring the most suitable screen image and development path for himself. In 2011, Dwayne Johnson, who had basically withdrawn from the regular WWE schedule, had more time to work hard in Hollywood. His first hit in the entertainment industry was also released that year, Fast and Furious 5, which grossed $626 million worldwide, made the role of Luke Hobbs portrayed by Dwayne Johnson popular, and made him a hot new star in the Hollywood action movie industry. Next, Johnson continued to play supporting roles in G.I. Joe, Retaliation and Fast and Furious 6. Although he certainly couldn't compete with Matthew McConaughey or Kevin Spacey in acting, and the roles he received were quite homogeneous, being able to play the same template over and over again was also one of the effective ways to quickly become famous in Hollywood. In 2013, he co-produced the comedy drama Ballers with HBO and filmed 5 films in a row, including The Informer, Give and Take, and Empire State. In 2014, he starred in Hercules, Son of Zeus, co-produced by MGM and Paramount. In 2015, he returned to Fast and Furious 7 to play Hobbs, and also starred in a visual disaster blockbuster San Andreas with a global box office of $474 million. Until the release of The Man from Nowhere, Dwayne Johnson, who was almost always working except for Christmas, had been ranked in the top 3 on the annual actor box office list for 3 consecutive years. In 2013 alone, Dwayne Johnson surpassed Robert Downey Jr., who only starred in Iron Man 3 that year, and became the annual total box office champion with the excellent performance of Fast and Furious 6 and G.I. Joe, Retaliation, and a box office blessing of 3 other low-budget movies. Next, Fast and Furious 8 has confirmed the return of Luke Hobbs, and a week after the filming of Baywatch was completed, Legendary Pictures, which won the Skyscraper project, also announced that it would invite Dwayne Johnson to play the leading role of Will Sawyer, in addition to the starring role of Rampage in July 2015 and Jumanji: Welcome to the Jungle, which was announced 2 days ago. Dwayne Johnson actually has 4 action blockbusters with a production budget of over $100 million waiting to be released in the next 1 or 2 years. Even in Hollywood, which is used to seeing miracles, the speed at which Dwayne Johnson rises in the ranks of actors is enough to make people look at him with admiration. When we were discussing the cooperation agreement at Sony headquarters some time ago, I really wanted to meet you, but unfortunately we didn't have the same time that day. He couldn't help but secretly smack his lips as he held Dwayne Johnson's hand. His hands were by no means small, but when shaking hands with Dwayne Johnson, he felt that the other party didn't need to open his hands completely, and could directly wrap his entire hand, including part of the wrist joint, in his palm. It's mainly because of Kevin. Dwayne Johnson pointed at Kevin Hart, who was leaning against his chest, and teased, "He's rushing to Tampa to make money. What can he do? Gentlemen, I'm the only one here who still needs to make money by selling smiles." Kevin Hart rolled his eyes in cooperation and muttered jokingly, "One microphone, one bottle of water, one city every day. The louder the laughter, the more I make, and the quieter the laughter, the less I can eat." "Oh, really?" Dwayne put his big hand on Kevin's shoulder, almost making the latter stumble. "The version I heard is, you make $1 million a day. Who told you that?" "Billboard and Forbes." I remember the title of Forbes, "Touring Like a Rock Star, Uncovering the Source of Kevin Hart's $87.50 million annual income." "You're a little too concerned about me, Rocky." Kevin Hart waved his hand and casually threw aside the stadium talk show world tour. "What now?" "Tour that Billboard called the most profitable comedy tour in history." Dwayne Johnson is indeed a hard worker in the entertainment industry, but compared with Kevin Hart, his work frequency is still a little worse. From April 9, 2015, in 1 year and 3 months, Kevin Hart has completed 161 performances, and there are still 8 more to be declared successfully completed. And the so-called daily income of $1 million mentioned by Dwayne Johnson is actually not accurate, because, in many cases, Kevin Hart's ability to attract money is even stronger than this. To name a few examples: Nashville, Orlando, Tampa, Los Angeles, Brooklyn, Toronto, and Washington D.C. Each box office revenue is no less than $1.5 million, and Toronto, Washington, and Brooklyn can reach more than $2 million. You know, this is a talk show tour that doesn't even need stage design, and the profit margin is frighteningly high. Even in some small cities, such as Fresno, California, and Uncasville, Connecticut, tickets can only be sold for about $500,000 to $600,000. The average box office of each show exceeds $1 million throughout the tour, which can be described as effortless. Thinking of this, the 2 partners I chose in the film and television sector are definitely not ordinary people. Isn't that a good thing, Kevin? Thinking of this, Kanye smiled and interrupted, using his best humorous tone, using Kevin Hart as a bridge to get closer to Dwayne Johnson. "How many women dream of being in the position you are in now? Who doesn't want Dwayne to be interested in them? Haha, no, I'm too old. Girls usually see me as the uncle next door who is a little abnormally strong." Dwayne Johnson's belly laugh in social occasions is no different from his performance in the movies. He covered his abdominal muscles with his hands, leaned back, and 3 or 4 deep wrinkles appeared on both sides of his cheeks. A few loud but hoarse dry laughs came out of his throat. This smile that can show a muscular figure and a friendly attitude at the same time is the signature of Dwayne Johnson that he has been polishing for a long time. That's not what you said in the bar last night, brother. Kevin glanced at Dwayne, and his tone was the common disdain between same-sex friends. Ignore him, yee. This guy doesn't tell the truth. Let me show you, and Jordan around the house. Come with me. Last time I checked, this is still my home. Dwayne Johnson didn't mind Kevin Hart's joke, which sounded quite serious. He has known Kevin for many years, and just spent 3 or 4 months with him to shoot The Man from Nowhere not long ago. He knows very well that Kevin Hart will always be so imaginative and unruly, as long as it doesn't involve work-related topics. More importantly, Dwayne Johnson, who is also cautious, can easily see that most of the time, Kevin's jokes are not aimless. Every joke can bring the two people he wants to get closer to each other. This villa is really great, Dwayne. It satisfies all my fantasies about Florida mansions. Stepping onto the main entrance walkway paved with milky white marble bricks, Hanyi squinted his eyes slightly under the scorching sun and looked at 3 or 4 Mexican workers wearing straw hats and carefully weeding the front yard not far away, and praised sincerely. It feels quite similar to Spencer's house in Ballers. Well, it has a little Ricky Gervais style. Oh, no, have you seen this show? Dwayne Johnson, who was walking side by side with Hanyi, hesitated for a moment, and his raised eyebrows showed his surprise. What can I say, I'm a fan. Hanyi shrugged and replied with a smile. Although he can't say that he likes Ballers very much, he has indeed seen this HBO TV series co-produced by Dwayne Johnson and Mark Wahlberg. The first season, which ended on August 23 last year, had an average audience of 1.7 million per episode, making it the most watched comedy TV show on HBO in 6 years. The total number of viewers on multiple platforms, including online platforms, is 8.8 million, which is the 3rd best result in the history of the TV network, second only to Sex and the City with 10.3 million viewers and Late Bloomers Season 1 with 9.3 million viewers. No wonder HBO is willing to renew the contract with Dwayne Johnson at a price of $650,000 per episode. If I remember correctly, the 2nd season should start next week, right? Oh, that's right. No, it should be the week after next, July 17th. Dwayne Johnson took the lead and opened the door for the 3 people who visited his Southwest farm mansion. Thank you for your support of Ballers, yee. To answer your first question, yes, this house is indeed very similar to the villa of Spencer in the TV series. It is not so luxurious, but the style is very similar. Do you know who its previous owner was? Who is it? Miami Dolphins offensive tackle, Vernon Kelly. I see. Hanyi suddenly realized, so the inspiration for the show Ballers comes from this villa. It's far from that romantic, yee. I signed a contract with HBO first, and then moved to Miami for filming. Dwayne Johnson walked to the solid wood wine cabinet near the front door in the front hall with ease, took out 4 glasses, and poured a little whiskey from the bottle for the 3 visitors and himself. But I bought this house just to immerse myself in the role and experience the daily life of a retired football player in all aspects. So, if you say it brings me a lot of inspiration, that's right. Want ice? Dwayne asked, picking up a perfectly round ice bowl from the ice bucket. Thank you very much, but no, Dwayne, I don't drink. Oh, Oklahoma, that's a pity. Let me get you something else. Iced tea, okay. Isabella. You ente helado, por favor. Although far from being proficient, Dwayne Johnson, who has lived under the same roof with his former Cuban sweetheart Danny Garcia for 11 years, can still master some simple and easy to remember Spanish words. Welcome to Miami, boys. After the housekeeper Isabella placed a glass of iced tea with more crushed ice than actual content in front of Hanyi, Dwayne Johnson raised the whiskey glass in his hand and raised his voice slightly. Among the 4 people, strictly speaking, only Hanyi still meets the definition of boy, but this is Johnson's language habit. Any words that can highlight his alpha temperament without being too domineering are on his common list. I love Miami. Kevin Hart's glass collided with the 3 people in turn, making a sound as eye-catching as his comment. The retired version of Los Angeles. Cough, smartass. Dwayne Johnson pretended to cough and fought back directly without showing any weakness. I like the energy of this combination. Han Yi took a sip of iced tea and smiled to smooth things over. Speaking of combinations, I think we have to raise a toast to Jumanji again. I saw the announcement you two posted on Instagram yesterday. Congratulations. Thank you, Yi. I'm also very happy that I can finally release this news. The whole team has been looking forward to it for a long time. If history had developed according to the normal trajectory, Kevin Hart's Heartbeat would not participate in the production of Jumanji. The only production company that would work with Columbia Pictures to develop the script and produce the post-production project would be Dwayne Johnson's 7 blockbuster pictures, with the 2 leading actors only sharing the profits, but not participating in the investment. The casting of Jumanji was not complicated. The contracts of Dwayne Johnson, Kevin Hart and Jack Black were signed in early April, and the news was announced to the public through the social media of the 3 actors on April 22nd. But in this life, due to Han Yi's intervention and his $130 million slate deal, the preparation process of Jumanji, or at least the casting process, was delayed for a whole quarter. After the investment cooperation case with Sony Pictures was finalized on June 15, Dwayne Johnson and Kevin Hart began negotiations on the actor contract. Even though they had reached a preliminary agreement before, the entire process took more than half a month to be completed. Therefore, the news that was supposed to be announced to the public on April 22nd was postponed to July 3rd, when Dwayne Johnson first released it on his Instagram account. In the photo accompanying the post, Dwayne Johnson, wearing gradient purple sunglasses and revealing his muscular upper body, smiled a bright smile with the same arc as the dog beside him. The Rock. Finally, it can be officially announced. I love this script. My dog friends Io-Shan and I are very much looking forward to sharing this blockbuster movie news with you. Being able to produce, create and present original content to fans, including HBO's Ballers and the recently released The Man from Nowhere, is one of the best parts of my job. But it's also been a huge honor to take well-known properties that are loved around the world, like Baywatch and Rampage, and reimagine them for a whole new era in a whole new and cool way. It's official. We are making and bringing one of my favorite movie franchises to a whole new generation. Some games are just for fun, but some games change your life. Jumanji. Working on an already great script with my team at SEVENBUCKSPROD and at KEVINHART for reels at HARTBEAT. Meeting up with our producer Matt Talmatch and director Jake Caston. Production starts this fall. Guaranteed to give you something cool and special, and not screwing up this damn project. As always, I'll keep you posted. Casting this movie should be fun. #JUMANJI #JUNGLELIFE #JUSTPRESSSTART #SONYPICTURES. Yes, that's right. Dwayne Johnson, or his new media operation team, is a chatterbox on social media. It seems that they have never studied the dissemination of Instagram content and the reading habits of platform users. Basically, every post on Dwayne Johnson's homepage is a long blog-style article. Even a short video of fishing by the lake has 7 lines of text, 8 images, and a famous quote. It's just like your grandfather who logged into Facebook for the first time and spent an afternoon writing a paper to share his life. Maybe this is how Dwayne Johnson narrows the distance between him and his fans. In contrast, Kevin Hart, who has been using Twitter intensively since 2009, is obviously cooler, more fashionable, and more like a young man who has not fallen behind the times. In a selfie with Dwayne Johnson, Kevin Hart only used 2 sentences to announce to the world the news that he was starring in Jumanji. Can't get rid of this ghost guy. So another one. #JUMANJI #SONYPICTURES #THEROCK #KEVINHART. This is how the cool uncle who only shows up at the Thanksgiving family gathering every year, but always brings you trendy gifts such as PS5 or Bluetooth headphones talks. This is why Dwayne Johnson has 43.8 million fans, a full 13 million more than Kevin Hart, but less than half of the latter's likes. One is the benchmark of the beauty of human male strength, and the other is the synonym of humor in European and American culture. The mainstream society's requirements for perfect men are almost half and half reflected in the two of them. In other words, Together, they are the super lovers that any woman dreams of. Looking at the problem from this perspective, it is not surprising that this screen combination has the commercial appeal of turning stones into gold. Their cooperation should never be limited to The Secret Agent and Jumanji. Whether as an investor, producer, or co-star, as long as the chemical reaction of strong contrast and dramatic tension between Dwayne Johnson and Kevin Hart can be continuously developed, the success of Jumanji can be replicated many times. Yes, negotiating with giants is always a difficult task. Thinking of this, Han Yi patted Jordan Bromley on the shoulder and smiled. But we have the best magician in Hollywood, who always knows how to turn vision into reality. Quite a slate deal we got there, isn't it? Indeed. Dwayne Johnson pursed his lips, folded his hands in front of his knees, moved forward half an inch, and pretended to listen carefully. He knew what Han Yi meant by mentioning the slate deal he had just won in his living room. It's time to distribute the results. Jordan has sent our cooperation memorandum to your team, including Danny, and 7 Block Pictures has also sent us back about 3 versions, right? 4 versions to be exact, Jordan continued. It's a lot of work, but the running in is good. Jordan Bromley's implicit expression was completely unable to show his admiration, respect and even fear for Danny Garcia, CEO of 7 Block Pictures and the Cuban ex-wife of Dwayne Johnson. This woman is a workaholic who still replies to emails at 4 in the morning. She is a detail-obsessed person who has to discuss an appendix in the cooperation memorandum in detail for a week. These 2 characteristics, combined with the aggressive strength of Latin American women, make for an extremely difficult negotiating opponent. In the end, Jordan Bromley couldn't even remember the last name of the other party's lawyer. Yes, it's going well. We can actually mail the agreement directly, and both parties sign to confirm the return. But I think, no matter what, it's better to meet in person before becoming partners. I'm the kind of guy who always thinks face-to-face communication is more effective and more humane than text messages. Me too. Dwayne Johnson smiled and touched his cheek, echoing, "A handshake is worth 1,000 words." Well said. Han Yi looked at Dwayne Johnson with approval and pushed the cooperation agreement that Jordan had quietly placed on the tea table in the direction of the action star. "Please take a close look at this agreement, Dwayne. In addition to Jumanji, there are also cooperation proposals that are enough to make each of us feel excited. But there is no doubt that all this has to start with Jumanji. The first is that in the slate deal we reached with Sony Pictures, we hope to open up 15% of the investment quota to Heartbeat and 7 Blockbuster Pictures. I mean, any project in the 5 movies. The big chapter is here, and tomorrow will also be a big chapter. I'm sorry for yesterday. I just got rid of the fever today. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Debt Financing. 15% Investment. Jumanji, Blade Runner 2049, Hotel Transylvania 3, The Emoji Movie, and Venom. The Venom from Marvel, right? Dwayne Johnson reviewed the cooperation memorandum and confirmed it with Han Yi and Jordan Bromley. This was certainly not the first time he heard about this financing cooperation. From April to July, Danny Garcia would report to him about the specific progress of Sony Pictures' slate deal at every quarterly meeting of 7 Pictures. But Dwayne Johnson was too busy. From the beginning of 2016 to now, he has been moving between various crews. The day after the filming of the 2nd season of Ballers was completed, he started the principal photography of the first phase of Baywatch. It started on February 22nd at Deerfield Beach in the north of Miami, moved to Tybee Island in the far east of Savannah, Georgia in late March, and wrapped up on May 18th. Without a moment to catch his breath, Dwayne Johnson boarded the private plane prepared for him by the Fast and Furious 8 crew late at night with his iPad and a pile of meeting documents, and a phone between his head and shoulders. He flew from Savannah to Miami, and then to Havana, the capital of Cuba, to meet Vin Diesel, Michelle Rodriguez and other leading actors. Although the current president made a historic visit to Cuba on March 30th this year, marking the beginning of the United States' relaxation of sanctions on this Central American island country, the lifting of the ban on commercial flights will not be allowed until August. In July 2016, only a few private charter flights approved by the Cuban government could depart directly from Miami International Airport and land at Havana's Jose Marti International Airport. Dwayne Johnson's private plane was undoubtedly on the permitted list. The Cuban government attaches great importance to the role of Fast and Furious 8 in promoting local tourism, and even blocked 40 city blocks for the crew to film in one go. The takeoff and landing of a Gulfstream aircraft is just a trivial detail of Cuba's open policy. After spending nearly a week in Cuba, where there are only 35 Wi-Fi hotspots throughout the country, Dwayne Johnson completed the preparatory work for the script and the role, and returned to the United States with the main group, returning to Perry, Georgia, to shoot Luke Hobbs' Berlin scenes in a special set built by the crew. It was not until yesterday that Dwayne Johnson finished all the work in Georgia and came to Miami to handle some personal affairs, including a meeting with Kanye, Kevin Hart and Jordan Bromley this afternoon. This time, he has 42 hours of rest time in Miami. After a day and a half, he will embark on the journey again, going to Atlanta and New York, and staying for another 6 to 8 weeks to finish Fast and Furious 8. This is not the end. After the filming is completed in early October, Dwayne Johnson can enjoy a total of 4 days of vacation, and then he will have to rush to the San Diego Wildlife Sanctuary on the west coast and the headquarters of the anti-poaching organization in Rwanda, Africa, to learn about poaching and anti-poaching knowledge, and prepare professional skills for the main shooting of Rampage in April next year. That is to say, from now until Christmas, the time that Dwayne Johnson can spare to deal with personal and business affairs is less than a week in total. Most meetings are held on private planes and business chartered cars. In this case, it is not easy for Dwayne Johnson to remember the basic framework of the cooperation agreement. Dwayne Johnson is responsible for the specific performance work, and other business negotiations and company operations are handed over to the team, led by Danny Garcia. Whether before or after the divorce, the operating system of 7 Blockbuster has always been like this. This is also the main reason why the two are still business partners, even if the relationship breaks down. Danny Garcia needs Dwayne Johnson, a super action type, to display her business talent, and Dwayne cannot do without Dana's strong operation. Yes, Marvel's Venom is led by Columbia Pictures, and assisted by Marvel Pictures. Jordan nodded slightly and answered, "We have 1/3 of the investment share of this movie." Very interesting. Dwayne Johnson frowned, stroking his chin and thinking seriously. I heard Matt mention this project. How is it going now? Dwayne Johnson naturally knows the general progress of Venom, because the Matt he mentioned, Matt Tomach, is the producer of Jumanji, Venom and the Andrew Garfield version of the Spider-Man series of movies. Matt Tomach, who was appointed as the co-production president of Sony Pictures in 2008, left the position 2 years after taking office, and founded Matt Tomach Production Company. He signed a 3-year priority transaction agreement with Sony Pictures to focus on developing the rebooted Spider-Man series of movies, The Amazing Spider-Man with Avi Arad and Laura Ziskin. In the traditional sense, the first and second films of the Amazing Spider-Man series can be regarded as successful. The first film grossed $757 million worldwide, and the second film grossed $708.9 million worldwide. The two films brought nearly $1.5 billion in box office to Columbia and Sony Pictures. No matter what commercial movie standards are used, they are considered successful. But unfortunately, what they represent is not any commercial movie, but Spider-Man, one of the most valuable animation IPs in the North American film industry before the rise of the Marvel Universe. The opening weekend box office of The Amazing Spider-Man 2 was $91.6 million. Although it was the champion of the week, it was still 40% lower than the opening weekend box office of Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 3, which had the worst commercial performance of the previous generation. Not only that, the poor reputation caused the film's box office in North America to stagnate, and finally stopped at $202.8 million, a 23% drop from the North American box office of The Amazing Spider-Man. You know, Columbia Pictures and Sony Pictures expected the box office of The Amazing Spider-Man 2 to be $1 billion. To put it more bluntly, Columbia and Sony need The Amazing Spider-Man 2 to reach a box office of $1 billion to rescue the two companies from financial difficulties. If the box office is only $708.9 million, this super expensive product with a production cost of $255 million can only bring Sony a profit of $70.38 million, and the cash return rate is only a pitiful 1.12. Adding P&A fees, overseas distribution costs, indirect costs and capital interest, the total cost of about $570 million can only bring a profit of $70.38 million, which is not a net profit. For Columbia and Sony, which are in deep financial trouble, this is more uncomfortable than the small cost money losing product with an investment of tens of millions of dollars. Therefore, the group's board of directors reached an agreement to stop the establishment of The Amazing Spider-Man 3 and all subsequent derivative series, and assigned two executives Michael Linton and Amy Pascal to fly to the mansion of Isaac Perlmutter, CEO of Marvel Entertainment, in Palm Beach, Florida, and handed over the Spider-Man series, which has always been reluctant to give up the production rights to Marvel Pictures for development. After a series of commercial Waterloos in the 2010s, Sony Pictures finally made its first wise decision, which is to let Marvel, which is better at making superhero movies, help Columbia and Sony regain their glory in another way. After all, Columbia Pictures has only Skyfall to break the billion-dollar box office so far, and Marvel? As of 2023, they have a full 10 movies that have broken the billion-dollar box office mark. It is quite ironic that letting others run the show can prevent Sony Pictures from making another costly mistake. However, although Matt Tomach was deprived of the right to further develop the Spider-Man series of films, his cooperation with Sony Pictures continues. This filmmaker, who has spent almost his entire career at Sony Pictures, has deep roots in the group and cannot be easily shaken. The most important thing is that Matt Tomach theoretically did not lose a penny in the two films he developed for Sony, and he made a total of $200 million. This kind of performance is unlikely to cause Sony Pictures to terminate the priority development agreement between the two parties. Besides, there are no more talents available at Columbia and Sony now. Therefore, for 2 years starting from 2014, Matt Tomach has been actively looking for valuable film assets within the group for secondary development. So far, there are two projects that have finally landed. The first is Jumanji, which was not very popular before, and the group did not have high expectations. The second is another superhero that Sony bought the film development rights from Marvel, Venom. Although Venom is far from being the first echelon in the Marvel superhero world, and its commercial value is not comparable to Spider-Man, the bonding between Sony Pictures and Marvel Pictures has begun. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Sony, which is becoming increasingly weak in copyright development, will only be more inclined to deepen its cooperation with Marvel and Disney in the future. As long as Marvel can participate in the production of Venom and complete it according to their template and formula, then this movie has a great chance to become the next hot topic. At least it is more interesting than Jumanji. Dwayne Johnson thought so too. Although he could not become the leading actor of the Venom series due to personal conditions, if he could participate in the project in other ways, it would be a good thing for him and 7 blockbuster pictures. Ever since he heard Matt Tomach mention his new film development plan, this idea has been lingering in Dwayne Johnson's mind. Therefore, when he learned that Hanye's slate deal with Sony Pictures included an investment share in Venom, this became the most concerned detail of Dwayne Johnson's cooperation proposal, even more than the one he starred in. 3 producers have been confirmed: Avi Arad, Amy Pascal representing Sony Pictures, and Matt Tomach. Jordan Bromley thought for a while and added, Dant Harper is writing the first draft of the movie. Dant? Dwayne Johnson hesitated a little. A screenwriter he had never heard of was not a good sign. A very good screenwriter, who has written a lot of action-themed stuff before, and is also a mentor for new members of the WGA. Jordan stroked his eyebrows with his thumb and naturally extended the topic downward. He himself knew that the current draft screenwriter was far from enough in terms of fame and qualifications. He was just a laborer pulled by the three producers to come up with a rough framework. Of course, there will definitely be more elite talents joining the screenwriter team in the later stage. Jeff Pinkner has basically confirmed that he will participate in the creative process. That will be better, without a doubt. Hearing the second half of Jordan's words, Dwayne Johnson dragged out his tone and his expression was obviously relaxed. Jeff Pinkner is not only the main screenwriter of Jumanji, but also a member of the creative team of The Amazing Spider-Man 2, The Fifth Wave and The Dark Tower. In the early stage of his career, he was the main writer of the scripts of 3 TV series, Lost, Fringe and The Beast, a total of 33 episodes. The ratings of the TV series are pretty good. Although the response to the movie is mediocre, at least they are all large-scale works of Columbia Pictures, and the themes and styles they have been handling are also similar to Venom. For a Marvel work, what the screenwriter has to do is to strictly follow the story template that has been tried and tested since 2008 to fill in the content and ensure that it is not out of line, not a monster, and not a collapse. After all, few mainstream audiences cultivated by the Marvel Universe are here to watch the plot. Jeff Pinkner is not the most suitable choice for Venom in Hollywood at present, but he is definitely familiar with hiring him to revise the draft and polish the script to a level that is acceptable to the audience. So, since the script is still in the first draft stage, there should be no confirmed starring actor at present, right? Dwayne Johnson then raised the second question he was most concerned about. As long as he knew the name of the starring actor, Dwayne, who has been in the industry for many years, could roughly calculate the overall budget of Below the Line, and thus have a rough estimate of the production cost, P&A cost, and global box office required to break even. No actors have been confirmed yet, but according to our communication with Sony Pictures, the production cost of Venom will be around $100 million, with a maximum increase of 15%. The management team of our investment fund SEP3 will strictly monitor this. Jordan Bromley knew very well what data Dwayne Johnson was most concerned about. This reply, which sounded a bit off topic to outsiders, was exactly the answer he was looking for. $100 million. Dwayne was calculating quickly in his mind. This humanoid weapon with a body fat rate of only 7% did not look like a person with a natural talent in numbers and logic, but to the surprise of many people, Dwayne Johnson, who was admitted to the University of Miami through the football program, actually has a double undergraduate degree in criminology and psychology. This was achieved when he fell into depression as soon as he entered school with a GPA of only 0.7 in the first semester and was forced to take a leave of absence for a period of time. He was forced to take a leave of absence in 1991 with a GPA of less than 1 and became one of the academic captains of the University of Miami in 1993. Dwayne's resilience and extraordinary intelligence can be seen. Although he is not a genius who can study the Pointer conjecture, it is not a challenge for him to construct a profit model of a Hollywood commercial film in his mind in an instant. The production cost of $100 million means that the publicity and distribution cost is about 1.25-1.5 times of this number. That is, $125-150 million. In addition to the cost of using funds, the share of the starring actors, the share of the channel distribution, putting aside other sources of income, if the box office alone can reach about $400 million, it is basically certain that it can break even after the multi-channel income comes in, and it will all be profit. Is $400 million difficult for a superhero movie that is about to be integrated into the Marvel Universe? Let's put it this way, the global box office of Ant-Man is $529 million, and the production cost of Paul Rudd's film is even $30 million higher than the budget of Venom. Even if no one cares about this superhero, Ant-Man can bring Marvel a net profit of $109 million and a cash return rate of 1.31. Even though Shanghai and the Legend of the Ten Rings lost the entire Chinese market, it caused Disney tens of millions of dollars in losses at the global box office. But after the release, the profits from streaming video platforms and DVD sales and other channels can still slowly turn it from red to green on the books. So can Venom be invested? Of course it can be invested. As long as there is no shocking scandal, Venom will continue to make steady progress according to this production cost, and the net profit will exceed $100 million. We still have to discuss which films to invest in within our team, but at least I can guarantee that, as long as you are willing, Mr. Han, 7 Pictures will provide financial support for Venom and Jumanji. Of course I'm happy to do so. Han Yi responded without any hesitation. It was his long-planned plan to make Kevin Hart and Dwayne Johnson, the golden duo, become his participants in the film and television industry at the same time through the Slate deal. According to the agreement reached between Kevin Hart and Han Yi, Heartbeat will invest $19.5 million, accounting for 15% of the Slate deal, while the other 15% will be left to Dwayne Johnson's 7 studios. Therefore, from the perspective of the transaction structure, although SEP3 is the only entity that has signed a contract with Sony Pictures, after signing the contract, Han Yi will release 30% of the investment share to Hart and Johnson, and he will account for 70%. In this way, this Slate deal with a total value of $130 million has several more crucial stacker holders. Who are they? Kevin Hart, Dwayne Johnson and Carlyle Group. The first 2 are quasi first-line stars with connections and influence in the circle. They are well versed in the operation of Hollywood accounts. As co-stars of one of the 5 films in the Slate deal, they will also play a supervisory and deterrent role on Sony Pictures. The last one is a Wall Street giant with a professional audit team and a post-tracking team. They can get huge management fees and profit dividends through SEP3 every year. They can cooperate well with Kevin Hart and Dwayne Johnson in the industry to minimize the non-business risks of this cooperation agreement. They have 100% of the shares, but in the end, Sony Pictures made a dazzling operation, and they went from profit to loss. They still released 30% of the quota to ensure that there are partners to take the trouble to ensure the procedural justice of each process. I believe that any investor with an IQ above the passing line knows how to choose. Moreover, Heartbeat and 7 Blocks did not get this 30% quota for nothing. However, for this 15% investment quota, we had some prerequisites in terms of the source of funds. What prerequisites? Dwayne Johnson raised his eyebrows and asked. We attach great importance to the security and stability of funds. Therefore, if 100% of the 15% investment amount is cash you pay directly from the 7 Blockbuster Pictures account, then we will definitely not have any problems, Dwayne. After all, those are the hard-earned funds of your movies and boxing matches. Since you are confident that you can fully invest in the Slate deal, you must have a clear plan for the business development and funding needs of other sectors. Han Yi's words were very obscure, and people with less agile thinking may not be able to understand the deep meaning of his words for a while. But some things are clear to the spectator, while others can only be understood by the person in charge. Dwayne Johnson knew very well what message these twisted English sentences were trying to convey to him. Slate deal is good, but do you have $19.5 million in disposable cash? Even if you do, are you willing to put all this cash into a film and television investment agreement that will take several years to see returns? In 2015, Dwayne Johnson earned $64.5 million from his acting career, more than 3 times the estimated investment amount this time. But out of this $64.5 million, after deducting taxes, team share and the cash flow required for the operation of 7 film studios, how much can he put directly on the table? Private jets, high-end restaurants, decent dresses, even his 6-day private training courses a week, which one does not require real money to pile up. If he could easily come up with $19.5 million, the villa where the 4 people are now should be on Star Island in Biscayne Bay, not Southwest Farm City in the north of the city. The value of this property should also be $34 million, not $3.4 million. To put it another way, we hope that the cooperation between the 2 parties is private and in-depth, without the intervention of a third party. Therefore, if you want to recruit other partners or debt financing to raise enough funds to invest in this Slate deal, my suggestion is that we should be the debt financing party. You mean? Dwayne Johnson opened his lips slightly, and his expression gradually began to become surprised. There is enough cash in SEP3. Carefully observing Dwayne Johnson's movements and expressions, Han Yi threw out the only way of cooperation he accepted with an unquestionable attitude. So, in fact, The safest, most convenient and most trust-enhancing way for both parties is to directly use the money already in the investment fund. If you want to invest with debt, 7 Pictures only needs to sign a debt financing agreement with me. Believe me, the financing conditions in all aspects are definitely much better than those of financial institutions on the market. Chapter 184 Dream Bigger. There we go. So that's the plan. Hearing Han Yi's preconditions for investing in the Slate deal, Dwayne Johnson nodded slightly and understood. In the words just now, the other party clarified 3 positions and attitudes. First, no matter what the reason, SEP Third, co-founded by Han Yi and Carlyle Group, should not accept external capital injection in the short term. If they do not accept their request and insist on introducing other financing institutions to provide funds, the subsequent cooperation may be quite difficult. Second, although Dwayne Johnson's 7 Blocks Pictures united with Kevin Hart and Han Yi in the early negotiation stage, and finally prompted Sony Pictures to open up the investment quota for Jumanji, everyone knows that the reason why Dwayne Johnson did this was not to help Kevin Hart or Han Yi, but to enable himself to obtain more generous film contract conditions, a more important crew position, and a stronger influence at all stages of the project. In other words, it is common in Hollywood for one or more leading actors to negotiate with the producers together, and it is not a matter of who owes whom a favor. More importantly, the Slate deal reached between SEP Third and Sony Pictures includes not only Jumanji, but also the other 4 films, regardless of their quality and production progress, which are important projects within Columbia and Sony. Han Yi is willing to open up investment quotas other than Jumanji, especially for high-quality projects such as Venom, so it is naturally impossible to be completely unconcerned. One of the considerations is to specify that Dwayne Johnson choose SEP Third's own funds as a means of debt financing. Han Yi lends the total investment amount, or part of the investment amount, to Dwayne Johnson, who then puts it into the Slate deal. In this way, no matter whether the specific project that Dwayne Johnson chooses to invest in makes a profit or a loss in the end, he needs to pay the interest on the use of the funds first. For example, according to the current 5-year CD10K interest rate in the United States, Dwayne Johnson needs to pay 1.47% interest every year during the entire process of investing in Jumanji and Venom. Assuming that the combined cash return rate of the 2 projects after 5 years is 1.5, then the rate of return received by Dwayne Johnson is not 50%, but 42.65%, after deducting the 5-year interest. There is no gift without reason in the world. Dwayne Johnson, who has climbed all the way from the bottom of the valley to the top of the mountain, has a deep understanding of this. To be honest, if Han Yi did not set such a restrictive clause in the middle to cut the profit, Dwayne might have doubts, because the cooperation conditions were too good to be true. And following this logical chain, the third attitude that Han Yi wants to express is about to come out. The reason why he is willing to open up the investment quota for other projects besides Jumanji to Dwayne Johnson is not because Han Yi is short of money, nor because he wants to find a partner to share the risk. The main purpose of transferring part of the benefits to Dwayne Johnson is to show goodwill in the hope of more cooperation in the future. I have no problem. It is much more convenient for 7 Blockbuster to raise funds through SEP Third. We don't want to spend too much energy on the investment and financing link. You should understand that as a production company, it is most important to do our part. Dwayne Johnson carefully considered his words. So, if you want to use SEP Third for debt financing, do we need to prepare any collateral? Of course not. Although Dwayne Johnson asked knowingly, Han Yi had to answer openly. The money is already in the account of the investment fund. If you need to use it, just sign the agreement directly. For me, the most valuable collateral is a trust between each other. After all, in addition to Jumanji and Venom, I also hope that the 3 of us can have close cooperation in other aspects. Han Yi turned his index finger back and forth between himself, Kevin Hart and Dwayne Johnson, and smiled. Man comes with a plan. Kevin Hart, who had full social skills, interrupted at the right time. When Han Yi was discussing the investment agreement with Dwayne Johnson, he was drinking silently and checking his phone beside him, with an attitude that he had nothing to do with it. It was not until Han Yi turned the topic to possible future cooperation that he began to sing the same tune with the former again. You should listen to his plan. When he told me about it before, it gave me goosebumps. Really? Dwayne Johnson walked up the steps laid by Kevin Hart. What kind of plan? Our good brother, in Las Vegas. Can I reveal it now? Yee. Kevin Hart stopped talking mysteriously in the middle of the conversation, looked at Han Yi, and asked softly, with full posture and tone. Please feel free. Han Yi spread his right hand in Kevin's direction and responded. Do you know the Circus Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Rocky? I've heard of it. Yee. We are going to buy the Circus Hotel and Casino, and then rebuild it on the original site. And, note, we are not going to rebuild an identical 4-star rundown hotel, but a futuristic spaceship that truly belongs to the 21st century. Kevin Hart, who worked in a sneaker store for a long time before embarking on the path of a comedian, is a natural gold medal salesman. His tone and words are extremely exaggerated, which brings a relaxing and entertaining effect while being full of appeal and persuasiveness. Motel? Boom. It's salmon now. The most cost-effective family suite in Las Vegas? Sorry, guys, our grand executive suite is at least $2,500. Otherwise just stay at the Hilton next door. Wow. Kevin Hart's grand plan and 2 world-famous luxury hotel brands made Dwayne Johnson a little stunned. So, you bought the land of MGM. The preliminary compliance process is in progress. Jordan Brom used professional terms to make a joke. Preliminary compliance process, which means that this matter is still only on paper. But Dwayne Johnson doesn't need to know this. Not only that, a series of world-class entertainment facilities will be built on that 123,000 square feet of land. Kevin Hart counted on his fingers and relayed to Dwayne Johnson the beautiful blueprint that Han Yi had drawn for him in the conference call. A hip-hop bar with Snoop Dogg as the spokesperson, a talk show club with Heartbeat as the content creator and event planner, and the largest outdoor electronic music nightclub in Las Vegas. I believe you should already know about my cooperation with Kevin, Dwayne. The reason why I invested in Heartbeat is not only to have a good friend in the film and television industry, but also to work with him to make some changes in live entertainment, especially live comedy. Finding the right time, Han Yi spoke up to it. I want the rebuilt Circus Hotel and Casino to become the largest entertainment complex in Las Vegas, Nevada, the West Coast and even the world. The talk show club run by Kevin is one of the components. In my opinion, the current live comedy environment in Las Vegas is actually not very friendly to talk show hosts. There are only 2 famous comedy clubs. One is the Comedy Cellar in the Rio Casino Hotel, and the other is Laugh at the Tropical Garden Hotel Factory. Both clubs are small bar style settings, and, let's put it more bluntly, the Rio Casino Hotel and the Tropicana Hotel are both 4-star, which means that comedy performances have not really become one of the mainstream entertainment methods in Las Vegas. In fact, comedians have a huge audience. Kevin Hart opened his arms and raised his voice. Look at me, even I can perform in a stadium with tens of thousands of people. Well, not everyone can perform in more than 100 different large stadiums, and is known as the most commercially valuable stand-up comedian after Steve Martin. Han Yi patted Kevin on the back and chuckled, but in recent years, the audience and ticket market for live comedy are indeed growing. Like Kevin, there are more and more comedy stars who can sell at least 10,000 tickets in New York and fill Madison Square Garden. Louis C.K., Bill Burr, Jim Gaffigan. Don't these people deserve to have a decent large stage in Las Vegas? That's why we hope that this talk show that is about to be built will have a good audience and ticket market. Imagine a large talk show theater with 3,000 seats, with top-notch sound equipment and interior decoration. Jim Jeffries, Aziz Ansari, Russell Peters, Chris Tucker and John Mulaney are all here, and big names like Trevor Noah, Kevin Hart and Ricky Gervais, who are doing well in Hollywood, occasionally come here to do specials. Do you think such a talk show club can become a new benchmark for live entertainment in Las Vegas? And can it provide a unique competitive advantage for the reborn Circus Casino Hotel? There is no doubt about that. Dwayne Johnson echoed with polite compliments, and of course, sincere recognition. Talk shows are the next explosive growth point in the field of live performances, and Las Vegas just happens to lack a world-class stage specifically for comedians. Han Yi chose it as a starting point at this point in time, and his vision is indeed quite unique. Searching for the shining points that can gain a foothold in the world's entertainment capital is our primary goal in the early planning. Seeing that the first project resonated with Dwayne Johnson, Han Yi immediately took advantage of the victory and said, "I want to make a complete hip-hop nightclub, and it is also out of this consideration." Yes, Las Vegas is a city with no shortage of nightclubs, but I believe you also know that the mainstream style of nightclubs here is still EDM, and only a few nightclubs will open a lounge in the store that specializes in playing hip-hop music. But we have all seen the rapid rise of hip-hop music. Drake's Views had 245 million views in its first week, surpassing any so-called pop music superstar in the history of streaming platforms. It is no exaggeration to say that electronic music and hip-hop are the pop music of young people in this era. Either of these two music styles can produce tons of gold, whether online or offline. There is a market, an audience, spending power, and growth prospects. So why can't Las Vegas have a nightclub that is 100% hip-hop music? More than 10,000 feet of dance floor and booths are full of hip-hop music lovers and fans of famous rappers. Electronic music nightclubs have already tested the most suitable artist structure for us. Just follow their templates and replace them all with hip-hop singers. 5 or 6 newcomers from the XXL freshman class, 1 or 2 superstars like Drake who can double the consumption that night, and 2 or 3 groups like Snoop Dogg who can trigger a chorus of legends when the prelude starts. It sounds like you like Snoop very much. The Rock joked, "You keep mentioning his name over and over again." I'm Snoop's most loyal supporter because he's the CEO of a hip hop label under Han Music. What? Dwayne Johnson widened his eyes in surprise. Why do you act like you're seeing this news for the first time? Kevin Hart spread his hands helplessly and asked, "Didn't you see the congratulatory post I posted on Instagram? It was just a week ago." "I really didn't see it." Dwayne Johnson shook his head. "You're not going to blacklist me, are you? I wish I knew how to blacklist you. No, I just don't have time to be online 24/7. People who write posts as if they were papers have the nerve to say this." Kevin Hart muttered, "Well, in short, Ye has reached a cooperation with Snoop Dogg, and he will be responsible for the operation of the hip hop section. Migos has been signed, and, a lot of newcomers." "Okay, wow, congratulations, Ye. This is big news." Dwayne Johnson felt that he said wow more times today than usual, but in this short conversation of less than half an hour, there were indeed many discoveries worthy of his amazement. This young man in his 20s, while partnering with the Carlyle Group to take over the $130 million Slate deal, also became the largest institutional shareholder of Utah through Parkway Capital with $190 million, entered Kevin Hart's Heartbeat, and acquired Diplo's Mad Decent. Now, you tell me that he also set up a hip-hop label with Snoop Dogg. This Chinese billionaire, what kind of monster is he? How much money is left in his bank account? Yes, everyone in Han Music is excited to invite a partner of Snoop Dogg's level. He is also the confidence that we firmly believe that we can provide first-class hip-hop performances in Las Vegas. The vortex rising in Dwayne Johnson's heart did not affect Han Yi's increasingly fluent expression. The same level of trust also exists between us and Diplo's team. The Las Vegas Festival celebration venue should not be just an empty venue that can only host less than 10 music festival events a year. With the help of Utah, Mad Decent and Han Music's increasingly powerful matrix of electronic musicians, we are fully capable of turning it into a transcendent and milestone outdoor nightclub. Different DJs can hold different types of rave parties here every day. There is no need to increase the consumption too much, $20 or $30 a ticket, and let them spend the same amount on some light-colored ragas. Dwayne, this is a super large venue that can accommodate more than 50,000 people, several times larger than the Mirage in Brooklyn. Although the average customer spending is not high, as long as the venue can be packed with audiences, the revenue of the Las Vegas Festival celebration venue every night will never be lower than those of luxury nightclubs. The unique competitive advantage that cannot be replicated in a short time is reflected in all aspects such as a talk show theater with a scale of more than 10,000 people, a nightclub focusing on hip-hop music, and an affordable outdoor nightclub with a scale of 10,000 people. Looking at the party music scene in Las Vegas, the only ones that can be regarded as outdoor nightclubs are Wine's Encore Beach Club, the Venetian's Tao Beach, and the MGM Grand's Wet Republic. Moreover, due to the limitation of the venue size, these three pool party venues have no way to reduce the ticket price and average alcohol consumption to the level mentioned by Han Yi. But the Las Vegas Festival Celebration venue is different. It is a super venue covering an area of nearly 40 acres, and with a theoretical maximum capacity of 80,000 people. If Han Yi can really build permanent party facilities in the venue after the overall acquisition is completed, then he can open up a niche market that other groups in the gambling city cannot touch in a short time. Not to mention 80,000 people, as long as the number of visitors per night can reach 1/8 of this number, that is, 10,000 people. Based on the average ticket price plus 50 alcohol per person, the average ticket price will be 50,000 yuan. Calculated based on the consumption amount of US dollars, it can generate 500,000 US dollars in operating income every day. That's 15 million US dollars a month, and 180 million a year. You know, the most profitable excess nightclub has an annual operating income of about 100 million US dollars. Han Yi doesn't know whether Las Vegas's 32.23 million global tourists can support a nightly electronic music party of 10,000 people. But if it can, the top spot in the global nightclub industry, I'm afraid I'll have to change my surname. These plans are amazing, Yi. I have no doubt that you, Kevin, Jordan, and other diligent partners in the team can turn them into tangible results. The tail of Han Yi's last sentence disappeared for 2 or 3 minutes, and Dwayne Johnson, who had been pondering for a long time, slowly spoke. I'm also very open to being part of the plan. However, I don't know how I can help you, Yi. I don't have the jokes in Kevin Hart's mind, and I don't know how to operate a CDJ. But you are the greatest and most famous wrestler on the planet. No one else. Seeing that Dwayne Johnson had entered the thought path he had expected, Han Yi smiled and responded softly. In Las Vegas, if an entertainment complex wants to truly become a landmark tourist destination, it must have the blessing of sports events. And what events, in terms of temperament, style, and organization, are most in line with Sin City? Boxing, fighting, wrestling, any confrontational sports that allow the audience to vent their violent desires. Yes, since it is Sin City, these things are absolutely indispensable. People want to experience the pleasure of being winners and conquerors in every aspect, to kill all 4 sides at the gambling table, to reach the pinnacle in the suite, and to watch the boxer they support beat the enemy into coma at the side of the boxing ring. So, maybe it's possible, maybe not, but I want to explore a possibility. That is, to see if the current adventure park can be turned into a sports park. People can participate in sports here in person, and of course they can also watch the most exciting and intense fighting events in the world. It would be even better if it could become a permanent venue for WWE. At this point, Han Yi patted Dwayne Johnson's granite-like arms. Do you think we can accomplish this feat? I don't know, Yi. I mean, then scissor. Dwayne Johnson's answer came to an abrupt end. After a few seconds, he took a breath. The smart industry leader has already understood Han Yi's unspoken subtext. Are you trying to say, we live in an era full of dreamers, Dwayne? Han Yi used the words to describe Reuben Ki-hun to answer Dwayne Johnson's surprised questions. Since everyone is dreaming, why can't we dream bigger? We don't need Vince to bring WWE to Las Vegas. As long as we dare to dream and take action. You can also be the next Vince. Chapter 185 Overtaking on a Curve. You should have seen his expression when he heard you say that. Jordan Bromley, who spends the whole day moving between various AAA class office buildings, pays special attention to interaction with the natural environment. Not only does he squeeze out time to climb the Hollywood Hills every week, but he also chooses to hike in popular outdoor resorts every time he travels to a city. Even on the short journey home from Lax, he opens the car window to let the fresh and dry night breeze into the car. Los Angeles on July 3rd, 2016 was far from the most annoying hot summer season. In fact, the climate in Southern California at this time was even more pleasant than that of most southern cities in the United States. Even at noon, it was only 75 degrees Fahrenheit. At 10:31 p.m., 27 minutes after Hanyi and Jordan Bromley landed in California on a private plane, the characteristics of the Mediterranean climate caused the temperature to drop sharply to 64 degrees Fahrenheit in the early night. In such weather, turning on the air conditioner is indeed not as cool and refreshing as opening the window. It's simply priceless. Jordan sank his tired body completely into the comfortable leather seat of the Bentley Bentayga. It was unclear whether he was following up on the previous sentence or praising the comfort of the backseat of Hanyi's luxury car. "Who are you talking about, and what did you hear?" Hanyi, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes slightly and glanced at his legal advisor with a smile. "If there is a subject and some detailed description, it should help me understand your meaning faster. I'm talking about the sentence you said to The Rock this afternoon, 'You can also be the next Vince.'" Recalling the scene a few hours ago, Jordan Bromley couldn't help laughing twice. Looking at his reaction at the time, you should have helped him find another life goal. How can it be so exaggerated? Although he said this, Hanyi knew very well in his heart that when he mentioned WWE, he could indeed observe The Rock's expression of disbelief and surprise, and then the ups and downs of his emotions that he tried to suppress. However, many things cannot be seen by just looking at the appearance. Hanyi didn't know what WWE meant to Dwayne Johnson, and whether controlling this organization would really be Dwayne's next important goal besides his acting career. He only knew that the world's largest professional wrestling company would play a crucial role in his future strategic layout. To be more specific, United Artists Management, in which he was going to gradually increase his shareholding, needed to catch up with WME and Live Entertainment. With the support of Silver Lake Capital, the world's #1 performing arts agency could allocate more and more financial resources, and the speed of structural expansion was getting faster and faster. In order to be listed on the New York Stock Exchange at the highest possible valuation, so that the institutions that bet on it could cash out in the secondary market and make a lot of money from the Sprint acquisition, the total amount of transactions involved was getting more and more exaggerated. In 2013, Silver Lake Capital took WME and acquired IMG as a whole at a sky-high price of $2.3 billion. This price was 13 times the profit before interest, tax, depreciation, and amortization of IMG. The market valuation of entertainment agencies, especially the valuation and EBITDA of Billy, should be much lower than this figure, as Hanyi and Bohu Capital learned when they acquired Utah. In other words, WME bought a Mercedes-Benz S350 at the price of a Rolls-Royce. It is definitely a good car, but it is definitely not worth that much money. But WME and Silver Lake Capital don't care, because their goal is not to make this acquisition profitable at all, but to expand the scale of WME in the shortest possible time, so that they can become the undisputed champion company in this industry before the bell rings, and win the favor of the secondary market as the world's first entertainment agency stock. In order to repel KKR, which also proposed an acquisition proposal to IMG at the time, the premium of several $100 million was a price that Silver Lake Capital, which manages $92 billion in assets, had to pay in order to save time costs and was acceptable. Because, next, they have many more pieces of the puzzle that need to be connected to WME's already bloated body. For example, on January 21, 2015, they bought the esports artist management company GEM. For example, in April 2015, it acquired all the shares of the professional bull riding competition. For example, on September 14, 2015, it purchased the Miss Universe organization and all its brand assets from Trump. For example, last month, it co-founded Endeavor China in China with Sequoia Capital, Tencent and Fountinvest Capital. Esports, cowboy sports, beauty pageants, overseas branches. Looking at the series of business operations after the merger of WME and IMG, it is not difficult to find that Silver Lake Capital and the entertainment giant it firmly controls do not have any clear direction at all. Of course, WME, which dominates in many fields such as film, television, music, advertising, and sports, actually no longer needs to improve its core business sector. If you want to raise your valuation, you have to do what they do now. Look at everything, buy everything, and put it in your mouth first to see if you can eat it or not. It weighs 100 kilograms, but you have to do everything you can to make it look like 150 kilograms on the scale, so that this pig can be sold at a good price. The acquisition of UFC by WME, which will be announced to the world in a week, is the most eye-catching highlight of this carnival of adding weight to pigs. There is no eternal enemy in the capital circle. This time, Silver Lake Capital, together with KKR, which they had tried so hard to drive away 3 years ago, and Michael Dell's family office MSD Capital, emptied WME's cash account and raised $4 billion to take over the world's largest MMA event brand, the Ultimate Fighting Championship, or UFC $4 billion. This is the most expensive acquisition in the history of the entertainment agency industry. At the same time, it also marks that the arms race of the 4 major Hollywood entertainment agencies has entered a new stage. Striving for the best entertainment contracts for signed artists is no longer the most important concern of WMEIMG, CAA, UTA and ICM. How to get along well with Wall Street, do everything possible to get 10-digit financing, and then take all the related brands that can be touched into the arms. On Wall Street, there are only a few large capitals that are interested, capable, connected, and determined to invest in performing arts agencies. This means that at the critical moment of the 4-nation competition, if anyone takes a nap or loses focus, the few capital partners may be divided up by the other 3 parties in an instant. In particular, the 2 smaller agencies, UTA and ICM, have to be extremely alert and seek financing solutions day and night. There is already a WMEIMG that has taken off. If the other 2 companies rush to get a long-term financial sponsor, the last one will only face the tragic fate of being eliminated by the times. You know, the most stable structure is not a quadrilateral, but a triangle. In the past, when the continuity of time and space was not disturbed, the 5 armies battle in the performing arts agency industry was developing in this direction. IMG, which has a shallow foundation in Hollywood, but dominates the fashion and sports industries, was directly swallowed up by WME. In 2021, CAA realized that the gap between itself and WMEIMG was gradually widening, and that it had to make a shocking deal to catch up. After the major shareholder TPG Capital transferred part of its equity to a number of Wall Street investment banks and private equity groups, it bought ICM for $750 million. The 4th place, which was the weakest, and had no hope of turning around due to the Black Swan event, threw out the white handkerchief. At that time, it was a desperate gamble with almost zero possibility for UTA, which ranked 3rd, to overtake. After all the chips with a little value in this market are already in the hands of WME and CAA. The 2 players don't need to go all in at all. Even if they only put 1 chip on the table at a time, they can still play UTA to death. By that time, UTA finally figured out a sad reality. Although the triangular structure is the most stable in the modern society, where industry trusts are illegal, the binary market segmentation can allow capital to minimize the loss caused by competition to the greatest extent, so as to jointly seize the greatest and most complete benefits. Having 2 choices, Coca-Cola and Pepsi, is enough. The double champion system is the deepest sorrow of the runner-up. Fortunately, in this life, UTA's irreversible final ending will not be repeated, because they have welcomed Han Yi, a shareholder who transcends money itself. Han Yi, who witnessed UTA's defeat once, formulated a catch-up plan for United Artists Management Company that is extremely demanding in terms of timing and capital. First, urge UTA's current team of agents to do their best to ensure the integrity of the client list of the film and television sector. UTA originally started out as a film and television agency, and the gap with WME and CAA in this regard is the smallest. Of course, it is also the most difficult to catch up. The role played by performing arts agents in film and television projects is much more important than the role they play in the music sector. Naturally, their cooperative relationship with film and television clients is much closer. In other words, if you want to pry the other three major players in the film and television field, the time, energy, and resources required to invest far exceeds other categories of customer development. For Han Yi, using his 7-year vision as a time traveler to help you to get the crown that has always been just one step away from its establishment, but has never been truly touched, is not a long round of gambling that can take decades to slowly count cards, but a thrilling 100-meter sprint race. WME and CAA, with the fuel of Wall Street capital, have grabbed the starting advantage. Now, Han Yi has to rely on Wall Street capital plus advanced information plus a reward mechanism that cannot be stopped by any human power to let you to strike back. In this extreme speed competition, there are only two ways for the lagging party to get ahead. First, run faster on your own track. In order to do this, Han Yi chose to use a huge amount of cash to hit hard, quickly becoming the first in the subcategories of the two markets of electronic music and hip-hop music, and then use the trend of the mainstreaming of the two music genres to push back to the pop music industry, in the hope that you can develop in parallel with Han Music Group and become the first in the music category among the four majors before the Black Swan spreads its wings and flies high. Only with a fist product can you have the right to speak. Second, in this match, where there are no referees in most cases, and even if there are referees, they can be bribed, and everyone is trying to be a referee and a player at the same time. In a match without any rules, you can reach out and pull the corner of the leading player's clothes without affecting your own speed, so that their advantage and the field of advantage will not be so great that it will make people despair. WWE is the hand that Han Yi stretched out to the corner of WMEIMG's clothes. In any case, they cannot be allowed to form a monopoly in the live fighting industry worth tens of billions of dollars. In April 2023, 7 years after WMEIMG bought UFC for $4 billion, WME, which has landed on the New York Stock Exchange's Endeavor Group, announced that it had reached an agreement with WWE's Mark Mahone family to jointly establish a joint venture including the two trump cards of UFC and WWE. Endeavor Group holds a 51% stake and WWE holds a 49% stake. The total valuation of the joint venture reached $21.4 billion US. One sector is worth $20 billion. This is the power of economies of scale. Therefore, Han Yi wanted to buy WWE or at least control a part of it in order to cut off the idea of Endeavor Group dominating the live entertainment industry in the future. Moreover, Han Yi also believed that when the news of Ari Emanuel's company spending $4 billion cash on UFC was released on July 11, Vince Mark Mahone, who was sitting at the World Wrestling Entertainment headquarters in Stamford, Connecticut, would definitely be touched. He may not really want to sell, but he will definitely let go and let the capital market, which is also jealous, submit a few acquisition offers. In the next 1 or 2 years, whether the event brand bought from his father for $1 million that year can be turned into sufficient funds for the Mark Mahone family to truly become a top family will undoubtedly be an attractive idea lingering in Vince's mind. This is the best time for Han Yi to start negotiations. Don't wait until WWE is valued at $9.3 billion in the future before you regret it. Take advantage of the fact that UFC is only worth $4 billion now and buy it at a low price. A transaction of billions of dollars, no matter how low key it is, will definitely cause heated discussions around the world. That's why Han Yi invited Dwayne Johnson to be his poster child, to provide the media and the public with a legendary story that they can talk about for a long time. WWE's greatest wrestler, who made a comeback after leaving the arena for several years, led a group of Wall Street tycoons back to the office, vowing to teach his former boss a lesson. Wow, is there any story more in line with the spirit of WWE than this? After the acquisition is completed, should Dwayne Johnson directly give Vince Mark Mahone a hug in the boxing ring? Who doesn't want to buy out the old club they once worked for after they have achieved success? Even if it's a peaceful breakup, even if there are no conflicts when leaving, I believe no one will not be fascinated by the glory and sense of accomplishment of becoming a dominant person. Looking at the increasingly high mountains outside the window and the panoramic view of the bright lights of Los Angeles at night, that is becoming clearer and clearer as the obstacles disappear in the distance, Han Yi shook his head and said, However, Dwayne knows, and I know too, that if we count from our first words to the final signing of the agreement for WWE, it will take at least 2 years. What I'm looking forward to more now is actually another agreement we have reached. That production company? Yes, it specializes in content supply for streaming video platforms, a track that not many people are wholeheartedly following. The track is correct. I just hope Kevin and Wayne can dig up enough and interesting projects. That's why we work with these two people. Stars with outstanding reputations in the industry can use their connections to find content in the circle that Netflix is willing to pay for, which is better than us starting from scratch. Number 864 Stradella Road. This Bel-Air mansion, whose house number Hanyi has almost forgotten due to frequent business trips recently, is not too far from the I-405 highway. Enter the city road from the exit of Sunset Boulevard. Drive for about 5 minutes. Then go up the mountain on the Tulane Bellagio Road, past the Bel-Air Country Club, and in less than 5 minutes drive, you can see the milky white flat roof with a strong modern style. Gentlemen. Kyan Griffin pressed the sensor at hand, glanced at the slowly opening door, turned his head, and said to the two, "We are home." Fiamutovich, who had followed Hanyi to half of Western Europe, was enjoying his hard-earned vacation. Naturally, the person who went to Lax to pick him up was Kyan. "Are you sure you don't want to go home directly, Jordan? I can ask Kyan to take you back now." Hanyi patted Jordan Bromley on the shoulder and asked with concern, "You have worked very hard today. I like to finish everything at hand before taking a break." Jordan waved his hand. "Don't worry, boss. Besides, it won't take long. I just need you to sign a few transaction documents so that I can have them mail them back to New York tomorrow. In this way, you can get the key to 157 earlier." "Okay. Thank you very much, Jordan. I must try Felix's ramen before leaving. They are to die for." Kyan Griffin, who has superb driving skills, did a tailspin and didn't feel the car accelerating at all and stopped steadily in front of the porch. Less than a second after Hanyi and Jordan Bromley closed the car door, Kyan stepped on the accelerator again, made a beautiful circle in the front yard, and plunged into the garage. Luggage? Of course, there is no need to take the luggage out of the front door. Bobby Lewis and Johanna Jansen were waiting on the underground first floor. After Kyan parked the Bentayga, the two men would split up. Bobby carried the host's box to the master bedroom, and Kyan took Jordan Bromley's backpack to the first floor. As for Johanna Jansen, the red-haired Dutch girl was responsible for sorting out Hanyi's belongings that had been taken out for a whole month. Those that needed to be washed were thrown into the washing machine. Those that were too expensive were waiting for the dry cleaners to pick up tomorrow. The other clean things were put back into the locker according to the order and category. When Hanyi came to the bed, he would never find any trace of the haste of returning late at night after a business trip. Money can settle many troubles in life, and this is just one of them. While the three housekeepers were busy, the house manager Corey McIntosh had already waited in front of the driveway at the right time, opened the door for Hanyi, greeted Jordan Bromley, and led the two into the house. "Always nice to see you, Corey." Hanyi put his hand on Corey McIntosh's back and said half-jokingly, "Now even hearing your name can instantly bring me a sense of home. I think you are the only one who can do this." "Oh, I'm glad to bring you such a feeling, Mr. Han. But I'm not sure if I am the only one." Having said this, Corey McIntosh, with a perfect smile, subconsciously glanced in the direction of the front porch. Following the housekeeper's line of sight, Hanyi found a person who overturned all his jokes just now. The lights on the front porch were bright and dazzling, and the night view of Los Angeles at the end of the glass curtain wall was even more dazzling. Looking into the house from the inky night, Hanyi couldn't see the face illuminated by countless rays of light for a while. But that small thin figure, and the slightly dry and hoarse voice for some reason, are unique symbols in his mind that no one can impersonate or replace. Yee, you're back. Chapter 186. Everything is as usual. Zaworu. Looking at the eyebrows full of joy in the corners of the mouth that were only slightly raised, Hanyi couldn't help but feel a little dazed. "Didn't you say that you just finished the exam and ate at home?" when they just landed. In response to Han Yi's report that he had arrived safely, Zhu Yiru did say so. Yes. Xiaoru lifted the broken hair at her temples and immediately extended an index finger. Just finished the exam. The finger pointed down a little. At home. Draw another semicircle, pointing to the direction of the lounge area and the open kitchen. Eat. Finally, spread out her hands and blinked innocent almond eyes. What's wrong with that? Eating at home after the exam. Although it's my home, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. From the moment the Gulfstream G650's aviation tires left the concrete hard ground of Heathrow Airport and flew to the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, Han Yi couldn't help but repeatedly deduce the scene of reuniting with Zhu Yiru in his mind. Did they meet by chance at McCarthy Square in the school? Or bump into him at the door of room 1001 of Xinghu Building? Will she glare at him with her beautiful eyes, scolding him for his neglect during his business trip, and then punch him on the shoulder with a deliberately performed anger? Or will she feel lost or sad because of the decreasing frequency of chatting, and force his smile with a gloomy look, greet him, and then pass by? How should he face her? Should he be determined to distance himself from her so that he can't help but relapse? Or should he get along with her like before, like normal friends, and grasp the scale of interaction? Han Yi is not a person who is used to worrying about gains and losses. In his memory, a considerable part of his uneasiness and tossing and turning are related to this girl from Taiwan. In the previous life, wasn't the principle of more than good friends, less than male best is the method he repeatedly considered before deciding? Of course, when dealing with Xiaoru, who is impeccable in observing words and expressions and treating people, he needs to be very careful so as not to reveal his true feelings. But this time, it seems a little different. Zhu Yiru, who rushed to 864 Stradella Road to welcome Han Yi home, changed her usual mode of retreating to advance, trying to capture, oh no, Han Yi led the topic and atmosphere, and she softly agreed and encouraged him. As soon as the other party asked a question, Xiaoru followed the script that she had just rehearsed for a long time, combining actions and expressions, and made a playful and provocative joke. What are you eating? Let me guess. Han Yi tilted his head and carefully observed the corner of Xiaoru's mouth. Sushi. You call this guessing? As smart as she is, how could she not figure out why Han Yi accurately said the midnight snack dishes? Zhu Yiru's cheeks were slightly red, and her flesh-pink little tongue quickly came out from the side, and at a speed that was difficult for people to react. She rolled the vinegar ice stuck to the corner of her mouth into her mouth. It is said that cats eat in the same principle. Alex made it? Yeah. What's up? Are you hungry? Xiaoru touched her thin abdomen that was so thin that you could clearly feel the muscle lines, and hummed twice with pride. I didn't leave any for you. Not hungry. Han Yi shook his head. I was just confirming whether it was made by my chef, so that I could ask you for the material and processing fees. Seeing Zhu Yiru's eyes widened, and she was choked with anger, Han Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Han Yi, who was worried that everything would turn upside down in an instant, found that the relationship between him and Zhu Yiru remained the same. The original shape that was carefully polished and carved with 4 months of new life. He liked this original shape. Motorcycle. Han Yi finally smiled brightly as usual, making Xiaoru mumble about his always unremarkable jokes, and also made her eyes restrained. The tension of being ready for battle instantly rippled like waves and dissipated. Great. Although they have been apart for a month, there is no big change. Mr. Han, Ms. Zhu, I'll take Mr. Bromley to the study first. He's printing some documents. Xiao Han and Xiao Zhu were chatting happily in Chinese, but it was hard for the American and British standing next to them. Jordan whispered a few words in Cora's ear, and finally the mansion manager came to solve this awkward situation. No problem, Jordan, just come to me for signature after printing. Thank you for your hard work. Good evening, Mr. Bromley. Sorry, I didn't. Zhu Yiru muttered to herself in her heart with some annoyance. She has always been sensible about etiquette, but she ignored the acquaintance who had been standing in front of her for more than 5 minutes, and didn't even say hello. This is an extremely rare thing. It's okay, Grace. If I were you, I would do the same thing. Jordan waved his hand nonchalantly, and glanced at his employer meaningfully. See you later, you two love. Cute little guys. Realizing that the joke he was about to say was somewhat inconsistent with the relationship between him and Han Yi, Jordan Bromley made a 180-degree language turn. Cute little guy? You are really good at saving the situation, Jordan. Jordan Bromley's self-blame was not loud, but it was just caught by Han Yi and Zhu Yiru. The two, who were almost immune to this kind of friendly teasing, smiled at each other tacitly and turned to walk towards the rest area. You really didn't leave any for me? Leave what? Sushi. Han Yi made a bitter face and patted his stomach. There were only salads and sandwiches on the plane, and I was almost exhausted. Really, there was no more. I ate all the sushi. Standing in front of the island counter with his hands behind his back, Zhu Yiru raised his chin, seemingly looking straight ahead, but actually secretly glancing at Han Yi's facial expression. Well, but I brought you something else. What? Zhu Yiru chose the time to finish her words very cleverly. Almost at the same time, when she blurted out the word come, the microwave embedded in the wall on the left side of the open kitchen, which was closest to the corridor, made a crisp ding reminder. What are you talking about? Zhu Yiru poorly imitated the mainland Mandarin accent she remembered, and pretended to be mysterious as she walked to the microwave, and released the white mist of heat and fragrance. Of course it is. Zhu Yiru reached in with both hands, and took out the plate. Sichuan food. Oh, it's so hot. Hastily putting the ceramic plate filled with kung pao chicken on the island, Zhu Yiru quickly pinched her ears with her fingers to cool down. It seemed that she was burned. Don't touch your ears, it's useless. Han Yi took 2 steps at a time and rushed to Zhu Yiru's side. He grabbed her hand and put it in the sink. Just rinse with cold water to avoid bubbles. Turn over so I can see you. The caring word stopped abruptly because Han Yi found that he had already firmly grasped Zhu Yiru's hands in his palms. The Zhu Yiru who he vowed to Barbara Paven in the Phoenix Bar to slowly move away from her in the most peaceful and painless way possible. This little claw, so pink, tender, and smooth. Why does it hurt so much when it hits people? Turn over. Looking up and seeing Han Yi's stupid expression, Zioru, whose heartbeat was speeding up and whose lips were slightly opened and about to breathe through her mouth, suddenly relaxed. She did not shake off Han Yi's hand, but just led him to turn over. I don't have much experience, but, hey. Zhu Yiru pouted her lips and blew air at Han Yi, giggling. Don't put your hands on it. It will be easier to see, right? Oh, right. In his mind, 2 little people were fighting desperately, and a mini version of Barbara Paven was sitting next to him with her legs crossed. Han Yi's eloquence and reaction were both declining, and he couldn't think of a word to refute Zioru. He took a half step back, scratching his head and clearing his throat to hide his embarrassment. It should be fine. It won't blister. Hey, wait. Don't take your hands out yet. Rinse it a little more. Okay. Zhu Yiru responded obediently. The boy she liked was caring about her, so why should she rebel at this time? Then you can heat up the dishes yourself. I've wrapped them in plastic wrap and put them in the refrigerator. How much did you buy? Han Yi asked in shock, opening the huge double-door refrigerator hidden in the cabinet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 6 large dishes, one of which contained a whole duck. I didn't buy much, just your favorite home-cooked dishes, mapo tofu, boiled beef, etc. Oh, yes, and the Dongtingchen duck with sauce. Duck with sauce. Han Yi was stunned, turned sideways, and pointed at the other 5 dishes that were obviously Sichuan cuisine. Where are these from? Zhenxingli, didn't you say that this new restaurant is better than Chengdu? I bought some for you. Why did you? Han Yi didn't need to ask. He also understood that Zhu Yiru went to the Chinese area, definitely not because she had something to do. When Han Yi was not in Los Angeles, Zioru could stay at home alone until mushrooms grew without going out. Dongtingchen is in Quantan Plaza in San Gabriel. Zhenxingli is across from the Boiling Crab in Alhambra, plus the mileage between USC, Chinatown and Bel-Air. Zioru, who has no car, traveled 48 miles back and forth, just for. Because there is no such food outside. You told me that Sichuan cuisine in other places is not as good as that in LA. The sound of water hitting the stainless steel surface of the pool forced Zioru to raise her voice, making her self-righteousness more obvious and powerful. When I get home, I will buy you something you like as a reward. Thank you. Hearing Zioru's answer, Hanyi was silent for a moment, turned around, and put the next dish in the microwave. Don't you have class in the evening? Yes, the get out of class ends at 8:50, and I ran away 15 minutes early. Zuyuru rubbed her burned fingertips, took a deep breath, and then continued the conversation in a steady tone. How did you get there without a car? Uber. It doesn't matter. It's dangerous to take a taxi alone at night. Haven't you read the news? I took Uber Black. It's okay. It's not like there are no Uber Black. You're so nagging. Zioru glared at Hanyi, who was walking towards her with steamed pork with rice flour and duck in sauce, and gritted her teeth to swallow the smile. The driver was pretty nice. He stayed with me until both taquillas were done and then dropped me here. I didn't even have to change cars. That guy is pretty good. Hanyi said this slowly as he took out 2 pairs of chopsticks from the drawer. Sour, sour, sour. This dish is sour. Zioru fanned the air in front of her nose, smiling so that her eyes narrowed into 2 beautiful arcs. I'm a grandfather, and my grandson will go to USC in August this year. Is it sour? Not sour. Hanyi calmly picked up a piece of steamed pork with rice flour and put it in his mouth, and then narrowed his eyes to the size of Zuyeru's current size. Wow, it's delicious. I haven't tasted this taste for a long time. You try it. After that, he very naturally picked a piece of steamed pork with rice flour that looked the leanest and handed it to Zioru's mouth. In the absence of others, Zuyeru didn't think there was anything wrong with Hanyi's behavior at all. She leaned forward and swallowed the whole piece in one gulp. It's so hot. It's so hot. Who told you to swallow it in one gulp? Drink something cold from the tap, quickly. But it's really delicious. The 2 people who were noisy and very close, even the most experienced marriage experts would not be able to see the difference between them and those newlyweds who are in love. Yee. Remember to taste the duck. Oh my god, this is awesome. Really? Yeah, it tastes really good. And it's not spicy at all, just pure fragrance. If you don't believe me, try it. Good. So spicy, so spicy, so spicy. Chapter 187 Second Movie Night, Part 1. You're a pervert, yee. With a bottle of iced milk in hand, Zuyeru looked at Hanyi, who was smiling secretly with his head down, with a face full of resentment. The latter had filled in the initials and signed his name on the more than 20 pages of documents printed by Jordan Bromley and asked Ken Griffin to send him to the east side of the foothills. He stood in front of the driveway and waved goodbye. He squinted his eyes and blew the cool breeze for a while before slowly walking back to the kitchen. Zioru had not yet recovered from the physical attack of the marinated duck. Eating so spicy will cause stomach problems. Raising his eyes, Hanyi's smile became gentler, because he knew that, although there was no subject, the object of Zuyeru's concern was not herself. I've been eating this since I was a child, so I've developed an immunity to it. Hanyi moved the salted duck in front of Zioru away, so that she wouldn't be upset by the sight of it. Besides, the food in our area and Hunan's is really not spicy. The food in Jiangxi is really dry spicy. Next time I have a chance, I'll take you to try the chili cake made purely from chili peppers. Thank you. Zuyeru snorted at him unhappily, which, combined with her babyish Taiwan accent, had no killing power at all. Eat quickly, or it will get cold again. Okay. Hanyi obediently put a spoonful of kung pao chicken into his mouth, and then while chewing the food, he mumbled a long paragraph to Zuyeru. Swallow it first. Zioru couldn't help laughing. How can you hear it clearly like this? I said. Hanyi's throat rolled twice. Thank you for bothering you. You chattered for almost a minute just now, and you only said 8 words? Zuyeru held her chin with one hand and looked at the other person with a smile. That's the main idea. I can't remember the other nonsense. Hanyi moistened his throat with water and put down his chopsticks, his tone very sincere. You are so busy and hard at school, and you don't have a car, and you run back and forth through the city, just so that I can eat some Sichuan food. Hanyi took a deep breath. His expression was extremely serious. Thank you for doing this for me. I'm very grateful. Oh, so the main idea is that I can't drive, right? In the past few months, Zioru has been with Han Yi for too long and has subtly learned his trick. That is, when he doesn't know how to face the sudden sincere feelings, he just uses a harmless joke to brush it off. You found out. Han Yi took the opportunity to shake his palm and smiled. Then you are great. Zioru's light tap on Han Yi's shoulder has almost become a muscle memory. Why are you always so polite? It's just a small favor. If you want to talk about hard work, you are much harder than me. At this point, Zioru leaned her head closer to Han Yi and whispered a sentence in English with a hopeful look. So, how was Europe? Zioru likes Europe very much, especially France. Even if she hears Han Yi talk about the customs there again, it is a very enjoyable thing for Zioru. More importantly, she hopes to introduce a relatively relaxed topic to the conversation between the two, so as not to thank each other all the time, which is serious and embarrassing. Yi is a very polite person, which has always been a big plus in Zioru's heart, but the only drawback is that every time he sincerely thanks, it makes people feel too solemn, as if they are ordinary friends who are not convenient to trouble each other too much. Zioru didn't mind it before, but now she dislikes this feeling more and more. Europe is good. What Zioru didn't know was that the topic she chose would only make the atmosphere more subtle and tense. At least that was the case for Han Yi. His fingertips subconsciously tapped the island table quickly, hesitating to find the right words. I've been to a lot of places I've never been to. Ibiza, Lisbon, London. No, I've been to London, but they're all very good. I like them very much. I haven't been to Ibiza and Lisbon either. How are they? Zioru's eyes flickered, and she asked excitedly, why don't you share more photos and videos when you go there? I want to see them. Want to see? You don't want to see them, Zioru. Because there's nothing special. It's more average. More average? Zioru frowned slightly. You just said it was very good. The food was good, I mean. Han Yi coughed twice and tried to make up for it. Other things are very average. For example, Lisbon. The city feels less than half the size of Beverly, and the houses are of similar style. There's nothing good to take pictures of. That's it. The wrinkles between Zioru's eyebrows deepened a bit. If he used his best way of 100% true and 100% false to deceive people, it would be difficult for anyone to see the clues. But Han Yi himself is not a very good liar. That is, if he can't find the appearance of 100% true in a short period of time, his inconsistent narrative style will easily expose himself. Especially in this kind of thing. Especially in front of Zioru. Zioru really knows too much about this boy, who has evolved from a classmate to an ordinary friend, a good friend, a close friend, and finally upgraded to the first person she likes in her life in more than 2 years. Han Yi, who was always calm and composed, and who was not in a hurry to deal with anything, suddenly became so confused. He must be trying to hide something important, and it was the kind of thing that he couldn't find an excuse to evade. So strange. Zioru, who was meticulous, suddenly had countless complicated, contradictory but equally bad guesses in her mind. But with her gentle personality, she would never ask questions, just because of a little suspicion. Is the matter handled? Zioru stood up and wanted to get some filtered water at room temperature, but after hesitating for a moment, she finally chose to fill herself with a large glass of iced milk. Sitting back next to Han Yi, Zioru moved her body calmly to shorten the distance between the two seats, picked up the cup, left a circle of milky white milk stains on her lips, and calmly helped Han Yi turn over a page that made him very nervous. It's done. We've signed a lot of new electronic music artists, and the companies in Europe and the UK have also been successfully registered. So, I'll spend half of my time here and half in Europe in the future. There's a type of girl who never loses her temper easily, but the calmer her tone, the more uneasy people will feel, because no one can figure out why a girl who is always gentle and smiling would suddenly flatten her emotions into a straight line. No, there's someone in charge there. I'm based in London, and Antoine will also be looking for a person in charge for Lisbon during this time. Han Yi couldn't help swallowing his saliva as he carefully observed Zioru, who had a blank expression on her face and looked straight ahead without any focus, and who didn't know what she was thinking about. How's the school? I heard that midterm is very difficult. Are there any exams that can stump you? Ah, I thought you didn't see it. Zioru glanced at him, and a barely perceptible arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. Of course I saw it. I replied, right? You didn't. The sound of the glass falling on the table was a little louder, but a real lady wouldn't get angry. There were a lot of essay questions in the exam for that class. Looking back, it wasn't that difficult. The main thing was that my hands got sore from writing. The next one is a little harder, CMGT 571, and there are too many theories to memorize. 571. You've already got to 571. Zuyeru's reckless pace of studying for both her undergraduate and master's degrees gave Han-yi, who only reported to Price College at the end of August this year, a very strong sense of crisis. Yeah, how can I graduate early if I don't do this? That's right, otherwise you can't graduate with me. Who wants to graduate with you? After briefly picturing the scene of the two of them wearing different colored hoods and taking master's graduation photos under the flags of all nations, Zioru's dry eyes finally began to seep into a trickle of tears. It's to finish studying quickly and save more money for my mother. Oh, speaking of this, Han-yi, who has been so busy recently, only then remembered that Zioru's family had changed not long ago. For him after his rebirth, many memories work in this way in his brain. I thought it was something that everyone should be accustomed to, but it is still in the ascendant in this restarted timeline, and it is even difficult to find traces. Do you have enough money? Han-yi played with the fork in his hand over and over again, and couldn't find a tactful way to ask this question. Why do you ask like this? You are weird. I'm such a homebody, how can I not have enough money? This is the question that made Zuyeru react most strongly tonight. You don't need to be a psychology expert to know that the more intense the emotional fluctuations a person has after receiving a certain message, the greater the impact it has on this person, and it can also verify the authenticity of the information itself from the side. Is there enough money on my mother's side? To be honest, Zioru herself doesn't know. After the divorce, she repeatedly asked many times, but her mother didn't mention the current financial situation of the family. She just continued to remit money to her regularly every month, and even the amount was a little more. Many times, actions speak louder than words, especially for a girl like Zuyeru who is always used to thinking from the perspective of others, and making deductions and judgments from the perspective of others. All unnecessary expenses were cut by Zioru. Except for the weekly supermarket shopping, Zuyeru lived in seclusion for the month that Han-yi was away. She closed her eyes on time at 10 o'clock in the evening in order to get 8 hours of sleep for herself, who attaches great importance to the quality of rest. When she was hungry during the day, she would cook some quick dishes that could be completed within 10 minutes. When she was sleepy, she would slide the swivel chair to the side of the bed, put her head on the sheets, close her eyes and rub her temples until she was exhausted and no longer had double vision, and then she would continue studying. The busy summer in Koreatown had nothing to do with Zioru. In fact, during this period of time, she had lost the concept of time in the apartment. After returning from class, she would only notice the light gray time in the center of the chat box when she sent messages to Han-yi. Children from single-parent families have various ways to relieve negative emotions, but the well-behaved and sensible Zuyeru never had any other choice. The education she received, the ideas she was instilled with, and the personality she spent 20 years polishing and shaping, made her see only one feasible path. That is, with the most stringent self-abuse standards, she forced herself to complete the life tasks of this stage in the shortest time and most efficiently, using this method to help her mother relieve stress, and also to punish herself in this way. Although the divorce has little to do with the children themselves, they are the group of people who are most affected. Regardless of age or intelligence, the most dependent pair in life suddenly separated, just like a castle built of Lego blocks collapsed in an instant. It is impossible to let it scatter all over the ground like that. No matter how long it takes, children always have to find a seemingly reasonable explanation as glue to glue their world back together. Some people will look for reasons from their parents, and some people will look for them from themselves. What do you think? With Zioru's personality, what choice will she make? They separated, perhaps because they had been in a foreign country for too long. Why did they go to a foreign country? Because my father had to work, and my mother had to go back to Taiwan to take me. My appearance made their lives so tiring. Without me, maybe everything would be different. Friends all went to different parts of the world to enjoy their summer vacation. Even Yi, who was supposed to stay with them for the whole summer, disappeared. In a closed environment with no one to talk to, the conclusion that seemed ridiculous to bystanders was replayed in Zioru's mind for a month. The more it was replayed, the less sleep time Zuyuru set for herself at night, and the more often she stared at the computer screen in a daze. I'm just asking. I've been spending too much money recently. I was thinking, if you have enough money, please lend me some. Hanyi used his best jokes to comfort Zioru's emotions. After getting a coquettish roll of the eyes from the latter, he smiled, stretched, and prepared to go to the refrigerator to get a bottle of Arizona iced tea for himself who was spicy. But as soon as he stood up, Hanyi suddenly frowned and took 2 steps towards Zuyuru. Well, the next course, 571. When is the exam? Next Thursday. What's wrong? Then don't go back these 2 days. Just stay here with me and relax. Tomorrow I'll ask them to buy you some supplements and make some soup. Huh? Zioru was a little confused. Why do you suddenly want to supplement me? Look for yourself. Confused, Hanyi helped her to feel it out. His fingertips gently brushed over Zioru's head, and his tone was both distressed and blaming. At this time, the so-called commandment of keeping a distance from the girl from Taiwan had long been thrown out of his mind. The reason for this reaction was that he noticed that the roots of Zuyuru's hair, which was originally as black as ink, had faded to almost golden. Hanyi clearly remembered that in his previous life, such a strange scene also happened to Zioru. In order to achieve the goal of completing a bachelor's and master's degree in 4 years, Zuyuru studied hard without using any hair dye products until her long hair turned golden. After returning to Taiwan, it took almost half a year for her to recover and gradually return to normal. You know, in the previous life, this extreme situation would only occur when graduation was approaching in May 2018, but this time, the signal of Zioru's physical overdraft appeared 2 years earlier. It's all yellow. It's scary. I thought my hair had fallen out. Zuyuru touched her head and let out a long sigh of relief after confirming that her hair volume had not continued to decrease. It's okay. I get this way whenever I'm stressed. It was the same when I took the SAT before. During the week of the ban, my hair changed color. There was no big problem afterwards. Maybe I was just too nervous. Don't worry, I'm a chameleon. You're still a chameleon. Hanyi gently poked Zuyuru's forehead with his index finger and blamed her. The change in hair color means that all the nutrients have been drained from your little head. Don't read any more books before Tuesday, do you hear me? Oh. Zioru hid her smile in her puffy cheeks. What should I do these 2 days? Have a good rest, find some entertainment activities, and give your brain a break. What entertainment activities are there? Being called a piglet by Hanyi, Zuyuru was not annoyed. She supported her cheeks with both hands and stared at him straight. I'm alone. Tell me what you want to do. I'll accompany you. Under this kind of kitten's coquettish eye attack, it is an impossible task to remain indifferent. Hanyi rubbed his nose in distress, sighed softly, and said, "It's too sudden. I haven't thought about it yet, but..." Zioru rolled her eyes, raised her thumb, and stepped back a little. "Maybe we can watch a movie first." Chapter 188 Second Movie Night, Part 2. I haven't watched a movie in a long time. Wearing a new set of light pink Olivia von Haller, the silk material is as smooth as a girl's skin, coupled with a velvet leather sofa that is as light as a cloud and has a full sense of wrapping, and a dark brown rational blanket covering her body. Zioru, who had just finished a hot bath and whose hair was still hanging on her shoulders with crystal water droplets, felt the long lost comfort and coziness. Of all the rooms at 864 Stradella Road, Zuyuru's favorite is this private cinema. The brown-red soundproof velvet and the warm and moist beige lights. In this technological mansion, dominated by minimalist style, the sharp design lines and cold marble surfaces are everywhere. You can smell the smell of money, but for Zuyeru, it lacks a bit of the breath of life. Only this room can accommodate the grand narrative described by Han Yi, and the seemingly insignificant warm color that Zuyeru tried to add to him. Do you mean you haven't watched a movie in a long time, or you haven't been to the cinema in a long time? Han Yi carefully placed the hot soy milk he had just made on the tea table in front of Zuyeru, and then stuffed a bunch of snacks he had bought from Dahua supermarket into her arms. He glanced at Zuyeru and asked casually. In the dim light, Zuyeru's facial lines were more obvious. After not seeing her for a month, she was even 2 inches thinner than before. Even in her natural state without a smile, her cheeks would be slightly sunken, combined with her almost perfect facial features, forming a slightly hesitant morbid beauty. Kate Moss's world-weary face, that was popular in the fashion circle in the early 21st century, was still quite different from hers. Although it didn't damage her appearance in the slightest, Han Yi still frowned when he saw her. He still hoped that the girl he liked could be happy, plump, and live a carefree life, instead of being in a state of sub-health for a long time for her studies. I haven't watched a movie in a long time. I haven't even opened Netflix. I don't have time. Zuyeru looked down at the puffed food in front of her that was like a small mountain and couldn't help but be stunned. Why are you stuffing me with so many snacks? I just ate something. What's a few pieces of sushi? You're almost as thin as a monkey. Tearing open the packaging bag of yummy egg rolls, Han Yi picked up a piece and stuffed it into Zuyeru's mouth. Wait. I'm getting my clothes on. Zuyeru quickly held her jaw with both hands, passively chewing the food Han Yi fed her, and said vaguely, I'm really not hungry, don't feed me. No, there are still 4 egg rolls left. Han Yi shook his index finger seriously. Until your hair color changes back, you have to eat as much as you can every day. So that's how it is. Hearing Han Yi's words, Zuyeru stopped struggling almost instantly. She obediently opened her mouth and welcomed another egg roll. Her eyes, illuminated by the warm beam of light, sparkled with a soft sparkling light like spring water. So you feel bad? My head hurts. Han Yi coughed twice and threw the box aside. Since auntie handed you to me, I have to take responsibility. When did she hand me to you? Zuyeru stared at Han Yi blankly with her lips slightly parted, even forgetting to swallow. No, not handing me to you. Handing you to me. Did you forget? Last time you two FaceTimed, I was next to you. Auntie asked me to take good care of you here and supervise you to eat on time. How could I not eat on time? I told you a long time ago that Shinramen doesn't count as a meal. Han Yi glared. I went to your place these 2 days and threw away all the junk food you bought at H-Mart. What should I eat if you throw it away? Just share my meal here. Han Yi waved his hand. I don't want your food and accommodation expenses. Gain 5 pounds first. I don't want it. You don't have the final say. Fascist. Zuyeru muttered softly. What? I said, sounds fabulous. The rhyme was so stiff that Zuyeru couldn't help but burst out laughing. Okay, I get it. I'll go back tomorrow and pack my things and come to your weight gain summer camp. But, Zuyeru raised her index finger and said seriously, you have to take me to school for class. This place is too far from USC. It's not cost effective to take Uber every day. Saving dozens of dollars in car fares every day is more than $1,000 a month, which can help relieve some pressure on her mother. Besides, it was Yi who asked her to live here. What's the harm if she lets him step on the accelerator every day? Zuyeru, who was building up her mentality in this way, was obviously deliberately avoiding the fact that she didn't need to save money for her family in this way. It would be no problem to go out less often, buy less brand name bags, and save some tuition fees from the pocket money her mother gave her every month. As for the regular expenses of only a few dozen dollars a day, to be honest, even if she used the balance in her Bank of America savings card and took 4 Ubers a day, she would not be able to spend it all in 10 or 8 years. What's more, there is still a lot of surplus in her Scottrade trading account. In the final analysis, the so-called money saving plan was originally a way for Zuyeru to punish herself, and she was smart and knew this. As for why she acted like a little princess and asked Han Yi to pick her up every day, this was not a question she was willing to think about carefully. Anyway, he should. No problem, leave it to me. Han-yi made an okay gesture to her. I'll drive whichever car you want to ride in. Yeah. Zioru nodded thoughtfully. Then, can that Ford Kuga still be driven? You have a very unique taste. Han-yi laughed dumbly. It can be driven, but the passenger door hasn't been repaired yet, so it leaks. It's good that it leaks, so I don't have to open the window. Zioru snapped her fingers, narrowed her eyes slightly, and smiled quite satisfied. Then this one. Okay, if you like leaks, I'll buy you a tricycle next time. Having said that, Han-yi put the remote control next to Zooyeru, then tilted his head, thought for a moment, and walked to the third row of sofas behind Zioru and sat down. What are you doing? Zioru turned around suddenly, put one hand on the back of the sofa, opened her eyes as wide as she could, and looked at Han-yi with a look of disbelief. Han-yi shrank his neck and said embarrassedly, sit like this, it's more spacious. You can lie down anytime, when you feel sleepy. Before she finished listening to Han-yi's answer, a thin layer of ice formed in the water under Zooyeru's eyes. She stretched out her hand, pointed at Han-yi, and slowly turned her direction, pointing downwards at the empty seat beside her. She gritted her teeth and spoke out word by word. Sid, come here. Okay. Han-yi, who was immediately scared, turned over and lay down next to Zioru. Are you? Zooyeru stared at Han-yi, who was acting out of character and even going against his will. She felt that her tried and true strategy of retreating to advance was indeed not as effective as revealing her true colors during this period. What are you hiding from me? What can I hide from you? I'm on a business trip. On a business trip. Han-yi raised his voice, as if to say, how can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? I also. Zioru's eyes flickered twice. I didn't mention a business trip. What I mean is, I'm on a business trip to Europe. I'm busy every day. I have to adjust to the time difference, and I don't get enough sleep. How can I hide anything from you? And, can't we tell each other everything? At least I do. The man's mouth, opening and closing, is a lie that is far from perfect, but definitely expressive. You'd better. Zioru crossed her arms, sniffed, hummed twice, and soon returned to normal. After all, she herself was more willing to believe that Han-yi's strange behavior was just a estrangement due to fear of loss after not seeing each other for a while, and it shouldn't be something more serious. The most important thing is, even if there is a more serious situation, with her current status, there is actually no reason to be angry. She is not his girlfriend yet. Does it mean that, if you lean on someone's chest for a while, the other person belongs to you? Okay, stop making trouble, let's watch a movie. This thought flashed through her mind, and Zooyeru's expression quickly calmed down, but her voice sounded more muffled. She picked up the remote control and opened Netflix. Any recommendations? No. You didn't watch Netflix this month, and neither did I. Han-yi shook his head in confusion. Actually, he did have some recommendations, but when he thought about it, it seemed that none of them had been released in 2016. When was the first season of Westworld released? Oh, no, that's a show that is only available on HBO Go. It's like this. For some reason, Zioru was inexplicably happy to hear that Han-yi had been an insulator from Netflix for a month just like her. She gently shook her feet under the blanket, hummed a little tune, and operated the remote control to pull down the menu to browse. A room with a view? Isn't it a little too old? Han-yi glanced at the number 1985 in the upper right corner of the screen, and alarm bells rang in his heart. It was not because he really rejected this British romance film from 31 years ago, but because it was a romance film. Looking at the preview of the two leading actors Helena Bonham Carter and Julian Sands kissing passionately in the fields near Florence, it is clear that, given the current relationship between Han-yi and Zooyeru, showing this kind of movie late at night will definitely cause trouble. If you like things from that era, how about Beverly Hills Cop? Things from Eddie Murphy's heyday, very funny. Paramount Pictures has just authorized a series of classic movies from Netflix. Starting from July 1st, 2016, many popular movies including Mean Girls and Beverly Hills Cop will be launched collectively, further expanding the resource library of the world's #1 film and television streaming platform. No. Zioru shook his head and refused decisively. Who wants to watch Eddie Murphy with him? If you want to watch a comedy, you might as well let Yi tell jokes next to you for 2 hours. What about Notting Hill? I loved watching it when I was a kid. What's its Chinese name? Oh, yes, 100% bright. New. The people in Taiwan are really good at translating. But I don't like Hugh Grant's looks. He looks miserable. How about The Resistance? How great. Daniel Craig is more manly than 007. Let me see. World War II, Poland. It's hard to sleep if you watch fighting and killing late at night. Well, how about this? The Best of Me? I really wanted to watch it when it was released, but no one had the time. How do they translate this movie in Taiwan? Let me see. Life is complete with you. Ha 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 ha. Why are you laughing? Don't force every movie into the style of Kang Yeo. What's it called in mainland China? The Best of Me. Han Yi spread out his hands. A direct translation. No drama. How great. I feel that literal translation is less brainless. Okay. Zhu Yiru protested in a low voice. Although she herself didn't know why the movie titles in Taiwan were always full of gods and ghosts, she at least didn't admit defeat. How about this? Let's find a movie with similar titles. You see, killing. No, you don't get to talk now. Seeing that Han Yi wanted to change the theme of the movie to blood, violence, comedy, thriller. In short, all elements that have nothing to do with romance. Zioru quickly pinched his mouth. The last time you recommended 9, I fell asleep. This time, you are not allowed to give me any opinions. It's up to me to choose. After flicking the remote control a few times, Zhu Yiru selected One Day, entered the details page, and directly clicked the red play button. It's over. Han Yi, who had no time to stop it, collapsed back on the sofa and let Zioru continue to hold his lips. One day. The Taiwan translation is True Love Picks a Day. After resisting in vain for so long, they finally picked a love movie that was most similar to them. Han Yi stared blankly at Anne Hathaway on the screen, and the war alarm in his heart quietly turned into a white flag of surrender. Chapter 189 Second Movie Night, Part 2. Zhu Yiru has not seen this movie, nor has Han Yi. Two single dogs who have maintained a stable state for a long time will not easily use such stories to torture themselves. But not having seen it does not mean that you have not heard of it. The movie One Day is adapted from the best-selling love novel of the same name by David Nichols. The heroine Emma Molly and the hero Dexter Mayhew, who were attracted to each other, had a platonic romantic encounter on July 15, 1988, the night of the graduation ceremony of the University of Edinburgh. They did not become a pair of lovers, but decided to take a step back and remain friends. The following plot, which stretches for a full 20 years, takes July 15th of each year as the fulcrum, outlining the fate of Emma and Dexter, who are sometimes entangled and sometimes alienated. To use more straightforward language, or to explain it with the values of normal people, that is, a pair of souls that are the most compatible in the world and are born to stay together, but use the most stupid reason of friendship to let each other's best years go to waste until they are separated forever. He indulged himself in the flowers and played with life until his partner died unexpectedly. Only then did he realize that he had lost all the meaning of life. She waited silently, infatuated with him, but could not find the courage and opportunity to express her feelings. It took them 18 years to walk out of the church hand in hand, but the truck that ruthlessly ran over her only gave them a 2-year countdown. The tango of retreat and advancement, the love that could not be expressed, the exhausting entanglement, happened between two close friends who loved each other. It sounds familiar, right? Han Yi didn't know if Zioru had read the synopsis of this movie or this novel. Probably not. After all, if she had read it, she would not have chosen to watch it, right? Han Yi turned his head and looked at Zhu Yiru's slightly upturned small nose, thinking to himself, "Why are you looking at me?" After a few seconds, Zioru noticed Han Yi's gaze. 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks, and she reached out and pressed against Han Yi's side face to correct his direction. "Watching a movie? Oh, you're leaving? It's almost dawn outside, so I think I should. If you want to go, go ahead. I thought you'd want to take a nap. I don't have to go." "No problem, go ahead, I don't mind." Slip away. I'm not going to slip away. I don't mind if you jump off the building. This is the 5th floor anyway. Look, I'm not leaving. I'm staying. The first kiss scene came unexpectedly. At the beginning of the film, Anne Hathaway and Jim Sturgis rolled in the sheets as soon as they met. Of course, this is not actually quite accurate, because Jim Sturgis' Dexter panicked when he saw that Anne Hathaway's Emma was still thinking about brushing her teeth and washing up before going to bed, and even lifted the needle of the vinyl record player and played romantic music, as if she was going to turn her fleeting romance into a partnership. He hurriedly tried to put on his clothes and sneak out, but was caught by Emma, who had returned to the room after getting dressed. Anne Hathaway is so beautiful, but he panicked just because. She's trying to make an effort. Zioru crossed her arms and whispered to speak up for the heroine on the screen, as if she felt that the tone would be too harsh if she spoke in Chinese. She paused for a moment and switched to English. No matter how handsome he is, I started to hate this Dexter in less than 5 minutes. I think so too. Han Yi nodded and agreed seriously. This is not Emma's problem, it's Dexter's own problem. His own personality defects prevent him from enjoying the best things. What is the best thing? Zuyuru asked with interest, with her hands folded in front of her lower abdomen and her head tilted to the right on the sofa. The effort. Han Yi spread his hands and pointed at the screen. Someone wants to try to change something for you. I think I will be very happy here. What is that smell? Onions. The smell of onions and disappointment. Haha, okay. No, it's okay. Just paint it and drop a nuclear bomb and it will be solved. The time in the movie has come to the 2nd July 15th of the year. Dexter, who has become Emma's good friend, helped her move into the London apartment. The typewriter is there, the books are there, and I'm in London. Everything will be fine. I will make a difference here. You know, you may meet a good man here. Listening quietly to Emma's bold words, Dexter propped his hands on the bedside table that was casually placed in the living room and had not been put in place, and said with a smile, "Dexter, stop it." Emma lifted the black hair on her right temple and deliberately avoided this topic. A good man, delicate, wearing a woolen sweater, a pair of glasses, and the knowledge to match. I said, I'm not interested in this. Emma picked up a book casually, as a tool for self-defense, and waved it in the air casually. I'm so glad you're going to India soon. But, because I really have to go, to catch a plane. Dexter raised his wrist, to look at his watch and said, already? A counterattack put herself in a situation where she was about to lose the other party. Emma lowered her eyes, looked at the book in her hand, and could only utter one word. Yes, I'm sorry. Let's go. Emma sighed. Go find yourself. Remember to write to me. Dexter put down the typewriter that he had been holding in his hand for some time. A long letter. I will. Wish you a good time here, Emma. Of course. I have a hunch that this time next year, you will sweep London like a storm. This part, he's not bad. Seeing Dexter's competent performance as a friend on the screen, Han Yi was obviously relieved, and a smile reappeared at the corner of his mouth. Although they are not together, he is still with her. He is present at every important stage of her life and tries his best to help Emma get through it smoothly. How can it be smooth? Emma has just arrived in London and Dexter is about to go to India. Zioru shook her head and disagreed. For Emma, the real difficult time is every day she spends in London from now on. I don't know how the story will develop later, but at least for now, Dexter will not be around every day from now on. And, why do you want to go to India to find yourself? It's really ridiculous. Zuyuru gritted her teeth in frustration. Anyone could see that the India she was talking about was not the India in the movie. Just look at the Beatles. But after they went to India, they wrote the White Album, Abbey Road and Let It Be. Han Yi raised his hand weakly to his chest and lowered his voice. It seemed that he wanted to refute Zioru's statement, but he didn't want her to think that he was too self-righteous. But Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band is obviously the greatest one. And John Lennon and Yoko Ono got married soon after they went to India. After they got married, the Beatles broke up. So it's all India's fault. Zuyuru sat up a little straighter, hugged the blanket, and became more and more excited. As for Han Yi, he was getting more and more afraid to move. Zioru was not talking about John Lennon and Yoko Ono. Isn't there a place in London where he can find value and realize his dream? London, the capital of the world. Everyone comes here, but this idiot wants to fly over there. Well, this London is not that London. I'm a little excited, Zioru. Hanyi quickly leaned over and handed the hot soy milk to Zuyuru. It's just a movie. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I'm not angry. I just think Emma is so obvious. After a mouthful of soy milk, the warmth spread throughout the body, and Zioru gradually turned down the volume until it was inaudible. She didn't want Yi to hear the second half of Emma is so obvious. This hateful guy must be super proud. The following plot is not an exaggeration to describe it as a straightforward narrative, because David Mitchell's film script is completely faithful to his novel. It does not make any changes in detail for the plot tension and narrative rhythm of the film, but directly presents each year in order in a nearly equal way. In 1990, Emma, who worked hard in London, did not achieve any literary achievements. She was trapped as a waiter in a Tex-Mex restaurant and met Ian Whitehead, a comedian who also came here to work. Ian fell in love with Emma at first sight, but Emma's soul was obviously still hanging on Dexter, who was traveling around the world. After receiving a long-distance call from Emma across the sea from the red telephone booth, Dexter comforted his friend in a soft voice. Emma reminded Dexter, who was teaching in Paris, not to seduce female students, because that would not only violate morality, but also show that he had no progress. Sadly, the line was disconnected in the phone booth because the change was used up. Emma, who could only listen to the busy tone and whisper "I miss you," didn't know that Dexter, on the other end of the phone, was standing on the bed with a female student who was doing her best to tease him. Seeing this, Zioru didn't have any special reaction, but Hanyi's hair on both arms stood up. What kind of movie is this? Using the history of 26 years ago to tell his own story? In 1991, Dexter, who became an intern producer at a TV station, returned to London to visit Emma with another lover, encouraging her to leave the comfort zone created for her by the Mexican restaurant and regain her confidence to continue pursuing her literary dream. I just feel a little confused, that's all. Don't think too much. Everyone is confused when they are 25 years old. You are not confused. Emma poured a glass of tequila for each of them and said, "Intern TV producer, rented a nice apartment with a CD player, and went out to fool around every Tuesday and Friday. Yes, but I'm crying inside." Jim Sturgis's handsome face and his cynical smile always reminded Zuyuru of the boy sitting next to her. She glanced at Hanyi unconsciously and happened to meet his eyes. "What's wrong?" Hanyi brushed the hair on the back of his head. "How old are you this year?" Zioru narrowed her eyes slightly and asked this question for no reason. Hanyi was a little confused by the question. 20, 22, don't you remember what year I was born? I remember. Zuyuru poked her chin thoughtfully. I was still confused at the age of 25. How come you are sober at the age of 22? Hanyi's performance in the past few months often makes Zioru forget his real age. Whenever she thinks of him, Zuyuru will marvel at his almost inhuman outstanding achievements. Which 22-year-old college student has a rare mansion worth $40 million US? Which 22-year-old college student can become the most important institutional shareholder of the world's third largest performing arts agency? Which 22-year-old college student can start from scratch and build a well-structured music group in less than half a year and have several singles on the world's most prestigious music charts? This series of milestones, from top to bottom, is exponentially more difficult. Maybe Zuyuru is ignorant, but whether around her or in books, she has never seen any peers who can achieve even 1/10 of her results. There is no doubt that Hanyi is the best person Zuyuru has ever met. It is very likely that he will be the peak of the mountain that she can look up to in her life. Not to mention, in the safe that Zuyuru specially bought in the Vermont apartment, there is still a diamond necklace given to her by her mother. A spectacular diamond necklace from Harry Winston, $1.6554 million US, $165.54 thousand. This was just a tiny part of Hanyi's wealth that leaked out when he raised his hand carelessly. And even if she tried her best, what could she bring him? Since she put Han's mother's gift into the safe, Zooyeru never opened it again. Even when she was alone in the absolute safety of her bedroom in the dead of night, she couldn't even think of trying it on. In her eyes, the necklace composed of 205 markers and round brilliant cut diamonds was like the dazzling starry sky that could only be seen in Los Angeles at night, when the weather was very good. No one would not be moved by its beauty, but there were only a few who dared to really walk into it. After all, there are more than just shining stars in the Milky Way. Most of it is a vacuum of -273.15 degrees. The extreme cruel cold makes it impossible for any living thing to survive. Thinking of this, the chill in Zooyeru's heart made her curl up subconsciously and cover herself completely under the thick blanket. Because I am different from him, I may be confused much earlier than normal people. I have been confused all my life, and if I don't wake up again, after being given a second life, then I will be hopeless. Of course, this reason cannot be told to Zooyeru, so Han-yi can only laugh and pass the topic over. When I was in college, before I said the first word to you, I had a crush on you. In 1992, Emma and Dexter embarked on a relaxing trip to Europe. They came to Dinard, a seaside town on the shore of the Côte d'Azur, in northern Brittany, France, and enjoyed a quiet life, where no one knew them and no one disturbed them. Before arriving in the town, Emma set a few rules for Dexter to avoid destroying their friendship. Separate bedrooms, no flirting, no touching after being drunk, and of course no touching other girls after being drunk. But the code of conduct set by Emma herself was broken by herself in a small bar late at night. I know it sounds silly, but on graduation night, although we almost did it, it was just almost. But I still couldn't believe it. I was so happy. I even wrote a few poems about it. Emma looked at Dexter with her bright eyes like Bambi and asked softly, "What do you want to say about this?" I knew it a long time ago. Dexter took a sip of red wine and replied with a smirk, "You knew it a long time ago. What do you mean?" I almost guessed it. Such a long letter, such a beautiful package. Go on, what happened next? After I got to know you, I cured me. Emma's teasing suddenly reversed the atmosphere, making the two people outside the screen laugh at the same time. So real. Zooyeru covered her mouth and giggled for a long time before finally stopping. She patted Han-yi's arm, supported her head with her right hand, and turned her whole body 90 degrees, completely facing Han-yi's direction. "You know," Zooyeru said word by word with her cheeks still flushed after laughing. "Emma and I are similar in some ways and different in some ways. For example, Han-yi also turned sideways and faced Zooyeru. The difference is that we didn't wait until graduation to say our first words. The similarity is, I like you." Humans are made up of objective matter in the real world, but our perception of the surroundings is largely affected by the emotional world of the spiritual world. I believe everyone has had such an experience. Some words can instantly give everything in front of you a fresh and vigorous vitality, just like Caravaggio's brush and Beethoven's piano keys. The sun is smiling, the birds are singing, the flowers are dancing, and the world is brightened by several shades and completely opened up for you. Other words, like John Donne's poems, or just the gentle comfort of a mother on a lazy afternoon, put a layer of blur filter on all insignificant things. The noise disappears, the people around disappear, and even the complicated mood disappears. Only she and you are left. Zooyeru's confession had these two effects at the same time. It was an indescribable wonderful experience. Her cessation of speech, her deification, commanded my anxious heart to remain calm. I saw thousands of brilliant figures swimming towards us and heard each one saying, "Look, the one who will increase love." When each spirit came towards us, it seemed full of infinite joy because of the brilliant light it emitted. Dance Divine Comedy. Paradise may have been inspired by the same emotions. I like you too. There was no tension or awkwardness as imagined. Han-yi's response flowed as clear and natural as a stream. "What are you going to say next?" Han-yi cleared his throat, blinked at Zooyeru, and smiled. "You also understood me and healed yourself, right?" "No." Zooyeru shook her head gently but firmly. Then, she turned her body again and threw herself into Han-yi's arms. "I was not cured." Please, please. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, You Protect Me. Although he had had a similar intimate contact with Zuiru in Carmel by the sea, this time, everything was very different. The biggest difference? That time, although they were basically sure of each other's feelings, there was still an ambiguous veil between the two. Even the hug was done secretly in the name of dancing in the dark streets of the small town. This time, Zioru bravely said the 4 words "I like you" and received the same straightforward response from Hanyi. Many things can be felt without words, but if they can be expressed in person, the happiness will be stronger and irreplaceable. Happiness is like a cloud, lifting you away from the mundane and noisy ground, and making you float in the pure sky. Hanyi feels this way now. He feels that his body is melting, decomposing, and evaporating, turning into a layer of soft clouds that can change shape at will, carrying the treasure in his arms that has been tossed around for many times, spanning to lives, and finally lost and recovered, and slowly rising into the sky. Zuiru put her head on Hanyi's chest, her right hand covering his upper arm in the most comfortable position, and her left hand clasping his shoulder, as if she would fall from the cloud. That made her so happy, and relieved if she let go. Feeling Zioru's movements, Hanyi did not hesitate for a moment. The left hand that was pressed under her body wrapped around the girl's waist, and the right hand gently stroked her back, giving her a pure and strong sense of security. There are all kinds of beautiful tastes in the world. The breeze that suddenly brushed across the nose under the mist after the rain in the forest. The white smoke rising from the burning ashwood in the marshmallows that gradually turned into caramel color in front of the crackling bonfire. The pure fragrance of the morning light baking the morning dew between the newly built lawns in the summer courtyard. They are the most incredible experiences that nature can provide, the concrete embodiment of the prosperity of all things, and the fuel that can make you regain your true love for life. But for humans, no matter how rich the aroma is, it will pale in comparison to a smell. The smell of a lover. It is a call that cannot be accurately described in any language, and a desire that cannot be deconstructed by even the most sophisticated psychologists. More importantly, for each person, even for the same person at different stages of life, its characteristics and the emotions it represents are slightly or greatly different. When you are young, the smell of a love may be a basketball jersey soaked in sweat after being scorched by the sun, or it may be the lotion applied by the delicate hands holding you on the backseat of a bicycle. In middle age, the smell of a lover quietly turns into a cigarette clamped between the index and middle fingers, and hair dye that hides the traces of gray. In the last stage of life, the smell of a lover will be tightly entangled with the aging and non-renewable stratum corneum of the skin, and the disinfectant in the hospital emergency room, and cannot be separated. It is not always pleasant, but at least, when we smell it, we will know that the beacon of life is still by our side. At this moment, the smell lingering in Hanyi and Zuiru's noses is just that. Under normal circumstances, the two well-informed people can find countless appropriate analogies for each other's smell. But now, their active minds are becoming lazy, and their tense heartstrings are loosening. For the first time in a long time, they can work hard in a foreign country without having to find a reasonable explanation for everything they see, hear, and smell. All they need to do is to use their most authentic selves, without any intention, to experience that smell that should not be defined. Zioru's smell. And Yi's smell. You like me earlier than I like you, right? The feeling of holding Zioru is not much different from holding a kitten that has not yet finished the nursing period. There is not even 2 teals of meat on the skinny kitten's body. It is all bones when you touch it, but it does not hurt to lie on the body. Instead, it is as smooth and soft as jelly, and Zioru is the same. The clingy little guy may not have learned how to act like a spoiled child, but in a warm environment that makes him trust and rely on others, he will unconsciously purr to show his comfort and love, and Zioru is the same. Of course, Zioru is not a real cat after all, so it would be too strange if she made that kind of sound. her little purr to express her joy is a satisfying hum that she can't help humming from her nose during her long breaths. Even for Han-yi, who owns an entire music group, this is one of the most beautiful sounds he can hear in the world. With the soft human voice accompaniment that seems to be there and not there, Han-yi quickly sank into a half asleep and half awake fantasy. I don't know how long it took, but Zioru suddenly asked a question, and Han-yi was reluctantly pulled back to the real world. Ah, yes. Han-yi thought for a moment, nodded, and smiled a little embarrassedly. When was it? Zuyuru raised her face and asked hopefully. When were you? Han-yi's question was also full of curiosity. Last year, March 1st. Zuyuru had already told Zhao Yaozhen this answer once in the jetty suite at the Pier Hotel, but telling the truth directly to the object of her affection still made Zioru blush, and her heart beat fast. It was the day when I came to pick you up in the heavy rain, right? Do you still remember? Zuyuru's pupils shrank slightly in surprise, and then curved into a charming arc that made Han-yi's heart beat faster. The tenderness like honey flowed between her eye sockets, filling up to the point of overflowing. Of course I remember it. I have been in Los Angeles for so many years, and the heaviest rain was on that day. Han-yi looked down at Zioru and asked softly. But why was it that day? Because. Zuyuru raised her right hand and stroked Han-yi's chest with her index finger. I don't know what words she wrote. That day I found that you can meet all my expectations. Well, it's not quite right to say that. It should be said like this. You are the person I think you have always been. What a tongue twister. Han-yi shook his head and laughed. What kind of person do you think I have always been? A bad guy. Zioru glared at him coquettishly. I think you are. It's actually quite difficult to summarize it in concise language. If I have to say it, it's, oh, I don't know how to say it. Burying her face back in Han-yi's chest, Zuyuru complained in a muffled voice. It's okay. If you don't know, don't tell me. Han-yi patted Zioru's back and comforted her softly. Humans are extremely complex and entangled creatures in terms of emotions. Between like and dislike, there is often only a sentence or an action between them. It is even more difficult to explain why you like someone. Just like asking Han-yi why he likes Zuyuru, how can there be only one aspect that attracts him? The chemical reaction generated by the combination of multiple shining points is called love. I don't want to speculate too much in this regard, but Han-yi thinks that Zioru should be the same. Over time, he constantly discovered his lovely side that was revealed in the slightest and finally gathered in an instant on that magnificent rainy night and burst out. But it's much earlier than I thought. Han-yi roughly calculated the time in his mind and sighed half truthfully, because he had already expected in his heart that if Zuyuru really had feelings for him, it would most likely have started from that day, about a year and a half. Yes. Zioru hummed, I'm very good at hiding it. Why not hide it now? If you keep hiding it, I'm afraid there will be more than one Zhao Yaozhen. This is the most firm conclusion that Zuyuru came to after a month of independent thinking. To be honest, it may be that I'm too slow, but I really couldn't see it before. Han-yi frowned and carefully recalled every interaction with Zuyuru after March 1st, 2015 in his previous life. Every time, he originally thought it was worth pondering, but it was so normal. Han-yi naturally couldn't have failed to notice the subtle change in Zioru's attitude after that magnificent rainy night. But once the inner world of college boys is entangled, I don't know how many times more complicated it is than that of girls of the same age. Sometimes he was confident that the other party must have deep feelings for him, and sometimes he was worried because of a signal that he felt was a sign of alienation and estrangement. In other words, Han-yi could sense the difference in Zuyuru, but he could not come to an accurate conclusion about this difference. Now, after learning from Zuyuru's own words that her feelings for him began to sprout at that time, the various fragments in her memory began to be gradually covered with a pink filter that made people imagine. So you have a pig brain. Zuyuru, who was walking back in time in her mind like Han-yi, couldn't help laughing. Think about it. If I didn't have feelings for you, why when you sent me to the airport last year, wait a minute. No, I was asking you just now. Zioru pinched Han-yi's face affectionately. The action that she was embarrassed to do before seemed so natural in the atmosphere tonight. I'm the one asking you, when did you start liking me? Okay. When? Well, let me think. You liked me the first time you saw me, right? Zioru, who rarely boasts, even had a little light in her eyes that was full of pride. She imitated Hanyi's Mandarin accent poorly, shaking her head. This girl is so pretty. I like her so much. In the eyes of the Taiwanese, imitating the mainland compatriots across the strait to speak seems to be authentic, only if every word has an erhua sound. No. Hanyi also followed suit and pinched Zuyeru's face. On the contrary, when I first saw you, my thought was, don't be assigned to the same group with you, and don't get involved with you. Hearing Hanyi's unexpected answer, Zioru propped herself up and tilted her head in confusion. What's the situation? It's because you are so beautiful, so I concluded at first sight that I have no chance with this girl. Since there is no chance, stay away from the Shura field around you. Where is the Shura field? Don't you know how many boys surrounded you in the first class? There were boys from China, South Korea, Singapore, Thailand, and even rare animals like Japanese international students were lured out of their holes by you. The United Nations of Asia is one of them, who lured the snake out of its hole. If you can't speak, don't speak. Zuyeru sighed softly, looking at Hanyi helplessly. They are all classmates I met in orientation. They asked me which courses I chose, and I didn't think much about it. Your self-protection awareness is extremely poor. Hanyi commented. It is true, but it doesn't matter. Zioru did not refute Hanyi's evaluation, but threw herself into his arms again, greedily breathing in his scent. Zuyeru, who had already taken the first step, found that at this moment, even if she lifted herself from Hanyi's chest for a second, she would feel a sense of loss, as if her beloved toy was about to be thrown away. This time, when she hugged Hanyi again, Zuyeru got closer and tighter, with her chin directly on his shoulder, and her breath was as sweet as orchid in the ear of the boy she liked. Just protect me. This was another sentence that completely quieted Hanyi's world. No normal man can resist the unreserved trust, attachment, and coquettishness shown by the girl he likes in such an absolutely safe and extremely intimate environment. The water of love from Helen, with just a little bit, can overturn the entire Trojan kingdom. What a coincidence. Hanyi is a modern Trojan. He put a little more strength in his hands, holding the soft and boneless beauty tighter in his arms, took a few deep breaths, replenished the strength that could support him to move forward for a long time, and then continued. So, it seems that I really fell in love with you on the same day as you fell in love with me. Also March 1st. Yes. I see. Zuyeru blinked. You like drowned chickens. That's right, because it's already washed clean, and you can just pluck the hair and stew it directly. With Hanyi's personality, he would naturally not miss this kind of teasing that was already on his lips. But this time, he didn't keep joking, but quickly returned to a serious look. I had dinner with you that day, and I drove you to the apartment parking lot. The third floor. I remember, it was always the third floor. I stopped at the elevator door, watched you close the door, get out of the car, push open the closed door, then look back at me and say, see you tomorrow. You didn't say thank you for picking me up today, I'm so touched or anything similar, just a simple see you tomorrow. It gave me the feeling that you didn't call me to pick you up because it was raining heavily, but you were used to my presence, used to me taking care of you, used to my presence in every big or small thing in your life. I believe that, even if it hadn't rained that day, you would have asked me to come over. Just to ride in my car, just to have dinner with me, just to tell me what you wanted to say, because you only have me, and you only want me. It sounds very arrogant, but that's my truest thought. Rather than saying that I started to like you that day, it's better to say that it wasn't until I realized your habit and dependence on me that I dared to face the feelings that had always existed in my heart. On the way back to Gateway, I was thinking, it's great if it could always be like this, and I could always hear see you tomorrow, how great it would be. Hearing Hanyi's sincere feelings without any embellishment or flowery words, Zioru buried her face in his hair and laughed happily for a long time. It turns out that you know everything. I thought you were really stupid. After a long while, Xiaoru rubbed Han Yi's cheek with her nose like a kitten and murmured, "Since you liked me at that time, why did you wait so long? Do you really have to wait for a girl to confess to you? Because it was just a guess at the time, and I didn't dare to be 100% sure. What if it was just my wishful thinking? It would be so embarrassing, and we would no longer be friends." And Han Yi stopped talking here. And what? Xiaoru smelled something wrong during the conversation and turned Han Yi's face to look him in the eye. And she discovered that what flashed in Han Yi's eyes was not pure joy and happiness. "I'm afraid I will become your Dexter too. No abuse, no abuse, be good." The next chapter will continue to be sweet. Chapter 191, Dexter's Dilemma. I have some exciting new shows coming out recently, and they are in the production stage. I can't tell you yet, otherwise I'll have to kill you to silence you. When Xiaoru heard Han Yi compare himself to Dexter, this unexpectedly negative speech, she suddenly turned her eyes back to the big screen, and the timeline in the movie had moved forward several years. On July 15th, 1996, the two who had not seen each other for 3 years were enjoying a dinner that was like hell for Emma. "Please do it." Emma looked at Dexter, who was talking non-stop, and her forced smile was unusually dry. Sitting in this fashionable restaurant, every topic she mentioned made Dexter have little interest. Ian and her increasingly difficult relationship, the new home with unfinished walls, and the appreciation potential of purchasing real estate. Dexter, who was called the most annoying man in television, had achieved success in this way, and it was obvious that he had drifted away from Emma's life trajectory. With empty eyes, he stared at Emma talking while he was daydreaming, or simply turned his eyes away and wandered aimlessly in the restaurant, completely ignoring the other party's concern. Dexter, who lived a decadent life and was addicted to drugs, did not even have half a second of patience for his former best friend. "Let's not talk about this. You drink first, okay? I'll be back soon." Before the first appetizer was served, Dexter, who was addicted, slipped into the bathroom and recharged himself with white powder. After regaining his spirit, he was extremely excited and even flirted with other women on the way back to the table. "Wow, look at these dishes. They are so beautiful." Sitting opposite Emma again, under the effect of stimulants, Dexter saw that the ordinary salad in front of him also glowed with an attractive luster. "Are you okay?" Looking at the depressed Emma, Dexter asked casually, "Maybe you can invite her to join us." Emma pointed at the woman's back, her wide eyes showing her undisguised anger. Hey, don't say that. I'm here to see you." Dexter's comfort was not sincere, but maintaining the superficial courtesy and warmth between friends was all that Emma, who no longer expected more, needed. But even such a humble request, Dexter could not meet it. With the next sentence, he broke the atmosphere that Emma had suppressed her anger and carefully maintained. "Okay, is your teaching life going well?" Dexter raised his eyebrows and raised his fork. The sense of superiority that could not be suppressed and the condescending pity overflowed directly. "If you are not interested, don't ask." Emma threw the cutlery on the plate and pursed her lips. "I'm interested. I just thought you would write that novel." "I will, but I have to make a living first. More importantly, I like teaching, and I'm good at it. I believe you must be a good teacher." Dexter raised his glass and said frivolously, "But you know, there's a saying." "What saying?" "You know, people with ability." "Sorry, I'm not familiar with it. Please finish." "Okay, people with ability do things. People without ability." Dexter shrugged his right shoulder, and a playful smile appeared at the left corner of his mouth. "Teaching. Those who teach also have a saying, go fuck yourself." The teasing and joking had risen to the level of personal insult and life denial. No matter how good-tempered Emma was, she couldn't stay sitting there. She threw out her napkin and left the table angrily. "Emma, don't be like this. No matter what I did, I'm sorry." Dexter gritted his teeth, got up and caught up with Emma. "You obviously drank a little too much." "No, you drank too much. You drank too much." Emma turned around on the steps and pointed at Dexter. "We haven't seen each other for 3 years, but you sneak to the bathroom every 10 minutes. Either you went to take drugs, or you had dysentery. In short, the things you did were boring. Always showing off your own achievements." It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But Dexter, you are just a TV host and you are not a real person. Alright, okay. You didn't invent penicillin. What do you need to do? Stand there and tell the audience. Give me some cheers and applause. I was just teasing you. Dexter chased Emma out of the restaurant and roared after her. I've been through a lot of pain recently, so I might be a little unrestrained. But if you always go against me because of this. Really? I didn't mean to go against you. And I know that your mother's death has made you very painful. I know all that. Turning around again and facing Dexter at the traffic light, Emma was already sobbing. But I also have something to tell you. I want to tell you that I'm trapped in the same apartment with a man I don't love. If I can't talk to you anymore, if you don't listen to me anymore, then what's the point of your existence? What's the meaning of our relationship? What do you mean? What's the meaning? I think we've grown to the point where we are not suitable for each other. No, I'm not good enough for you. You think I'm boring and not cool at all. I don't think you're boring. I think this relationship should end here. We should face reality and say goodbye to each other. Hearing Emma's calm tone, Dexter's seemingly indifferent smile became a little more panicked. It feels like you're dumping me. Yes, maybe I'm dumping you. You're not the same person anymore. Don't be like this, Emma. Look, isn't it enough for me to apologize? Please. The first plea of the night made Emma, who had already walked across the street, turn back and give Dexter a last hug, saying the most shocking classic line in the movie one day. I love you, Dexter, very much, but I don't like you anymore. Yee. So what you mean is, the most intense emotional confrontation between the two in the whole film lasted less than 5 minutes. During the whole process, Han-Yi and Zhu-Yiru outside the screen did not say a word. They hugged each other tightly, and the figures of Anne Hathaway and Jim Sturgis were reflected on their faces. As the plot progressed, they continued to have subtle reactions and changes, until the subtitles July 15th, 1997 appeared on the screen. Zioru pointed to the screen. Her voice was so small that it was almost inaudible. Are you afraid that you will become him? Well, of course not exactly like him. Han-Yi grinned awkwardly. He had never seen this movie before and thought that Dexter was just a love saint who indulged in flowers and women. He never expected that he would become an emotionally indifferent drug addict in the middle of the film. I definitely won't touch coke, nor will I deny anyone's life value like he does. Haha, well, I'm not as handsome as him, nor that popular with girls. Besides, I'm not sure if it's true. At least I think my personality is not as annoying as his. You are completely different from him, okay? Zhu-Yiru responded without hesitation. Guys like Dexter, no matter how handsome they look, I just want to slap him. Will you hit people? I hit them in my heart. After answering casually, Zioru rolled her eyes, picked up the remote control, and pressed the mute button, then stared at Han-Yi intently. Let me ask you, since you are completely different from Dexter in terms of personality, habits, and all aspects, why are you afraid of becoming my Dexter? Because he and I have the same dilemma. Dilemma? Yes, Zioru, dilemma. After saying this, Han-Yi stared at the screen that no longer made any sound in a trance and fell into a long silence. So, you gonna tell me about it or not? Zhu-Yiru patiently waited for Han-Yi's further explanation. When the time in the film had advanced to 1999 and Han-Yi was still silent, she gently patted his chest and smiled with understanding, comfort, and encouragement, but also full of hope, anxiety, and hesitation. Oh yeah, I'm just finding my inner strength so that I can say it out loud. As proved by countless conversations before, for Han-Yi and Zhu-Yiru, who are quite introverted and reserved in expressing emotions, it is indeed easier to talk about their feelings in English as a second language than in their mother tongue. Okay, listen, maybe my expression is not particularly accurate, but here it is. Han-Yi took a deep breath and spoke slowly. In my opinion, Dexter has never regarded Emma as an individual worthy of his cherishment. In other words, Dexter doesn't want to make any sacrifices or contributions to Emma. In the first year, he had already entered Emma's room, but just because Emma wanted to dress up for him and play romantic music on the record player, he was ready to put on his clothes and slip away. Why? Is it because he has been hurt before and is afraid of commitment and intimacy? No, he just doesn't want to waste time playing this kind of love game with Emma. He doesn't think Emma is valuable and irreplaceable. In Dexter's heart, with his looks, he can have as many girls as he wants like Emma. Even later, when the two became good friends, Dexter's attitude towards Emma was still casual. He flirted when he wanted to tease her and comforted her when he wanted to be a good person. A few words, and if he feels unhappy, he will directly mock. You saw his behavior at the dinner table. Even if he is an ordinary friend, he should not say such words and show such an attitude, making the other person feel that he is a complete loser who has lost the meaning of life, right? The reason why Dexter did this is because everything came too easy for him. Emma was willing to devote herself to him without reservation, without any promise, and indulged him for 20 years. She told him with her actions that he could indulge in sensual pleasures outside, no matter what kind of heinous mistakes he made, as long as he was willing to come back to my arms, everything would be fine. The movie only depicts one Emma, but think about it, Dexter, how likely is it that there is only one Emma around? Han Yi, who was explaining his thoughts in English at the beginning, quietly switched to Chinese. Xiaoru, what I want to say is, for someone like Dexter, the whole world is his buffet. The dishes are very different, but equally delicious. Is it the same for you? Xiaoru asked softly. This world is also your buffet. Oh, even more so. Han Yi sneered, not at Xiaoru, but at the situation he never thought he would face one day. Dexter's most proud asset is his appearance. And the weapons I have are much more powerful than his. Money. Yes, money. Han Yi nodded, pondered for a moment, and then continued in a deep voice. You should remember that after the charity dinner that day, on the way down the mountain, I told you, for most people, even if their partner cheats, if the partner can throw $1 million in her face, they will try to understand. Remember, I still remember you. $185 million can buy 2 or 3 so-called confidants, and then more than a dozen lovers who are pleasing to the eye, and let them revolve around you for the rest of their lives. Zuiru repeated it accurately word for word, and it can be seen how deep a mark Han Yi's words at that time left in her heart. But you also told me that you are afraid to fall asleep every day. Because you are afraid that one day you will wake up and suddenly become old and find that you are about to die. At that time, you can't remember all the excitement and happiness in this life, and you will only think over and over again about what you have done with so much money in this life. Yes, that's absolutely right, and I still stick to my point of view now. Han Yi rubbed his temples, a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. But I forgot one thing at the time, that is, this sentence can also be understood in reverse. If one day I'm lying on a hospital bed, thinking back on my whole life, and suddenly I find that I still prefer another way of life, what should I do? But you can't have your cake and eat it too. Xiaoru's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. No matter what choice you make, you can only accept the loss of another life. That's right. Han Yi looked at Zuiru gently and answered word by word, but I can choose not to make a choice. No choice? For ordinary people, every day, every hour, every minute and even every second of their lives, they are making countless choices. Eat omelets or sandwiches for breakfast, take the bus, or take a taxi to work, watch a romance movie or a thriller. Most of the choices are irrelevant because they are mechanical and repetitive. If you regret it, you can do it again. If the omelette you eat today is not fresh, just change it to a sandwich tomorrow. But there are always some choices that will have an irreversible and important impact on their lives. For example, which city should you live in? Los Angeles or New York? 2 or 3 seemingly light words can determine your future 3 months, 10 years of life trajectory. For example, if I choose to live in Los Angeles, what kind of house should I buy? A main room, an apartment, a single family villa, or just rent a house for the rest of my life. No matter which one you choose, it will quickly empty your wallet and make all your hard-earned savings double in an instant, or directly return to zero. We have been making choices, but we have always hated choices. Because choices mean uncertainty and incompleteness. As you said, no matter what choice you make, you must accept the loss of another life. In other words, no choice is 100% perfect, and will not make people regret it at all. Therefore, the flaws in choice have become the driving force for human beings to be productive in society. We climb up desperately and sacrifice everything in exchange for power. Power and money are just to make the choices we need to make in the future less and less. If we have enough capital, we don't have to choose between Los Angeles and New York. We can fly back and forth with private jets and live in each city for half a year. If we have enough capital, we can buy a house, an apartment, and a villa. Why do we have to choose? Even if we buy all of them, it will not have the slightest negative impact on our lives. When you have enough confidence, you can choose not to make a choice. And when you choose not to make a choice, you will find that this is a complete, perfect, and regret-free life. Fortunately, you have enough confidence now. Zooyeru completed the subtext for Hanyi, enough money and power, at the age when they are most needed. Yes, I used to restrain myself with the most simple moral values and values, but I can. The more resources I can control, the more I feel that these concepts are just to make. I'm really sorry to say this, but it seems that these concepts are just to help people who can't get enough resources to make choices more easily. Waste is shameful? Okay, then I will just eat one sandwich and stop craving for that piece of fried chicken that I might only be able to eat half of. Saving money is the best way to make money. Okay, I can't afford a second apartment in Manhattan anyway, so thinking this way makes me feel better. Be loyal to your partner? That's right, because it's too expensive to have a lover. You mean, once you have enough resources, loyalty to your partner is no longer a binding concept? Zooyeru, who found it difficult not to associate Hanyi's words with her own experience, looked a little gloomy. I know this sounds uncomfortable to you. I'm sorry, Zaoru, but look at the examples around us. Hanyi sighed softly. I don't want to use genes, animal nature, and reproductive desire as an excuse, but this is a real and common phenomenon. Just to give an example, Jeff. Hanyi stopped talking here because he suddenly realized that Bill Gates in 2016 was still a role model of a wealthy man with few flaws in his private life and a perfect marriage. Jeff Bezos is the same. Sorry, I said the wrong thing. It was Tiger Woods and Jay-Z who was just caught. Even if his wife is Beyoncé, an ideal partner who is perfect in every aspect and completely in line with his social status and wealth level, he can't suppress his restless heart. Is this kind of thing so wonderful? In fact, it's not, especially for men. After satisfaction, there is more emptiness and self-doubt. But why do these millionaires and billionaires still go forward one after another, without hesitation? Even if they have to divide half of their property in divorce, they are still unfaithful to their partners? After all, in my opinion, they just enjoy the pleasure of not making a choice. Of course there is a price to pay for not making a choice, and sometimes it's very heavy, but for these people, no matter how heavy the price is, they can afford it. Was Jeff Bezos' $160 billion divorce case really for that momentary sexual pleasure? To put it bluntly, is there really love in the world that is so sincere and strong that it can make a person give up $80 billion of assets? In Hanyi's view, all of this is just Jeff Bezos' normal or distorted self-realization. He wants it all and can afford the price of having it all. So, in the final analysis, if I understand correctly, Zaoru chewed over Hanyi's long and eloquent speech carefully and gave a cautious conclusion. Now you have come to understand their behavior and even agree with it. What you said is absolutely right. It's hard to admit it, but for Hanyi, it's even harder for him to hide it in front of Zooyeru. I don't know when this change started, but looking back, when I found out that, after buying a McLaren P1, I could immediately buy a more expensive Ferrari vintage sports car, and I wouldn't even notice any change in the balance in my account. I bought the villa we are in now for $40 million, and a few months later I bought a Manhattan penthouse with a higher price tag. Did I tell you, Zaoru? I just bought a house at 157 in Central Park. No. Zooyeru shook her head silently. That's what I wanted to say. If we hadn't happened to talk about this topic today, I wouldn't have remembered to tell you about it, because it's not a great achievement for me. Oh, yes, I also bought an apartment in Lisbon, just to get the tax incentives there. When will I go to live there? I don't know, maybe I'll never live there for even a day. But this is the charm of not making choices. I can do whatever I want, regardless of gains and losses, regardless of consequences. Now you should understand, Zioru, why I'm worried that I will become your Dexter. This is the reason. As my career expands, my wealth is also increasing rapidly, and this trend will not stop for a long time in the foreseeable future. I'm beginning to get more and more accustomed to this kind of life without making choices. This absolute freedom to do whatever I want and get what I want fascinates me. I can feel that its scope of influence is constantly expanding. Consumption, career, and feelings. And feelings. Hanya used repetition to express affirmation. No one can squander all the wealth in this life, which brings me endless choices and the power to take every choice. I know that in the normal traditional social concept, what I said is completely contrary to morality and common sense, but at least now, Zioru, at least now, I can't convince myself to get rid of its influence. This is the dilemma I want to tell you. I'm still the same me, but at the same time, I am no longer the me you are familiar with. Understand? Zuyeru left Hanyi's arms, sat cross-legged, raised her eyes, looked at each other very seriously, and suddenly smiled sweetly. But why tell me this? Don't you think, if you like me too, it would be better to hide it from me? When I don't know anything, be with me, and then, do what you want to do. When I fall deep enough, and can't get out, tell me these. In that case, maybe I can only passively accept it, and accept it with a pinch of my nose. Because you are not only someone I like, but also someone I care about. Hanyi felt hypocritical when he said this. He pinched his nose uncomfortably, his voice getting lower and lower. If we were just casual acquaintances, and I just wanted to pursue you because you're pretty, that would be fine. I definitely wouldn't tell you that. But we have another identity. At least for me, you're my best friend in this life, and I don't want you to get hurt because of my recklessness and recklessness. Of course the method you mentioned is feasible, but if I do that, I'll have one more lover, and one less beloved. That's why I didn't choose to take a step further with you after March 1st, 2015. And that's why I choose to confess everything to you now. Hanyi lied. The reason why Hanyi didn't get together with Zioru on March 1st, 2015 was actually for the exact opposite reason, because he didn't want to be the one who pulled his partner down from the climbing path and took shelter in a dark cave halfway up the mountain with him. But in this situation after rebirth, the original reason is obviously no longer applicable. The new statement not only allows Zioru to understand the choice he made at this moment, but also further consolidates the background story about the source of the huge amount of funds that Hanyi has been carefully drawing. Hanyi only started to use the money left by his family this year, but before that, he was not completely unaware of the existence of this money. This is the impression he wants to leave on Zioru. Tell me everything. Hearing Hanyi's last heartfelt monologue, Zuyeru changed from sitting cross-legged to sitting on her knees, with her hands on her knees, staring at Hanyi with a smile for 3 or 5 seconds. Immediately, she retracted all the expressions on her face. Hanyi, do you think I'm an idiot? The sudden calling of the full name and the extremely harsh tone made Hanyi feel like falling into an ice cellar. Do you think I didn't notice anything about what you said before? With her palms on the sofa, kneeling and crawling again, Zioru approached Hanyi again step by step. Do you think you are the only one in the world who can understand these truths? Before I told you that I like you, I have prepared myself to face the worst case scenario. That is, you don't tell me anything, happily accept my confession, and then continue to be with Zhao Yaozan or other people, being affectionate and unclear. Observing Hanyi, who was stunned by several hairpins, Zuyeru's beautiful smile bloomed again. So, thank you for making me firm in my choice. Before she finished speaking, Zioru put her hand on Hanyi's neck and covered his lips with her lips, which were not painted with any makeup, but looked delicate and tempting because of the mixture of various emotions. Chapter 190. To the person I want, no one can take him away. The most wonderful feeling in the world is when you kiss someone for the first time after you have kissed him/her many times in your heart. This kiss is the same for both Hanyi and Zuyeru. It circulated in their eyes thousands of times before finally reaching their lips. The hesitant and resolute, the uneasy trust, the anxious and impatient, the ecstasy of the perfect combination, the simplest contact, the most gorgeous fireworks. This is the first kiss. Between the nose, lips, tongue, and 2 lungs that have forgotten how to beat, are all filled with Zioru's breath. In 9 years and 2 lives, the deepest regret he buried in his heart was dug out by Zuyuru in the most direct way, thrown into her half-open and half-closed apricot eyes, and flowed eastward with the spring water. As a sincere and brave, warm, and gentle answer, Han-Yi's left hand grasped Zuyuru's slender waist, and his right hand climbed up her creamy cheek, ruffling her already scattered hair. Every movement received Zioru's instinctive response without any modification. The moment her left hand touched the hem of her silk pajamas, the muscles of her whole body became stiff almost at the same time, and after 3 or 2 seconds, she lost the last bit of resistance. A microcosmic universe that encompassed everything, and only had one person unfolded in Zioru's mind. On a rainy night heading to a late-night restaurant, she jumped into the car in the City of Lights, and danced on the streets with a romantic walk. Countless sweet moments shared with Han-Yi quickly merged into a magnificent musical, performed by countless people for them. The two didn't know how long the kiss lasted. They only knew that at the beginning, the world was silent, and at the end, it was also silent. This was a moment and eternity when time, space, light, color, sound, and existence itself completely lost their meaning. The kiss finally stopped, because of the exhaustion of air. The two opened their eyes at the same time, and smiled at each other. Everything was so flawless and natural, as if this was a game they had been playing since childhood, or as if it was the last farewell in their old age, after experiencing many things. With just one kiss, the past that they had never spent together, and the future, that was yet to be written, were filled with joy and expectations. Fortunately, I brushed my teeth. Han-Yi knew how to break every subtle atmosphere that required the true heart to be dissected with a witty remark. This was the defense mechanism he learned from Chandler. Fortunately, I only drank soy milk. Zuyuru, who was still immersed in great happiness, did not care about Han-Yi's slight retreat. She smiled happily, her eyes curved into 2 long crescents, and pecked the other's lips again with lingering desire. Zioru, Han-Yi exhaled a breath of turbid air, sat up straight, and wanted to say something. No, you've been talking for a long time. It's my turn now. Zioru held Han-Yi's shoulders, and pushed him back to the sofa. I just said, thank you for making me firm in my choice. Maybe this sentence is a little confusing to you, so I have to explain it to you. I know you talk a lot, but don't interrupt me this time, because it's very important. Zuyuru raised her index finger and put it in front of her lips. She didn't show a satisfied smile until she saw Han-Yi nodded and continued. I've told you before that, although I don't like my parents planning my life, I don't mind the path they pointed out. I even quite agree with it. Because before I met you, I had never had that kind of feeling towards any boy. There are many handsome ones, many rich ones, and even more who treat me well. However, no matter how likable or perfect they are, I always feel so weird in front of them. I don't know if you can understand what I mean. That is, I feel like my whole life is a TV series, and those people are just acting step by step, and I'm the only one who didn't get the script. But even if I was kept in the dark, I knew that they would never be the protagonists. At least not the protagonists of my play. Sometimes I doubt myself, whether I have stayed in Nantou for too long, and turned myself into a pure-hearted monk. My mother often said that, although she is a mother and I'm a daughter in this life, I should have experienced more reincarnations. My soul is older than hers. It sounds strange, but if you think about it carefully, she is not wrong. I have not been interested in topics about the opposite sex or medical beauty since I was a child. If I study, I will study hard. If I don't study, I will eat and watch anime. If my mother doesn't arrange travel plans during the holidays, I can stay in my room all the time. It's completely the life of a retired old man. You originally. Hey, we agreed not to interrupt me. After kissing each other, Zioru's body movements towards Han-Yi were naturally a lot bolder. She directly covered the other's mouth, nose to nose, and imitated the kitten's teeth. When the latter raised his hands in surrender, she returned to her original state. Be good, okay, I'll continue. At that time, I thought that if I would never truly fall in love with someone in my life, and love was just a castle in the air for me, then no matter who I chose, the spiritual impact on me should be similar. Similar means that there is no impact at all. If we take this logic a step further, since it doesn't matter who I choose, why don't I choose the one with the best material conditions? Since I'm already wronging myself, of course I have to choose someone who can compensate me in other ways and make me feel more balanced psychologically. So, my parents asked me to prepare to marry into a wealthy family, and I never objected at all, because this was my rational plan. In my life, I just want the most unique experience in the world. If I can't find the one and only person I love, I'll find a unique one who treats me well. God gave me this face, and I work so hard to maintain it, not for some brat to get it without any effort. At this point, Zioru drew a circle in front of her face with her index finger, and winked at Hanyi playfully. Look, if we put aside the topic of feelings, I'm also a very realistic person. Well, of course. Having said that, although a wealthy family is the only answer I accept in terms of material things, I'm not willing to promise myself to anyone too early or rush to be tied to a certain young master. First of all, I'm not that anxious. I have always let things take their course in terms of feelings. Although my family is not wealthy, it will not make me unable to survive without getting married at my age. And, like I told you before, I don't want to be anyone's third or fourth concubine. My future partner should be willing to treat me well, not something I beg for. In other words, being good to me is important, but the prerequisite is that everything must be based on equality. Marry early and enjoy a few more years of happiness, no problem, but in this case, others will definitely not give you any respect. If you put yourself in their shoes, you will know that you don't have the ability to support yourself, and you can't move forward without that halo, so why should others treat you, a parasite? Well, study hard first, and make achievements in the chosen field, so that those who love you will not only love you, but also respect you, admire you, and even be afraid of you, so that unequal relationships can become more equal, and short-lived marriages can become longer lasting. Have you never thought about not getting married? After listening quietly to Zuiru's views on marriage and love, Hanyi couldn't help but break the agreement between the two again, and asked softly, why do you have to make a choice if you can't meet the right person? It's okay not to get married, this is my plan B. Zioru nodded and responded, it's just that I like children very much. In this life, I still want to have a child of my own. You don't necessarily have to have a child. You don't necessarily have to find a husband, right? Wouldn't it be pitiful for a child to be born without a father? And why do you want me to be an old nun who is a single parent and single for the rest of my life? Zuiru narrowed her almond eyes. How could she not understand Hanyi's emotions when she knew him inside out? Zioru lifted the strands of hair on her yaya's forehead and said in a sweet voice, why are you jealous? It's just a hypothetical thing. What's so good about being jealous? Hanyi gently pushed Zioru's hand away, cleared his throat, and replied with his neck stiff. You also know it's a hypothetical? Be good. Haven't I found someone I like now? Zuiru gently soothed the little waves in Hanyi's heart. I'm telling you the truth. Don't be angry. When I first met you, I really had no feelings for you at all. It was the kind of, if we never met again, I might not even remember you when we walked on the street. Handsome, a little, but there are still many handsomer people than you, and I don't particularly value this. Rich. Well, at least I didn't see it at the time. Are you good to me? Oh, you are simply negative in this aspect. Huh. Do you think everyone can immediately adapt to your Chandler-style jokes? At the beginning, I thought you were weird and annoying, and you had to make fun of everything. I'm changing. Hanyi shrugged helplessly. I've been like this since I was a child. I'm used to it, and I also know that it's not good to make jokes casually many times. It doesn't matter. I don't mind now. Now I like it. At this point, Zioru couldn't help but kiss Hanyi lightly. She didn't know that her addiction would be so great, and she couldn't stop at all. I remember that, when I woke up on the morning of March 2nd, before I even opened my eyes, I quickly turned on my phone to see if you had sent me a message. I found that there was not a single new message, and I was a little angry, thinking that you didn't care about me at all. Well, at that time I thought, why should I be angry? Why would I care whether you care about me or not? Oh, so this is what it feels like to like someone. So, I also have the ability to like others. From that day on, the life blueprint that I had planned and executed for so long seemed to be invalidated in an instant. What about plan A and plan B? I just hope that plan A is you, plan B is you, B is also you. Many times when I ride in your car, I will be very impulsive and want to confess to you directly. Anyway, I don't care whether it is a boy or a girl who does this kind of thing. However, at the same time, I will also be very scared because, hey, I'm really embarrassed to say this, but you treat me as your best friend, and I treat you as my best friend, so I must let you know. When I see the broken car door and the cold wind that keeps pouring in from the highway, I will be afraid to say, hey, is his family condition not very good? Can't I give me a materially stable future? Do I really have to make such a hasty decision because I rely on him and miss him spiritually? What if he doesn't like me one day? Then I will have nothing. Even if he always likes me, giving up material things for spiritual things is really more noble, happier than giving up spiritual things for material things. You think it's right. Even if he is the male protagonist, Hanyi deeply agrees with Zuyeru's idea. Or, because he is the male protagonist, he knows the male protagonist's complex psychology, so he agrees with it. Human hearts are really hard to predict. This is what I wanted to express to you just now. I don't know what kind of person I will become in the future. No, yai. Zioru softly interrupted Hanyi's self-reflection. That's not the reason why I didn't tell you my feelings. Actually, I've already thought about it before. Before I knew you were rich, I'd already thought about it. I'm willing to give up material things and choose spiritual things for you. Even if you can't give me anything, I'm willing to do that. It's stupid, I know, but I'm still young and can afford to be stupid. If it's you, it doesn't matter, you're stupid anyway. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Zioru smiled sweetly and waved her hand. At that time, I had a very complete plan, how to be with you, and whether to stay here or go back to the mainland after being with you. If I go back to the mainland, what should I do? How should mom and the others arrange it? I'm sorry, I planned it all out without telling you. Later, the reason I didn't tell you was actually because I saw your performance. My performance? Well, I know you also want to be with me. But you have the same concerns that I have, and they are stronger than mine. Because I know my true thoughts, but you don't. This seemingly ambiguous statement may be difficult for outsiders to understand, but both parties in the conversation know it well. You have to get through this stage by yourself. If you can't figure it out, even if we are barely together, there will be many, especially big problems later, because of your mental state. So, I have been waiting for you to turn your mind around, waiting for you to stop feeling sorry for yourself, waiting for you to be a man who can really take on difficulties and responsibilities. Zuyeru's words completely extinguished Hanyi's anger. Although his expression did not change, it was more like a dull regret, rather than a calmness. It turned out that the problem he was worried about had already been solved by Zioru. It turned out that he didn't need to pull Zioru to hide halfway up the mountain to avoid the rain. As long as he mustered up the courage and held up a big umbrella for her, she would be willing to continue the difficult climb with him. But who knows, I guessed wrong. Zioru did not give Hanyi a chance to continue speaking. She whispered to herself, and her tone sounded dark and lonely. Things are not what I imagined at all. You are not hesitant because of the lack of material conditions, but Zuyeru did not say anything else. In more than half an hour, Hanyi had already said everything he needed to say in this regard. Sometimes, I really wonder, why did your aunt and the others raise you in poverty for so long and only allowed you to use money this year? Well, if I had known you were like this. Zuyeru suddenly raised her hand and pointed to the ceiling of the private cinema. You are so rich. I have never seen anyone spend money like this in my life. I definitely wouldn't even have the idea of contacting you, let alone let myself fall in love with you. I can bear the days of not wanting material things, but only spiritual things, and I can also accept a life of not wanting spiritual things, but only material things. But I'm most afraid of people like you. Do you know, Yi? You can give me both spiritual and material things at the same time, but as you just warned me, one day, maybe you will become a different person and take these two things back at the same time. Losing any one of them is not a blow to me. Just think of it as making a stupid mistake, taking a detour in life, and returning to the fork in the road. But if I have tasted the perfect taste of the two combined, if you let me, I will collapse. I'm sorry, I never thought of doing this to you. Han Yi sighed and closed his eyes in annoyance. After his rebirth on February 29, 2016, he had always acted on impulse, and he had never thought that his compensatory mentality for living again would bring such a heavy burden to the people he cared about. You didn't think about it, but you have already done it. Zioru sat on Han Yi, holding her lover's face with both hands again, adding another lip print. Do you know, I still have a gift from my aunt worth more than $1 million lying in my house. Do you know, in Carmel, when I leaned on your chest and closed my eyes, how much I wanted to pull you to live there, just like the boss and the boss's wife, and never return to the real world? I have got both material and spiritual things. Now it's too late to turn back. Putting a little force on Han Yi's cheek, Zuyeru forced him to open his eyes. The reason why I confess to you today is because of this month. I have thought it through. On this matter, I can only move forward, not backward. I believe you understand me, but if you don't know me well enough, let me tell you a little something about me. Although I look gentle and soft-spoken, as if I dare not swat a fly, but my heart is stronger than anyone else. No one can change the goals I set. No one can take away the person I want. I can keep silent for a week, just to concentrate on passing the Saturday. I can choose 7 or 8 courses every semester and help my mother save money until my hair changes color. Since I can do all these, then I can also defeat those messy little monsters and keep the person I like. Yi, I heard everything you said. I understand your concerns. It is because of understanding that I choose to do this. Why should I give up because of fear? Just because I'm afraid that someone else will take it away, I have to give up the best thing to others? I won't quit without putting up a fight. No matter how many unknown troubles your money, your career, your empire will attract in the future, I'm willing to accept the challenge. Even if I fail in the end, and you really change, and really accept the kindness of others, that is your regret, not mine. So, let them come. I want to see who can take my Zuyeru's man away. The burning flame that was always carefully placed in her heart has now become a prairie fire, burning all over Zioru's body. She lowered her arms, supported the sofa, and let her long hair fall from her shoulders. What are you waiting for, Yi? Today, you haven't kissed me yet. It would be too much if you don't give me a monthly ticket. After reading this chapter, Chapter 193, Claiming Sovereignty, my mouth is swollen. Zuyeru, who was hanging on Han Yi like a koala, pressed her lips, which were obviously swollen, with her fingertips. The sweet and hot pain made her gasp and complain. No one cared about the subsequent plot development of Emma and Dexter in one day. Zioru and her Yi almost didn't sleep all night. They were either talking to each other affectionately, or leaving passionate marks on each other's cheeks, foreheads, noses, and of course lips. Unlike his crazy love with Barbara Pavin, Han Yi and Zuyeru's ear-to-ear contact can be described as starting from love and ending with etiquette. Apart from kissing, Han Yi didn't do anything that was out of line. They were like a pair of early lovers who wanted to taste the forbidden fruit, but didn't know where the forbidden fruit was. It was as if kissing was the most shameful and intimate behavior in the world. At least this night, there was only the love of souls blending together, without the insatiable desire. Me too. Han Yi turned up her lips and showed Zioru her results. Ha 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 ha. Zuyeru had never laughed so wantonly. Bao Hangfeng. You still dare to say that to me? Come here. He pressed Zioru under him again, and bullied her for a long time until her cheeks and lips became more beautiful and the breath from her mouth and nose became rapid and hot again. Only then did Han-yi let go with satisfaction. Look, whose mouth is more swollen now? I'll bite you to death. Zooyeru bared her teeth like a kitten fiercely, but her raised eyes were full of smiles and tenderness. Okay, come. No, no. Zioru curled up and avoided Han-yi's attack as nimbly and slipperily as a loach, shrinking to the corner of the sofa. She picked up her mobile phone that had been placed on the tea table without turning it over, glanced at the time on the screen, and said in surprise, "It's 8:30. I thought it was only 2 or 3 hours. I'm asking you, yai." Zioru turned on the selfie camera and asked softly while checking her MacBook that had been eaten up. "What? When do you usually have breakfast here?" "It depends. I might sleep a little longer on weekends. I'll have breakfast if I can, but not if I can't. On weekdays, around 9 o'clock. After breakfast, I drive to the company, which takes about 10 or 20 minutes. It's just in time for the 10 o'clock work. In other words, Felix and Harold should have started preparing in the kitchen now. About that. Okay." As her eyes moved, a sly smile rose unconsciously at the corner of Zooyeru's mouth. While checking her MacBook, she not only did not try to cover up the traces of last night's lingering, but instead pressed her upper lip, which still had some lipstick left on it, and smeared it outwards, so that the color drew a clear arc from the edge of her mouth to her jaw. "Take me to breakfast. I'm so hungry." Seemingly brushing her hair casually, to make it look more messy and fluffy, Zioru smiled and took Han-yi's arm, pulling him to push open the soundproof door of the private theater that was tightly wrapped in velvet. The first thing the new hostess has to do is, of course, to declare her sovereignty. Others can take their time, but the housekeepers at 864 Stradella Road who have been with Han-yi day and night now have to get used to her long-term presence. Zioru, who was inspired to fight, is fighting hard in her own way. "Good morning, everyone." What surprised Zooyeru was that this morning, not only Felix Sorensen and Harold Hansen, the two chefs, appeared in the kitchen and lounge space, but also Corey McIntosh and Sophia Ortiz. One was carefully preparing the tableau for the long outdoor table, and the other was carefully mixing the various drinks for the employer to enjoy in the morning. The four people who followed the sound saw a scene that shocked them. Zooyeru, wearing light pink pajamas, leaned on Han-yi's shoulder like a little bird and greeted them softly with full affinity. Whether it was the half-faded MacBook of the former that didn't have time to clean up, or the obvious sleepy look of the latter's dark circles under her eyes, these two people, no, it should be said that this pair of young lovers should have slept together last night. And they didn't do anything like sleeping. "Good morning, Grace." Felix and Harold were the first to react. The gossipy couple exchanged an ambiguous look, then raised their voices and greeted Zooyeru very excitedly. Fiamu Dervish was a firm supporter of Eugen, and Felix and Harold had a special liking for the cute and petite Zooyeru from the beginning. "Hi, honey, good morning." Like the two Danish chefs, Sophia Ortiz, a single mother who raised two children alone, especially liked the soft and sticky Zooyeru. And if her children were not mistaken, they also missed this super good looking big sister who always spoke to them in a gentle and soft voice. After seeing Zooyeru and Han-yi snuggling together, Sophia's eyes showed a few smile lines. She stopped preparing the drinks and folded her hands on her chest. She seemed to want to say something with emotion, but she didn't know how to express it properly. "Good morning, Mr. Han and Ms. Zhu. What a beautiful day." Corey McIntosh greeted the two with open arms, showing no emotional fluctuations at all because of the unexpected situation of Han-yi and Zooyeru. For this property manager who has a good grasp of professionalism and sense of scale, he would not have any reaction, even if Han-yi took the queen back to the bedroom the next second. That would be strange, of course, but providing meticulous life services for his employer is the only task he cares about. "Miss Zhu, the bathroom has prepared toiletries for you. Would you like to refresh yourself before dinner?" The euphemistic and clever wording fully reflects the reserved character of Corey McIntosh as a British. The word refresh did not mention Zooyeru's somewhat untidy MacBook at this time. "Good idea, Corey. I need to wash my face to wake up." With a smile, Zooyeru gently tiptoed and kissed Han-yi's cheek. The strength was just right, not too deliberate, but it could leave a faint lip mark on Han Yi's face. I'll go wash up first, dear. The English was deliberately spoken, and of course the word dear was deliberately used. Zioru will not give up until this affection is shown enough today. Okay, now nobody talks. Rubbing his throbbing temples, sitting in front of the island counter, sipping a sip of iced tea handed by Sophia, Han Yi raised his index finger and warned everyone. We are not talking. Felix shrugged, pouted, and looked at his partner. Are we talking? No. Harold was quite cooperative, and even turned his head to ask Sophia, did you talk, honey? In response to Harold, Sophia zipped up her mouth, while holding back a smile. A normal day, everything is very normal. Normal breakfast, normal Yi, normal Grace, normal. Felix tapped his right cheek. How do you say this in English? I don't know, but in Spanish we call it chupatón. Sophia's Mexican accent became extremely thick at this time. It seems that every Latin American woman is like this. Once they talk about the emotional drama between men and women, they will automatically switch to the South American daytime soap opera mode. What is chupatón? Oh, chupatón means when a man or woman gives his lover. Okay. Han Yi cleared his throat and held out his hand. Can you give me some more syrup? It tastes a little bland. Sophia. Si, patron. Thank you. Ah, much better. Stirring the sweetness in the iced tea evenly, Han Yi sighed after a moment of silence. You will definitely gossip non-stop after I go to the office, right? What? That's too stereotypical, boss. Felix covered his chest, looking hurt. We have never been interested in these things. Okay. Han Yi nodded slightly. We kissed last night. Tell me all the details. Aren't you not interested? Do I know what I want? I'm just a cook. Felix shook his hand indifferently. Phil, this is why society misunderstands us. Harold shook his head helplessly and turned the pancakes on the frying pan. What misunderstanding? Misunderstanding of our yearning and pursuit of true love? If that's how you define meddling. Don't listen to him, boss. He's old-fashioned. Felix and Harold started their daily routine bickering while crossing their hands on the table, looking at their employer very sincerely. Yi, you know how much we like you and Grace, and you also know that, after you leave home, this will be the topic we have been discussing today. Since all this is inevitable, it's better for you to tell us the true version of the story directly. Okay, let me tell you. Zuyuru, who had removed the little makeup on her face and washed up, appeared in front of everyone again in a simple and elegant manner. She sat next to Han Yi and covered the back of his hand very naturally, as if this set of actions had been practiced thousands of times in the past and had become instinctive. I like him, and he likes me, and it's been going on for a long time. Last night, I told him I like him, and he told me the same thing, and then, are we cute? Zuyuru hesitated, leaving enough room for imagination for Felix, Harold and Sophia who were listening attentively. She put her head on Han Yi's shoulder and held Han Yi's hand a little harder. She playfully closed one eye and asked Felix, the cutest couple in the world. Seeing Zioru's cocky look, Felix shook his head and laughed. She is a feisty little one, isn't she? She certainly is. Looking down at Zuyuru who was leaning against him tightly with a smile on her face, Han Yi's expression was filled with countless complex emotions that either merged or opposed. Sweet bitterness may be the most appropriate word to describe his current mood. The sweetness is that this is the relationship he has always dreamed of. The bitterness is that he is greedy and wants more than one. Good morning, Mr. Han. Welcome back, boss. Boss, see you in the conference room in 15 minutes. Han Yi stepped back into room 1000 on the 10th floor of the Xinghu building of Han Music Group. He squinted his eyes slightly, trying to adapt to the rising sun from the east, lighting up the entire office space through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and his heart was filled with emotion. It has been more than a month since he left Los Angeles. The office layout and display have not changed, but the continuous expansion of the record company and the copyright distribution company, the establishment of the live performance company, and the entry of the Han Capital management team led by Antoine Gatchet have made room 1000, which accommodates 5 branches at the same time, bustling and lively. Whether it is the collective workstations at the corner of the C-shaped office area or the independent compartments arranged closely to each other, almost every seat is full of people. The copyright manager and R&R specialist are discussing the sampling rights confirmation of Cardi B's next mixtape in the tea room. The assistant manager of Renai Management and the Utah performing agent who came to visit this morning found a small meeting room that was temporarily unused and negotiated with the organizer of the European Music Festival about Nicky Romero's schedule to see if he could squeeze out another weekend between Croatia and Germany to go to Romania. The on-site executive of Han Live clenched the microphone and argued loudly with the assistant lawyer of Manad Entertainment who was helping to handle the performance permit on the other end of the line. This is the prototype of the empire that Han has spent hundreds of millions of dollars to build. After signing a payment permit for the fiercest handed over by Celine Joshua and giving Adrian Nunes a few words of caution about the copyright distribution of Cold Water, Han waved to Antoine Gatchet, who was holding a short meeting with the investment managers of Sept Third with his head tilted and holding the phone in the office, and Han moved slowly towards the president's office at the end of the C-shaped corridor. Before arriving at the Xinhu building, Han kept his promise and sent Xiaoru to the north entrance of USC on West Jefferson Avenue. Although she wanted to go to work with Han so that everyone could see how close they were, Xiaoru knew that no one would like a child who was too clingy, and it was best not to have personal emotional matters related to professional life. Otherwise, it would definitely cause trouble for Han future company management. Xiaoru's little willfulness would only be carefully revealed when it did not cause any harm to Han Yi. I'm leaving now. Xiaoru's mouth was almost swollen, and she forgot the pain after the wound healed. Before getting off the car, she took the initiative to give Han Yi a long kiss. I'll have dinner with you tonight, so be good, and don't let other little fairies seduce you away. Where is the little fairies? Han Yi laughed twice. Don't play dumb with me. Xiaoru snorted twice, dragging out her tone. Who is the little fairies? You know it yourself. Which little fairies? Of course, it was the little fairies Zhao Yaozhen. In room 1000 of Xinhu building, who else could make Xiaoru feel a sense of crisis besides her? As his thoughts progressed to this point, Han Yi found himself standing at the door of the president's office. And to his right, the glass house next to the president's office was Zhao Yaozhen's cubicle. Humans are like this. Once they develop curiosity about dangerous things, it is only a matter of time before they come into contact with them. This is especially true for Han Yi. So, from this point of view, Han Yi's vow to slowly distance himself from them and stop them from being hurt was untenable from the beginning. He couldn't refuse Xiaoru, so naturally he couldn't refuse Zhao Yaozhen. He couldn't even walk past her cubicle without looking sideways. Han Yi couldn't help but cast his gaze towards that office, and finally and inevitably met those tired eyes that were bloodshot and no longer had their former spirit. Chapter 194, King Cannot Meet King. Good morning. The first greeting came from Zhao Yaozhen. She took off her black framed glasses to block blue light and yawned uncontrollably. Good morning. Han Yi opened his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and finally pushed open the glass door and walked into Zhao Yaozhen's compartment. Didn't you go home last night? I went home. Hearing Han Yi's question, Yaozhen subconsciously lowered her head and sniffed herself. What's wrong? Is there a smell? No. Han Yi pointed at the other person's eyes. I saw that your eyes were all red, and I thought you hadn't slept and had been here all the time. That's about right. Once she relaxed, Yaozhen yawned all the time. She wiped the tears from her eyes, smacked her lips, and said, I went to bed at 4 and got up at 7. Sleep so late? I followed up on several artists' new singles and tours. I thought it was just a while, but it was already 4 o'clock. Why do you? Han Yi sat opposite Zhao Yaozhen and frowned slightly. Get up so early? Fitness. Zhao Yaozhen smiled. I've been on tour for a while, and my life is not regular. I feel my figure is a little out of shape. I'm too busy during the day, and don't have much time, so I got up early to exercise. Don't worry. Yaozhen blinked. I took a shower before coming here. I didn't. That's not the point. Han Yi looked carefully at the Korean girl in front of him who completely fits the stereotype and really doesn't sleep. Out of shape? If Zhao Yaozen's current appearance is considered out of shape, then 90% of Victoria's Secret angels would probably suffer from anxiety. Don't work so hard, Zhao. What if you hurt your body? Just eat. Yaozen bit her lower lip lightly, as if she remembered something, and showed a smile mixed with hope and joy. What are you eating for lunch later? Well, or eat. Wait, stop kidding. Han Yi sighed helplessly. Go back and rest after lunch, and get some more sleep. No. Zhao Yaozen shook her head. This afternoon alone, I have 5 meetings from 2 to 4 o'clock, with Billie Eilish, Khalid, Dua, Halsey, Madison. Oh, no, there should be 6 meetings. Snoop is coming over today, to talk about something related to Lil Yachty. What is it? The song Broccoli. Yes. Zhao Yaozen nodded in response. Didn't you release this week's Billboard chart 3 days ago? That song was number 87 when it first appeared on the chart, and it's very popular online now. It might go straight to number 60 or 65 this week. Although it's not a song released by us, we can still enjoy the popularity. So let Snoop come over to communicate and see if we can take this opportunity to do a tour. We have to hurry up. Han Yi thought for a moment and agreed with Zhao Yaozen's judgment. It would be best if the show could start next month with a venue that can accommodate between 1,000 and 2,000 people. With this scale, it will be a hit in North America with a Billboard chart, and it will sell out quickly. I have the same idea. Zhao Yaozen turned over the screen of the laptop in front of her and showed Han Yi the email she was writing. I'm sending an inquiry to the Novo, and there's a schedule on August 12th. Look at you, you're already in autopilot mode. Han Yi tapped his fingertips on the desk, whispered a compliment in English, and looked at Zhao Yaozen with a look of relief in his eyes. The past month has been too busy with major things that need to be taken care of in the music group, film and television sector, and the overall structure of the family office. If Han Yi were to micromanage the career of each artist, he would really be a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, there is Karen in the record sector, Adrian in the music distribution sector, and Antoine in the investment and financing field. For each business line, Han Yi has recruited elite talents with outstanding abilities in advance to help him share the pressure. Among them, the one who made him most overjoyed was, of course, the manager in front of him, Zhao Yaozen, who has not yet graduated from college and has just been in this industry for a quarter, has grown rapidly and has transformed into an excellent manager who can think, plan, and implement independently and can calculate the entire development chain through one detail. Broccoli and Lil Yachty are good examples. The single just hit the charts on July 2nd, and Zhao Yaozen put Lil Yachty's first North American tour on the schedule when he returned from vacation on July 5th. Before lunchtime, he sent emails to mid-range performance venues in 19 cities on the east and west coasts, including the United States and Canada. This ability to judge the situation, react, and execute is a treasure wherever it is placed. Han Yi originally thought that many details in artist management and career development would require him to pay frequent attention and make repeated revisions in order to ensure that the future stars he has signed can develop at least at the same pace as in his previous life. But now it seems that he doesn't need to worry about these things at all. Zhao Yaozen can watch over 95% of the work in the artist management section. Even without the 7-year vision, she can make the same correct decisions. No wonder they call her the future superstar of the world music industry. How can such a Zhao Yaozen not be expected? No, I'm not doing well enough. The enthusiastic and straightforward praise from her lover boosted Yaozen's spirit and eased her fatigue that even iced Americano couldn't save. The vague feeling of burning also moved from the chest to the cheeks. What about you? What were you doing yesterday? Yaozen lifted the hair by her ear and asked softly. Did you go to see the fireworks? I'm not interested in watching other countries' National Day. Han Yi waved his hand. I just stayed at home. Why didn't you invite me to dinner? Zhao Yaozen pouted, with a hint of grievance and resentment in her expression. Whether in Seattle or Los Angeles, anyone who knows Yaozen would be surprised to see her acting so cute in front of Han Yi. There's nothing left at home except for a pack of BCD instant tofu soup, and it's not spicy. It pissed me off. Why did you buy it without spicy sauce? I was going to put the hot sauce in, but I was on a business trip for so long that I forgot. That's not the point. The point is, why didn't you invite me to dinner? Zhao Yaozhen stepped on the brakes in time and brought Han Yi's attempt to divert the topic back on track. You knew I was also in LA yesterday. Because I was there yesterday and we ate at home. Han Yi's eyes wandered around the room. I was going to invite you, but when I got home, Felix and Harold had already prepared it. Corey told them in advance that I was coming back. The first half of this sentence was quite true. Han Yi hadn't been back to Los Angeles for a month, and he was going to invite Zhao Yaozhen to dinner. Of course, in order to complete his reverse friend zone plan, he had to bring Zhu Yiru along. If Madison Beer and Billie Eilish weren't still on tour and had just arrived in Uncasville, Connecticut yesterday, Han Yi would have invited them along. The more people there are, the less time you have to be alone, and the lower the chance of something going wrong. But who knew that someone would actually sneak away? And a big one. Is that so? Zhao Yaozhen frowned slightly and quickly caught the wrong part in Han Yi's words. One serving? Yeah, there were not enough ingredients, so I only made one serving. Han Yi was struggling and gradually revealed his defeat. This is how he is. A carefully planned scam can be flawless, but a lie that comes out of his mouth without any mental preparation will only be full of loopholes. The two chefs knew in advance when you would be back, but they didn't prepare the ingredients? Do you really think that Yaozhen didn't get enough sleep today and his brain is not working well? Zhao Yaozhen picked up the iced American coffee that was almost empty at hand, lowered his eyes, took a gulp, and then exhaled a faint cool breath. Yi, I want to ask you. At the critical moment, Zhao Yaozhen's mobile phone betrayed its owner. Before the straightforward question came out, the alarm clock that had been set long ago rang. Mad City meeting. 5 minutes left. Zhao Yaozhen stopped the alarm and turned off the screen of his mobile phone with some annoyance, but he could still tell which was more important. The preparatory meeting for the largest music festival in the second half of the year in Las Vegas saw the messy and trivial thoughts in his mind. Go to the meeting first. I'll ask you later when we have lunch together. After leaving an invitation that was more like a notice than a question, Zhao Yaozhen stood up and threw the polyethylene cup into the trash can with a much stronger force than usual, hitting the wall and making a dull sound. How many preparatory meetings are you having? I've been on a business trip for so long that I forgot what the agenda is today. Han Yi asked, after closing the glass door and following closely behind Zhao Yaozhen, who was striding forward. He naturally remembered what the preparatory meeting for the music festival was about today, and the reason he asked this was simply to ease the suddenly awkward atmosphere between the two of them. The seventh time, Yaozhen turned her head and glanced at Han Yi. Knowing his intention, she answered him in detail. The artist plan, stage design plan and publicity plan for the last music festival this morning will be officially sold at 10 o'clock in the evening. That's great. Tonight Han Yi, who was originally thinking of having dinner together in the evening, suddenly remembered that a girl from Taiwan, who had just declared her sovereignty to him and was preparing to protect her territory, was going to come to 864 Stradella Road to find him. He was still at a loss as to what to do next, but Han Yi knew very well that in this situation, it would be better to try to avoid Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen from meeting each other. If Zhao gave him a blow in front of Yaozhen, let's look forward to it together. Han Yi shuddered in his heart and changed his words stiffly. Let's look forward to it together in the evening. Zhao Yaozhen, who was about to reach out to touch the door of the conference room, was stunned. After a moment, she took a deep breath and asked Han Yi another question in the calmest tone possible. Yi, before we go into the meeting, are you sure you don't have anything else to tell me? No, what could it be? Han Yi, worried that Eugene would continue to ask, pushed open the glass door first. We'll talk about other things during lunchtime. Now, let's sell out all the tickets for Mad City. I'll just make a transition today, so please forgive me for being short. It will be very exciting starting tomorrow. In addition, I'll write a little less about the artist layout in Korea. For various reasons, I don't want to cause trouble for the book. Please understand. Chapter 195. This is a music festival. The moment the door of the conference room was opened, all the whispers stopped abruptly. In addition to Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen who had just arrived, the team members of various sections who filled the remaining 14 seats stood up one after another, either smiling and nodding, or speaking in greeting, to pay tribute to the behind-the-scenes promoter and absolute master of Room 1000. There were many familiar faces in the room. Karen Guo and Maya Sullivan attended on behalf of the R&R team of Han Music Records. A large part of the Mad City lineup this time were signed artists of Han Music, so Karen's appearance was naturally crucial. Zhao Yaozhen and Jason Aaron, two managers managed by Renu, attended this meeting directly as artists per guest Bissons. Ben Mosson was in London, Kevin Kusatsu was on tour with Diplo, and Anthony Lee, another manager of Hoshi, was stationed at the UCF Stadium in Florida, preparing intensively for the Orlando stop of Hoshi's Badlands nationwide tour, which would be staged tomorrow. Badlands, Halsey's debut album, was released by Astralworks. Capitol Records under Universal Music was responsible for the distribution in the United States. EMI was responsible for the UK, and Universal Music Group took over the distribution and marketing work in other parts of the world. In 2016, when EMI Group was divided by Universal and Sony, this meant that the album Badlands was actually an asset of Universal Music. Therefore, without the intervention of Live Nation and eGlive, the two major live performance giants, Halsey's Badlands tour was naturally led by Universal Music's live performance department. Han Yi, who later formed Halsey Incorporated with Halsey, did not get any profit from this round of tours, but the high-intensity tour with thousands of people, coupled with the upcoming release of Close R, will undoubtedly bring immeasurable brand value to their joint venture. In addition, Victoria White Mason, head of Han Music's marketing department, and Todd Gelfand, chief financial officer of the entire music business group, also attended the meeting. One is in charge of the marketing of all signed artists, and the other helps Han Yi keep a tight grip on his purse. They are indispensable and important roles in any joint meeting of Mad City. Of course, there are also many employees who have recently joined Han Music Group in this conference room. Most of them are meeting Han Yi for the first time today. Every one of them is a newcomer working for Han Live, which was established not long ago. Celine Joshua, the head of Han Live's American performance department who was poached from Epic Records, has the most dealings with Han Yi. In fact, she is the main organizer of this Mad City Music Festival. Due to her key role in the project, Celine Joshua sat in the second position on Han Yi's right in the conference room today, second only to Han Live CEO, Jacqueline Berto, a mixed-race descendant of Portugal and southern Italy. Jacqueline Berto, who has a bachelor's degree in industrial engineering from the University of Miami and an MBA from Harvard Business School, is a talent that Han Live unexpectedly gained through a recruitment advertisement on Billboard Point Biz and Todd Gelfand's personal recommendation. Jacqueline, who prefers to be called Jackie, started her career as a US equity derivatives trader at Deutsche Bank and later moved to Caesars Entertainment, a Las Vegas-based live entertainment giant, as senior vice president of finance and treasurer, responsible for the company's finance, accounts, investor relations, strategic procurement and risk management. For a woman who has already started a family, Las Vegas is not a long-term environment for development. As her children grow older, moving out of the gambling city, where basic education is relatively backward, and moving to Los Angeles, where both public and private schools are better, has become a very urgent short-term need. Coincidentally, at this time, Jacqueline Berto saw the CEO recruitment advertisement of Han Live on Billboard Point Biz. Han Live's requirements for CEOs are exactly in line with her professional abilities, and during her tenure at Caesars Entertainment, Jacqueline has maintained a good and close working relationship with Todd Gelfand of Gelfand, Renert and Feldman. With such a suitable background and Gelfand's recommendation, Jacqueline stood out from a group of job seekers and got the high-paying president position with a basic salary of $414,586. From this resume, it can be seen that Jacqueline Berto's tasks at Han Live are more inclined to structural construction, financial management and risk control. In other words, she is not an expansionist CEO, but a conservative manager. The reason why Han Live, which is still in its infancy, made such a recruitment choice that seems somewhat unrealistic to outsiders, is naturally inseparable from Han Yi, the actual controller of the company. Han Yi, who has a lot of large-scale music festivals, concert tours and other live entertainment projects waiting to be implemented in his mind, does not need another right-hand man to help him with creative planning. Han Yi has no time, no energy, and to be honest, no professional ability to do micromanagement to promote the implementation of the project. With many projects such as Mad City in Las Vegas, the Miami Shrine Music Festival, the Apple Music co-branded music festival, Block Party and a series of artist tours in the future, being launched and prepared at the same time, what Han Yi lacks most is professionals who can sort out the mess and arrange them in the most effective way to become a solid rope to pull the entire Han Music group forward. Jacqueline Beto is such a person. After accepting the position, Jacqueline quickly imitated the mature organizational management model of the two live performance giants Live Nation and Live to build the company structure of Han Live and carried out some innovative reforms and integrations. The executives hired are basically from these two groups. Amy Morrison, Senior Vice President of Han Live's marketing department, came from Concerts West, a subsidiary of Live. Amy joined Live in February 2000 and has worked for the world's second largest live performance group for 16 years. Since the beginning of her career, Amy Morrison's position and responsibilities have always been linked to marketing. She worked in the marketing department of Live Group's headquarters for 12 years, and in 2012 she accepted a job transfer to join Concerts West, a subsidiary of the group that specializes in producing concert tours for rock and pop stars. Before accepting the job invitation of Han Live, Amy Morrison served as the marketing chief consultant for Neil Diamond, Blink-182, and the Horde Music Festival, and was responsible for the specific marketing work of all performances of Fleetwood Mac, Yanni, Britney Spears, Eagles, Paul McCartney and Tom Petty in the past 4 years. The main reason why Jacqueline Beto chose Amy Morrison is that she has rich first-hand market experience that cannot be richer and has close cooperation with major stars. The newly established Han Live needs the protection of these predecessors who have accumulated more than 10 years of connections in the industry. The company is currently preparing for the epoch-making legendary music festival with Apple Music, which must also rely on similar superstar networks to land smoothly. The reason why Amy Morrison chose to leave Live is also very simple. For her career at Live has already hit the glass ceiling that cannot be broken. The American entertainment industry in 2016 has made great improvements compared to decades ago, but the dark clouds of gender, race, nationality, and culture still hang over all minorities. Even if she is a pure Anglo-Saxon white woman, even if she has worked diligently for 16 years at Live, even if her ability is relatively unmatched within the group, Amy Morrison still cannot get the position of Senior Vice President of Live to lead the marketing work of the entire group. That position has been reserved for men since the establishment of the group. Women want to join the group's executive team? No problem. Try the internal back-end positions such as the Chief Operating Officer and the Vice President of the Finance Department, or the Chief Digital Officer, which was only established a few years ago and has not yet been taken up. Amy Morrison did not fail to fight for the right to promotion from the group's board of directors, but the answer she finally got was to let her go to a good subsidiary and have a taste of the senior vice president there. This is an insult that a strong woman like Amy Morrison, who regards her career as her whole life, cannot bear. Laura McWhirter, head of the Global Media and Commercial Sponsorship Department, and Ori Briston, head of the Music Festival Department, two senior employees of Live Nation, basically chose to leave the industry leader and join the newly established Han Live for similar reasons. Laura's expertise is team building, corporate sponsorship, brand management, global tours and event activation in the media and business departments. In just 3 or 4 years of her career, she has served more than 15 Fortune 500 companies and completed B2B or B2C marketing activities with a total value of tens of millions of dollars, including concert tours, festival activities, digital media promotions, consumer draws and celebrity endorsements. In other words, in just less than 5 years at Live Nation, she led a small team to contribute 8-digit commercial sponsorship income to Live Nation. However, there are many strong people inside Live Nation. If you want to wait 4 years in such a large organization and wait until you reach the position of senior vice president, it is better to jump out and make some achievements first. As for Ori Briston, this Jewish descent who graduated from the University of Florida and works as a senior brand manager at Live Nation headquarters, was originally a perfect template for career advancement, but unfortunately he is an extremely active gay rights activist. Live Nation is very happy to keep such an employee as a model employee of a diverse workplace, but if it wants to promote the position of senior manager to a higher level, it will still face some more realistic factors. It is not necessarily that the management or the board of directors has any discrimination against sexual minorities. Many times, it is simply because putting him in a corner where no one cares will avoid many cognitive problems. For the middle level of a group, it doesn't matter if the processes are trivial and the rules are complicated, but the president's office and the boardroom pay more attention to the efficiency of speaking freely rather than cautious compliance. Regardless of the facts, at least this is the concept that Live Nation and its parent company Liberty Global have always adhered to. In the eyes of founder John Malone, Live Nation, F1, SiriusXM, and DirecTV, which was previously sold to AT&T, can be packaged however they want and promote progress however they want. In today's American society, if media groups want to make money, they must do this kind of superficial work. But as far as he can see, the fewer those messy things, the better. Most of the entertainment leaders and media giants in the United States have such strange structures. The assets held on the surface are all liberals who support the Democratic Party and advocate so-called progressivism, but the closer you go to the core, the more you can see their conservative core. This is also the reason why the Republican Party can still fight hard with its opponents in every election, when the public opinion position has almost been completely lost. The Democratic Party is active in the open, and the Republican Party controls the dark line. At least in the American media industry, this is a current reality. And this is also the most critical reason why Hanye's Han Live and Han Music Group's executive team are mainly composed of women, minorities and other disadvantaged groups. It is not that we need to pursue equal rights so urgently, but because under the same salary conditions, Hanye's music business group can only attract these alternative elites who are unable to enter the core decision-making layer due to various difficulties. Michael Rapino, the CEO of Live Nation, who can get a salary of $139 million a year including stock options, and Dan Beckman, the CEO of eGlive, whose income level is slightly lower, but cash plus options can still approach the $100 million mark. These powerful people who really call the shots will never take a second look at the offer handed over by Han Live. Just like Robert Stringer and Lucky and Grange will never come to work at Han Music in 10,000 years, Hanye can only go all out to attack Dr. Dre. Even with advanced knowledge and vision, the challenges that Hanye and his Han Music Group will face next are so arduous that it is unimaginable. The organizational structure of the executive team alone is a problem that can give him a headache for a long time. When a company is first established, it may be 100% in line with the spirit and pursuit of the founder, but as time goes by and the scale grows, the management team he/she recruits will inevitably have a profound impact on the organization in all aspects. The company structure, corporate culture, way of doing things, and ethical standards will all change because of them. How to effectively manage the current minority and prevent the interests and goals of the company from being hijacked by the radical political agenda of the community they represent, but at the same time, show enough progress to gain recognition from the consumer market. How to slowly absorb and integrate more conservative candidates, gain recognition from the core circle through their relationships, resumes and skin color, but at the same time, ensure the balance of forces within the company. How to ensure your own competitive advantage while not being assimilated by those decadent, outdated vampires who are incompatible with your bloodline identity and cultural identity, but you must be of the same blood to a certain extent with them, and strive to preserve your influence or the mark of your existence as completely as possible in the upcoming turbulent waves. The difficulty of each challenge is exponentially superimposed upwards. Many difficulties cannot be solved by money alone. Jackie, it's great to see you. You look even more radiant than in the camera. Amy, good morning. Yes, it's my honor too. Laura, Ori, oh, thank you. This is what I should do. No, we will never let any employee feel isolated and alienated. Han Yi, who silently reminded himself to learn the method of checks and balances, shook hands with the new members cordially, but did not show any similar meaning. After a few minutes of routine greetings, all the participants took their seats, and the seventh and last preparatory meeting of the Mad City project before the ticket opening officially began. Jackie, when you are ready, you can start at any time. Taking the hot tea handed over by Maya, Han Yi whispered a thank you, then cast his eyes on Jacqueline Beto, raised his hand and smiled. The music festival operated by Han Live should naturally be hosted by the CEO of Han Live. Thank you very much, Mr. Han, let me do it next. Jackie quickly adjusted the desktop microphone in front of him, glanced at the talking points listed on the manuscript, and fluently delivered the opening remarks. Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us today. I, Jackie Beto, as the CEO of Han Live, am very happy to gather you for one last meeting before the highly anticipated Mad City Music Festival goes on ticket sale. Our team has been working tirelessly to make this event both artistically and commercially valuable, and I'm very excited about the surprises the entire team has prepared for attendees. Mad City, officially known as the Mad City Art and Music Carnival, will be held in Las Vegas on Halloween weekend 2016. As a unique music, art, and entertainment festival, this 3-day event will present an impressive series of legendary musicians to the world. These artists, from different genres but equally renowned, will inevitably work together to build a top-notch audiovisual space that will attract music fans around the world. The original plan for Mad City was exactly the same as what Zhao Yaozhen revealed to Stephen J. Sanella, Chief Commercial Officer of MGM International Hotel Group, when Han Yi was inspecting the festival venue in Las Vegas. October 28th to 29th, Halloween. 3 stages, electronic music, pop, and hip-hop. However, with the rapid expansion of other sectors of Han Music Group, especially the great enrichment of the artist lineup, Mad City has more cost-effective options in terms of performance lineup, effectively reducing the average cost of each performance time and making it possible to further expand the festival. The Las Vegas festival venue is so large that, if you want to expand the scale, there are limitations in the venue, so you can only start with the time. Therefore, the first Mad City was held from 2 days to 3 days, October 28th, 29th, and 30th, Friday to Sunday. The entire golden period was taken together. The scale of Mad City Carnival will be unprecedented, at least in the history of Las Vegas. We can proudly claim this. We have set up 3 stages to accommodate a diverse lineup, including top headliners, emerging artists from Han Music, and special guests with whom we have close ties. After careful design, we believe that Mad City can provide participants with an immersive experience, ample entertainment space, comfortable audience distance, and a wide range of food, beverages, merchandise booths and leisure activities. The significance of Mad City is not only about entertainment itself. Our mission is to create an immersive, inclusive cultural environment that represents the spirit of Han Live and Han Music, and cultivate participants' sense of community, solidarity, and loyalty to the Han Live brand. By successfully organizing and executing an event of this scale, we can make a strong statement in the industry about Han Live's ambition to become a leading live performance company and pave the way for the planning, execution, and investment promotion of other large-scale projects in the future. Now, I would like to welcome Ms. Celine Joshua, Senior Vice President and Head of Han Live's American Performance Department, to introduce the first section of the Mad City project, which is also the most anticipated section by everyone, the artist lineup. During the introduction, please feel free to share any thoughts or concerns you may have. The floor is yours now, Celine. Thank you, Ms. Beto. Celine Joshua stood up and walked to the 4 LCD screens spliced together at the end of the conference room. With the help of 2 assistant managers of the department, she projected the PPT of the artist plan. Ladies and gentlemen, music lovers and music festival enthusiasts, present, I, Celine Joshua, Senior Vice President of Han Live's American Performance Department, am honored to stand in front of you and unveil the highly anticipated Mad City Music Festival artist lineup. As Ms. Beto said, Mad City Carnival is not only a music celebration, but also an extraordinary cultural event. People from all walks of life come together to immerse themselves in a fascinating world of melody and rhythm. The 3-day event will bring unforgettable experiences to every participant. The scale and high standards of the music festival are amazing. To be honest, in all my years in the industry, this is the most outstanding lineup in terms of box office appeal that I have seen. The team at Han Live has spared no effort to plan an unparalleled lineup of artists that transcend genres, boundaries, and expectations. With a multi-stage setting and the most advanced stage production standards, we will ensure that every performance is a pure sensory enjoyment. We believe that if we can create an authentic atmosphere that restores the artistic creation process, allowing the talent and soul of each artist to shine, and establish a strong connection between the performers and their loyal fans, then the music festival itself, as a carrier of these performances and live art, will also be recorded in the history of the music industry. As the senior vice president of Han Live, I can confidently promise you that Mad City's significance to pop culture goes far beyond its entertainment value. It is a testament to the power of music and its ability to unite communities from different backgrounds, cultures and ideologies. Now, without further ado, let's take a look at what you have been eagerly waiting for, the artist lineup of Mad City Carnival. Celine Joshua slightly turned sideways, and as she moved, the screen gradually changed from black to white, and the main poster of the first Mad City Music Festival emerged. Around the poster, there are 8 colorful roulette wheels of different sizes, showing the prosperous charm of the gambling city, with silver dots inlaid by red and blue, and a white 5-star representing the United States in the center. There is no need for the Las Vegas landmark to appear, but it still gives people a strong sense of Vice City. At the top of the poster is the music festival brand name Mad City, composed of 2 fonts, Montserrat and Cinzel Decorative. At the bottom is the minimalist logo of Han Live, a slender square with the 3 English letters Han written on it, and a Music Live sign embedded below. In the center of the screen, and also the first focus of people's eyes, is the full lineup of this music festival. Below the holding time of October 28/29/30, there are names that are rarely seen even at the Coachella Music Festival. There is no distinction between big and small, and there is no difference in color. They are honestly arranged in alphabetical order. $AP Rocky / Ariana Grande / Billie Eilish / Blink 182 / David Guetta / Dylan Francis / Diplo / Dr. Dre Eminem and 50 Cent / Ellie Goulding / G-Eazy / Halsey / Justin Bieber / Kanye West / Kendrick Lamar / Lana Del Rey / Lil Yachty / Madison Beer / Major Lazer / Marshmello / Martin Garrix / Migos / Nervo / Nicky Romero / Snoop Dogg present Shrine Records. The moment the main poster appeared in the conference room, Kanye heard countless exclamations, praises, and gasps at the same time. This includes his own. Even though he was the leader behind Mad City, when he actually saw these names densely packed on the same poster, the indescribable shock in his heart still made him change his face. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Karen Guo leaned back in her chair, laughed excitedly and led the applause. This is called a fucking music festival. Local climate and soil shape local people. To speak from the heart, everyone has iron and rice is steel. If you don't vote for the monthly ticket, you will be hungry. Chapter 196. The first shot into the casino. The restlessness in the conference room lasted for a full 5 minutes before it subsided. Some knew the entire lineup, some knew some of the guests, and some had no idea which artists were participating in this performance. No matter what kind of information everyone had about Mad City, before entering the conference room, when they saw this direct and violent main poster of the music festival that hit their eyes like lightning, they could not help but start to be surprised, awed and expectant. Surprised. It was hard to believe that so many legendary figures could schedule time during the golden period of Halloween. Or, it was the sincere admiration for Kanye's unfathomable wealth accumulation and network of contacts sitting in the main seat. Expectation, of course, was the eagerness to see this all-star lineup that even the National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences would envy, blooming in the scorching sun of the end of October in Las Vegas. How star-studded was the first Mad City Just look at other large-scale music festivals held this year. Nicky Romero, David Guetta, Martin Garrix and Nervo were all guests on the main stage of Tomorrowland this year. At the Coachella Music Festival, which ended successfully 2.5 months ago, Halsey, Ellie Goulding, Diplo, and $A$AP Rocky were all the headliners, second only to the finale of the day. Lana Del Rey, Ellie Goulding, Major Lazer, G-Eazy, Halsey and Martin Garrix will go to Chicago's Grant Park at the end of this month to perform as headliners for 400,000 fans. EDC, Ultra, Rolling Loud, Rock in Rio, Szyged. Any music festival, any country, or even any continent, most of the 24 groups of music guests invited by Mad City can easily get the finale seat. More importantly, this time, Han Live also invited legendary stars that ordinary music festivals dare not even think about. Ariana Grande and Justin Bieber, The New Generation, and Kendrick Lamar, who just won 5 awards and received 11 nominations at the 58th Grammy Awards, are all popular A-list stars who can sell tens of thousands of concert tickets single-handedly. Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, 50 Cent and other veterans are basically only seen at the Grammy Awards or the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Not to mention Eminem and Kanye West, who are currently the 2 most expensive performers in Hollywood. Whether they want to perform, when to perform, how long to perform, and what to perform, are all parameters that they can adjust and change at will. 3 days, 8 artists per day, 24 performance schedules, and the number of social media fans of all artists combined is more than the total population of the United States. Who has ever seen such a scene? Even Coachella, a super live brand that has been held for more than 17 years and is always full and profitable, only selects a maximum of 5 or 6 artists of the same level every year. Mad City invited a total of 24 groups. Even if we exclude Billie Eilish, Madison Beer and Lil Yachty, who have not yet made a name for themselves and have squeezed in as contracted artists of Han Music, there are still 21 groups of artists who can really promote the ticket sales of the music festival. Everyone is responsible for the box office and everyone is a top guest. Mad City Music Festival is really crazy. At first glance, such a lineup is extremely unusual and unreasonable, but as long as people have a little understanding of Han Music and its actual controller Han Yi, they can see the business logic and interest chain behind Mad City. The 24 groups of artists can be roughly divided into 3 sources according to the ownership of the management contract. The first source, of course, is the wealth that Han Music Group has worked hard to accumulate in the past 6 months. 2 female artists, Ellie Goulding and Lana Del Rey, who have declined on the list but have high appeal and status in the music festival, have been included in the ecological chain of Han Music along with Tapi. Ellie Goulding's record contract is with Polydor Records, which is affiliated with Universal Music Group, and the copyright distribution agreement is also with Universal Music Distribution Group. The music performance contract in the Americas belongs to WME, and in Europe and other parts of the world it belongs to Coda. Lana Del Rey, on her side, established a joint venture with Interscope and Polydor in 2011 to handle record-related matters, and the copyright distribution agreement was signed with Sony Music Distribution Group. As for the performance agency contract, it has been with CAA since her debut. In other words, what Han Yi currently holds through the acquisition of Tapi is only the management contract of the 2 artists. From the perspective of Ellie and Lana's performance career income, Han Yi can only get 15%, no more. From the perspective of contractual relationship, Ellie Goulding and Lana Del Rey should be regarded as the 2 musicians with the weakest and least close ties with Han Yi's music business group, but this does not mean that Han Yi will not include them in the consideration of large-scale music festival planning. After all, although the share is not much, the artist management company is the institution that truly communicates with the artists and speaks directly for the artists. Whether it is a record agreement or a copyright distribution agreement, from whether Ellie Goulding will refuse the invitation to endorse Coca-Cola to Lana Del Rey to attend the Vils Cherus Music Festival held in Carré-Splauguier, Brittany this year, the performing arts agency only has the power to recommend and urge, and the final decision is made by Ben Mosson, and Han Yi standing behind him. In other words, the current ownership of various contracts of the 2 artists does not necessarily represent the direction of their future contracts. Even if their music careers decline, even if their record sales fall to the top, Ellie Goulding and Lana Del Rey are undoubtedly strong reinforcement for Han music, Han distribution and Utah to boost the volume and status of each sector in a short period of time. The best way to attract musicians, or artists, or any normal human beings, to move closer to their own camp, is to provide them with enough benefits and let them see the stability and long-term nature of this benefit delivery chain. Mad City's performance seats are a link in the chain. The two of them are not the most famous, but they are very suitable for the sunset time, whether in terms of popularity, box office appeal or music style. Ellie Goulding's music is soft and fresh pop electronic and synthesizer electronic. Lights, I Need Your Love, and Love Me, Like You Do, which became popular last year with 50 Shades of Grey, are all good songs suitable for listening quietly at sunset. Not to mention Lana Del Rey, from Born to Die to Ultraviolence to Honeymoon. Just looking at the album posters, you can tell that her baroque pop needs to be worn in a retro dress, spread a picnic blanket on the lawn, sit or lie down, and close your eyes to appreciate it. In addition to these two singers on the edge of the group structure, other cooperating artists of Han Music Group are also throughout. Madison Beer, Lil Yachty and Billie Eilish will be responsible for the opening sessions on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday respectively. None of the remaining 21 groups of guests were willing to perform at the worst time slot, so this task naturally fell on 3 newcomers who had made some breakthroughs recently, but had not yet accumulated enough popularity. The second performance slot every day was also played by DJs signed by Han Music Group. To be precise, they were the clients of Mad One's management, a new artist management company established by Mad Decent acquired by Han Music. Dylan Francis, Nicky Romero and the girl group Nervo. They are very famous in the electronic music circle, and belong to the first echelon of artists to be invited by major electronic music festivals, but in the broader mainstream music field, their popularity is not very large, and there are not many hit songs that can enter the world-class charts in recent years, which is just right for the hour when Mad City transitions from afternoon to evening. Next, before the night falls completely, the third and fourth performance slots, Han's live team also played their own artists. The first day was the hip-hop trio Mingles, followed by Marshmello, who is still in the contract negotiation stage. On the second day, Ellie Goulding will take the stage first, followed by Diplo with his Major Lazer. On the third day, G-Eazy, who is working with Dylan Francis on a new single, will take over from Dylan Francis, and Lana Del Rey will sing on the Mad City stage before the last ray of sunlight disappears on October 30th. Among the artist matrix of the entire music industry group, there are only 3 artists who can perform after nightfall: Diplo, Halsey, and Snoop Dogg. Diplo will perform as the last guest on the first day. The reason why he can get the last place is not only because of his transcendent status in the electronic music circle, but also because, at least in name, Mad City is a super large music festival held by the Mad Decent label, and he himself is the founder of Mad Decent. Even a popular rapper like Kendrick Lamar would not have any objection to the organizer of the music festival making a last appearance. Moreover, it is a common practice for many music festivals that the hip-hop singer performs the second to last show, and the electronic music DJ closes the show with an hour-long set. Who is the headliner of the day, the last one to perform, or the one who has someone to help close the show, can be told separately, and the conversation can be divided into 2 parts. It is also easy to understand Holch's side. As of July 2016, this girl from New Jersey is the most famous pop singer under Han Music Group, and she has a clear advantage over the second place behind her. She performed as the headliner at Coachella, was specially invited by Anna Wintour to participate in the Met Gala, and cooperated with Mac on a joint Mac Youp line. There is also a tour that is not ranked in the top 100 box office this year, but it is not far behind. With such a development momentum, it is more than enough to rank before $A$AP Rocky, and after Martin Garrix. As one of the oldest dogs in the West Coast hip-hop circle, Snoop Dogg performed before the closing guest Kanye West on Sunday, and it was easy to be the second closing. The most important thing is that Snoop Dogg is not just representing himself and singing his classics on stage this time. The so-called Snoop Dogg presence, Shrine Records, means that he will bring all the members of Shrine Records, which is responsible for the hip-hop section of Han Music, to the stage, including Cardi B, Post Malone, Migos, Lil Yachty, 21 Savage, and even Metro Boomin, who will release a collaborative album with 21 Savage, will also be on stage as a DJ. Dogg, who accepted Han Ye's invitation of $3 million annual salary, is quite responsible in the matter of bringing up the old and the new. Not only does he try his best to support the rappers who have already signed, but he also actively extends olive branches to other hip-hop singers who he thinks are good. For example, $AP Rocky. The reason why Han will reserve a place for him on the spot is because Snoop Dogg is interested in commercial cooperation with him and his $AP mob. It doesn't have to be a record contract. Any meaningful and profitable field can cooperate. Of course, Han Ye, who remembers the source of his water, has not forgotten who Snoop Dogg, the boss of the hip-hop label, got his resources through. Dr. Dre, Han Ye's choice for the future CEO of Han Music Group. Because of this, Andre Young's Aftermath Entertainment will become one of the three major sources of artists for Mad City this time. Kendrick Lamar, Eminem, 50 Cent and Dr. Dre himself are all current subordinates or former veterans of Aftermath. Kendrick Lamar signed 2 performances with Han live at Mad City in October 2016 and Temple Music Festival in March 2017 at a price of $220,000 per show. 50 Cent signed 3 performances at a price of $120,000 through APA. As for Eminem, his performing agent Carla Lewis quoted a price of $2.9 million for a 45-minute set at the Temple Music Festival, but on the Mad City side, it was reduced by a full $500,000, and the deal was completed at $2.4 million. Why? Because Celine Joshua, who was very tight on budget, played a little trick here. She did not choose to directly take down Eminem's single performance, but first negotiated a 75-minute set of Aftermath All-Stars through Han Ye's relationship, and then booked Eminem through Aftermath. Eminem still had to give Dr. Dre face. After all, the old man himself only got $600,000. In this way, Eminem, who appeared as a special guest instead of the main guest, would naturally have a performance quotation lower than the normal level. This is a small victory that Celine Joshua won back from the big devil Cara Lewis. However, whether Cara Lewis would regard this performance agreement as a failure remains to be discussed. Because, in addition to the personal relationship between Dr. Dre and Eminem, there is another reason why she accepted this far lower than normal price on behalf of CLG's most commercially valuable and historically important client. Through Utah, Han Ye offered her a condition that was too generous to refuse. Aftermath Quartet, Han Live spent a total of $3.34 million to get it. Judging from the popularity of these 4 artists, it can be said that it is a very competitive transaction price. In addition to the $1,515 million that needs to be paid to Han Music Group's own artists and $AP Rocky, 80% of the artists in the festival spent less than $5 million. So, where did the bulk of the artist costs go? Of course, it was Scooter Braun, Kanye West, Ariana Grande, Justin Bieber and David Guetta. 3 of the 4 headline guests after sunset on the 3rd day were signed clients of Scooter Braun's management company. David Guetta was the cheapest one among them, with a transaction price of $350,000. Ariana Grande just completed a world tour consisting of 87 concerts last year, with tens of thousands of people in every concert. She is in the limelight and has occupied Han Live's $1.25 million budget. Justin Bieber has more. Purpose has achieved explosive streaming results, with champion singles one after another, and the world tour of the same name ranked 3rd on Pollstar's 2016 real-time box office list. He can earn $1 million for each performance he organized, but he finally asked for $1.9 million before agreeing to perform. The 3 of them together already made $3.5 million, more than the entire Aftermath led by Dr. Dre. But even such a sky-high price, added together, is not as high as Kanye West's asking price alone. Kanye alone, 45 minutes, $4 million. This was the agreement that Han Live completed in a hurry during the gap between Kanye West firing Kara Lewis in March last year and joining Utah, and announcing his return to his old club on May 25th this year under the fierce attack of CAA. In other words, it was still Utah that signed this agreement on behalf of Kanye. If the CAA took over and negotiated, the price would not be so appropriate. In comparison, the only pop rock band Blink-182, which has little to do with any of the three camps, asked for $850,000, which is not worth mentioning. Finally, the direct procurement cost of Mad City 2016's Lineup is $13,251,500, with an average of $516,700 per artist. Except for Kanye West, Justin Bieber, Eminem and Migos, all other artists are priced at landing prices, which means we only need to pay for the artist's meals, transportation and other costs incurred on the spot. Roughly estimated, the final total expenditure on artists will be in the range of $14.5 million to $15 million. This figure is not only below the lowest line of our budget range, but it should be noted that when we drafted the first version of the budget, we expected the performance to last 2 days, but now it has become 3 days. That is to say, with the total cost remaining unchanged, we have effectively increased the sellable amount of approximately 72,000 tickets and $18.576 million in additional potential revenue. Thank you very much, Ms. Joshua. I salute you and all the members of the department for your hard work. Jackie B toasted up, hugged Celine Joshua, who passed by her after finishing the artist plan presentation, and expressed her gratitude loudly. Next, please welcome the Senior Vice President of the Music Festival Department, Ori Bliston, to share with us the stage plan for this music festival that has been repeatedly deliberated and carefully polished and finally finalized. Dear team members, as the head of the Han Live Music Festival Department, I'm very happy to provide a presentation of the stage plan for our upcoming grand event, Mad City Music Festival. Wearing a pair of gold-framed glasses, the gentle Ori Bliston has a very loud and powerful voice. As you all have mentioned, our performer Lineup includes 3 genres of music: hip-hop, pop, and electronic music. Under this premise, our stages should not only match the performers, but also provide a unique atmosphere to meet the diverse needs of the audience. In the eyes of the planning and design teams, the overall layout of the festival venue should promote continuity and unity between the various genres. Although the themes of each stage are different, we should also make full use of the available space in the Las Vegas festival venue to ensure smooth flow of people and provide participants with enough space to rest, eat, and participate in other activities. In addition, we should also try our best to ensure that the audience has a clear line of sight to the stage and properly arrange the array of audio equipment to minimize interference between stages. With this series of goals as a guide, combined with the creative inspiration provided by our boss, Mr. Hanyi, each of our stages will reflect a unique era and atmosphere. Hip-hop stage, inspired by the rough texture of Harlem in New York in the 1990s. Pop music stage, reflects the charm and glamour of Broadway in the 2000s. Electronic music stage, reflects the pulsating energy of Las Vegas nightclubs in the 2010s. The 3 stages are connected to each other, coexisting and thriving together, and together they build a complete immersive paradise full of the evolution of the times. Of course, I know that such dry text descriptions can hardly truly reflect the artistic skills of our excellent team of designers at Han Live. Therefore, please allow me to present to you. This is the first time the world has seen the stage renderings of Mad City. As Ori Bliston narrated, the 3-in-1 stage vision drafted, drawn, modified, and finally rendered by the visual art design department of Han Live appeared on the LCD screen behind him. There was no sigh of admiration when seeing the lineup of artists. Although the stage design of Mad City this time is excellent, it has not reached the greatness of transcending the times like the combination of Kanye West, Justin Bieber, Eminem and Dog Lord, which can dazzle people's eyes when put together. However, this is not the effect that Mad City stage is pursuing. The lineup of artists is already sky high. In terms of stage design, what the planning team of Han Live needs to do is to ensure that the stage is above the average level of large-scale music festivals, but not too complicated and flashy, so as not to overspend the budget. First, we see the hip-hop stage, which will capture the essence of New York in the 1990s and create a street environment that reminds people of the origin stories of many hip-hop legends. The setting will include a background depicting the New York City skyline, as well as retro cars, graffiti art, and some street-style decorations such as faded street lights and New York-style brownstone steps. The second one is the pop music stage. Our design is mainly to reflect the dazzle of Broadway in the 2000s. This stage will exude a unique mainstream charm. The background will integrate and replicate the appearance of a series of classic Broadway theaters, equipped with neon lights, signs, foreground arch frames, red velvet curtains and gold decorations. And when the guests perform, spotlights and various musical style stage effects will be used in large quantities to further enhance the Broadway feel. Of course, the specific presentation of the stage beauty of each set will also be adjusted according to the artist's technical requirements list and the ideas of the implementation team. The last one is the electronic music stage. This stage will fully demonstrate the electrified energy of Las Vegas nightclubs in the 2010s. Key elements include exaggerated LED screens, lasers, fireworks, mirror balls. There is no doubt that there will be a background showing the iconic Vegas skyline, standing in the center of the stage, as the main visual of the 3-in-1 stage. The stage itself will be dominated by futurism, incorporating the steel beauty of industrial style, and equipped with an elevated DJ booth that can be raised and lowered. It looks good. Han Yi nodded with satisfaction. How long is the expected construction period? In addition, what is the total construction cost of the 3 stages? It is expected that the stage will be set up 14 days in advance, and it will take 5 days to dismantle the stage. Including the formal performance in the middle, it will take 22 days. Ori Briston's fingertips slid a few times on the iPad in his arms, calling up the data that had been prepared long ago, and responding to the boss's inquiry. If you directly find an outsourced stage company to build it, they have stable workers, and it will actually be cheaper, and the budget can be stuck at $1.5 million. Adding the rental fee of $4.2 million for various stage equipment, the total cost of the 3 stages is about $5.7 million, an average of $1.9 million per stage. Although ours is a 3-in-1 stage, many steel frame structures can be shared, but it is still much better than the total cost of $2.5 million for a stage in Tomorrowland. But their stage is much larger. The difficulty of their construction is also much smaller. Ori Briston said bluntly, the basic stage structure of Tomorrowland is permanent, and many equipment are also bought and placed in the warehouse. Unless they are damaged and need to be repaired and replaced, there is only storage cost. Just change the art plan every year, and it will be fine. If this music festival is successful, we can consider buying some equipment and storing it in Nevada. After all, there is a large area and the storage cost is low. At that time, we can open an equipment company in the name of Yahan Live and provide rental services to the performers on the West Coast. This is also a source of revenue that is not large in a single transaction, but it is amazing when accumulated. If we can do this in the future, it will be great. Ori Briston folded his hands in front of him and nodded slightly, agreeing with Han Yi's opinion. That's all later. According to the stage cost, plus insurance, medical care, security, and venue costs. Well, the venue cost, MGM quoted $3.5 million. Yes, it's the lowest price we can get. They are a little more difficult than Miami. They only give us half of the time for setting up and dismantling, and the other half requires us to pay them 50% of the rental fee on the day of the performance. So, if we calculate it this way, the total cost is about $28 million to $29 million. As requested by you and Jackie, we have reserved 12% of emergency funds, so the current estimated total cost is $31.36 million. Ori Briston's answer was quite honest. Based on our current gap resale ticket price, we roughly estimate that, in order to break even on the books, we need to sell a total of 121,550 tickets in 3 days, an average of 40,500 tickets per day. For a music festival held for the first time, the box office pressure is still not small. That's why we need Justin Bieber, Ariana Grande, Eminem, Kanye West and other million-dollar babies to appear at the same time, right? Looking around the slightly silent conference room, Han Yi, the actual investor, seemed the most relaxed and comfortable one among them. He was very confident in his carefully selected artist matrix, and even if Mad City lost money this time, it would not hurt him. As long as the reward and cashback mechanism was still there, his assets would only continue to increase. More importantly, Mad City, an annual event with 73,000 people per day and a total of more than 200,000 people visiting the Las Vegas in 3 days, has a significance far beyond the music festival itself. It was Han Yi's first shot in entering the Las Vegas, and it was also his charge to take over this land from MGM. Since we are talking about selling tickets, let's skip some boring links and talk about money directly. I hope the 5 ticket sales channels we have selected are ready for server expansion. Eventbrite, Ticketmaster, StubHub, CGClan, Viagogo, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. The third largest performance group in the world. The 5 companies mentioned by Han Yi are all the most influential ticketing platforms in the United States. Among them, the most famous one is Ticketmaster, an event ticket sales website with revenue of more than $7.8 billion in 2016. It is one of the largest cash transfer stations in North America and an important part of the Live Nation entertainment empire. In other words, the main reason why Live Nation can become the king of the live performance industry is its merger with Ticketmaster in 2010. The impact of this merger on the performance industry in the United States and even the entire world is so profound that even the US Department of Justice needs to intervene in the name of antitrust. In the end, Live Nation was approved to merge with Ticketmaster to form a new Live Nation Entertainment, but the premise is that Ticketmaster must sell its software company Payshellen to Comcast and license the ticketing software and related technologies to their biggest competitor, Anschutz Entertainment Group, which is the parent company of eGlive, the world's second largest performance organizer. It's not a pleasant feeling to cut off one's own arm, but the feeling of a strong alliance is still very sweet. Live Nation's exclusive activities, coupled with Ticketmaster's sales network and nearly 70 million monthly active users, make them invincible after opening up the upstream and downstream. Even eGlive, if it wants to sell tickets online, can't avoid the absolute overlord in the ticketing field. The same is true for Han Live and their first music festival Mad City. 3 days, 73,000 tickets per day, initially planned to have 2,000 early bird tickets at $188, 13,000 ordinary pre-sale tickets at $258, 2,500. VIP single day tickets at $558, including Fast Track plus VIP viewing area plus VIP dance floor area plus VIP lounge and other benefits, and 200 VVIP packages at $1,558, including all the above benefits, as well as limited time backstage passes plus after party admission plus private car pickup plus designated artist photo opportunities. Why are there only 17,700 single day tickets available? Because Han Live has put the bulk of its ticket base and the main point of marketing on the 3-day pass. 3-day early bird tickets, 3,000 tickets, $450. 3-day gap passes, 50,000 tickets, $580. 3-day VIP passes, 2,000 tickets, $1,172. 3-day VVIP passes, 300 tickets, $3,038. How much is the 3-day pass for EDC in 2016? Early bird $335. Pre-sale $355. Original price ticket $386. VIP ticket $762. What about the Coachella Music Festival in 2016? 2 weekends. Pre-sale tickets for each weekend are $375. Plus shuttle tickets are $435. VIP tickets are $899. And VIP parking spaces are $199. No matter how you look at it, the ticket price of Mad City is much more expensive than EDC and Coachella. Of course, this is not because Han Live is greedy. EDC 2016 was held at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, which could accommodate 400,000 spectators in 3 days. Not to mention Coachella. In March 2016, the Indio City Council in California just passed a resolution to increase the number of participants in the Coachella Music Festival from 99,000 to 125,000 per day. 2 weekends, a total of 6 days of performances, means that the Coachella Music Festival can accommodate a total of 750,000 people. Mad City, on the other hand, can only accommodate 219,000 people in 3 days. Before Han Yi bought the Las Vegas Festival venue and carried out large-scale renovations himself, this limit would be difficult to break. However, Mad City's seemingly jaw-dropping pricing is actually the optimal solution obtained after repeated deliberations by the internal team. First of all, the 24 groups of guests that Mad City is about to announce have more star power and influence than the top artists of EDC and Coachella music festivals, and much more. Apart from other things, the combination of Kanye West plus Doggy plus Eminem plus Dr. Dre plus Kung Fu Kenny, which is already a sky-high hip-hop matrix, is not something that Coachella and EDC can expect. Strictly speaking, Mad City cannot be considered a traditional large-scale music festival. In 2016, Coachella had 160 groups of artists performing on multiple stages, while EDC had more than 250. This kind of experience that music fans can see from unknown newcomers on the 7th stage to the world-famous superstars on the first main stage is a comprehensive music festival that people are accustomed to. Mad City is more like a superstar celebration between a compilation concert and a music festival. An award ceremony without any awards. People come here to satisfy their inner fantasy of the brilliant stars. You know, the average ticket price for Jennifer Lopez's solo tour this year is $206.69, and the average ticket price for Madonna's world tour jointly presented by Live Nation is $216.01. According to this pricing standard, the price of Mad City, where 24 groups of stars gathered, is actually quite reasonable. More importantly, Han Yi has another hidden goal for this pricing and sales, which is different from that of regular organizers. That is, to explore the specific business operations of the organizer's direct involvement in the secondary ticketing market. Ticketmaster's standard service fee is 10% of the face value of the ticket, plus the various taxes that the organizer needs to pay. The final deduction amount can easily exceed 15-20%. Even if Mad City has a large number of tickets and can negotiate a 6% discount with Ticketmaster, it will still generate more than 12% direct sales costs after taxes. Moreover, although the huge traffic is indispensable, Ticketmaster is a brand and Live Nation after all. They will not give Mad City the best promotion resources, and Han Yi does not want his music festival projects to be tied to Ticketmaster for a long time. Before building your own ticketing platform, the best way is to put your eggs in multiple baskets. But there are only a few baskets in the primary ticketing market, and they are not as large as Ticketmaster when added together. Take Eventbrite, which is doing well, for example. Their annual revenue in 2016 was only $130 million, which is more than an order of magnitude lower than Ticketmaster's $7.5 billion. AXS, another ticketing giant under Live, would have been a good partner for Mad City. Although its annual revenue of $4 billion is not as good as Ticketmaster, it is still dozens of times the size of Eventbrite. But Han Yi wants to find an opportunity to swallow Eventbrite and integrate it into Han Live's ecosystem so that Han Live can have its own consumer portal. In addition, he has other plans for AXS and Anschutz Entertainment. Before establishing a connection with Philip Anschutz himself, He does not want to have too close a connection with any business line of eGlive. Therefore, in the end, Mad City only reached sales cooperation with two first-level ticketing platforms. Han Live will first launch 2,500 3-day early bird tickets and 4,000 single-day early bird tickets, 20,000 single-day pre-sale tickets and 30,000 3-day passes on Ticketmaster tonight. On Eventbrite, Han Live has reserved 500 3-day early bird tickets, 2,000 single-day early bird tickets, 5,000 single-day pre-sale tickets and 12,000 3-day passes. VIP and VVIP tickets will be distributed between the two ticketing platforms at a ratio of 4:1. As for the remaining 15,000 3-day passes and 14,000 single-day pre-sale tickets, Han Live will gradually list them on 3 secondary ticketing platforms after more than 60% of the above tickets are sold. StubHub, SeatGeek and Viagogo. StubHub was acquired by eBay in 2007. SeatGeek is supported by a number of entertainment giants and investment funds such as Ashton Kutcher, Gyoshi and TCV Capital. Behind Viagogo, there are also European giants such as European giant Index Ventures, British tycoon Brent Hoberman, and the fourth-generation Baron Rothschild Jacob Rothschild. Although each platform has a first-tier ticket supplier that it directly cooperates with, such as SeatGeek, NFL's Dallas Cowboys, Arizona Cardinals, New Orleans Saints, Premier League's Liverpool FC, Manchester City FC, and AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, all sell tickets directly on SeatGeek, but the main source of income and business growth for these three platforms is still the ticket transaction between users. The C2C secondary ticket market is also the fastest growing point in the live entertainment industry in recent years. For example, a ticket for Taylor Swift's 1989 World Tour was sold on Ticketmaster at an original price of $118, and then resold to another fan through the StubHub platform at a price of $208. In this way, a ticket was sold twice, and the two ticketing platforms made a total of $32.60, and the fans who resold the tickets also got actual benefits. Fans who bought second-hand tickets made up for their regret at not being able to grab pre-sale tickets, and the price they got was not as high as the price marked by scalpers. From a macroeconomic perspective, this commodity, originally worth $118, creates a GDP 3 times the face value for the US economy with one transfer. The legalization, formalization, and e-commerce of the secondary ticketing market have spawned a large number of internet unicorns with a valuation of more than $1 billion, and have also allowed the US government to find a new source of tax revenue that was previously difficult to accurately regulate. Every stacker holder is winning, except for one loser: the event organizer. After the ticket is sold, the organizer has almost no actual influence on the subsequent ticket resale and secondary market prices, and cannot obtain income from subsequent links. The venue is rented by the organizer, the stage is built by the organizer, and the artists are invited by the organizer. The risk of tens of millions of dollars is also borne by the organizer. In the end, the income of the secondary ticketing market has nothing to do with the organizer. Who would be willing to do that? Therefore, when physical ticket sales still accounted for the majority, many organizers would directly release tickets to professional scalpers, allowing some popular positions to flow directly into the secondary market. After the scalpers get the ticket money, they can share it with the organizer. In the digital age, the same operation is still common, except that the organizer's partner has changed from scalpers to ticketing platforms. The name has also changed from the unpleasant black box operation to floating pricing. First, a batch of tickets are released in the primary market, according to the sales situation and the ticket prices of fans' spontaneous resale. The organizer will formulate the price to sell directly in the secondary ticket market, and it can be adjusted in real time according to the changes in the average transaction price. For example, the official price of Mad City's 3-day pass is $580. If someone gets the ticket and transfers it to another consumer in the secondary market for $640, then at this time, Han Live can release another ticket source on StubHub, SeatGeek or Viagogo at a price of $635 or $630 to attract fans to buy tickets. If the second-hand price continues to rise, HANLIV's ticket source can also follow the premium, as long as it is guaranteed to be the lowest price in the market, and can attract fans to buy these cell phone tickets first. If the sales in the secondary ticket market are very hot and the second-hand tickets are in short supply, then we can directly cut off some of the primary ticket sources provided to Ticketmaster and Eventbrite and let them flow directly into the secondary market. In this way, we will earn more. The influx of a large number of tickets will also help to stabilize the prices in the secondary market and avoid the situation where the organizer's reputation is damaged due to the high prices of second-hand tickets. Even if ticket sales are cold and we can't sell out the quota in the primary ticket market, the secondary market can also be a place for us to make up for it. As an organizer, if we lowering the official sales price is bound to cause public outrage, but if we put on a shell in the secondary ticket market, use the identity of fans as a cover, sell the unsellable tickets at a low price, and tell the buyers that they can only reluctantly give up because of work reasons or family reasons, then we can recover part of the cost as smoothly and quickly as possible without causing a public relations crisis. In the future performance market, the floating pricing strategy will become more and more important, and the organizers will directly participate in the sales of the secondary ticket market more and more. Mr. Han holds this view, and the team of Han Live also unanimously agrees. This is why we will use Mad City as a pilot, and under the condition of ensuring cost recovery, a large part of the ticket source, more than 15%, will be directly handed over to the 3 secondary ticket platforms for cooperation. If the experiment is successful, in the future, every event of Han Live will directly set aside no less than 25% of the tickets for the secondary market. Ori Briston adjusted his thin-framed glasses and pointed to the pie chart on the screen behind him, introducing. At present, the total transaction volume of the global secondary ticketing market will reach $6.5 billion in 2016, and the CAGR will fluctuate between 19%. That is to say, by 2020, the secondary ticketing market will grow into a behemoth of more than $15 billion, accounting for 28.7% of the total sales of live music tickets worldwide. As an ambitious startup company that aims to become one of the world's 3 major performance groups, if you want to overtake others, you must pay attention to this segment with a growth rate that is 4 times the market average. Well said, Ori. Han Yi cast an approving look at his head of the music festival department. Although this is the first time they met today, he and Ori have communicated a lot in the WhatsApp group and online video conference. It seems that Ori Briston has fully accepted the advanced ideas of his employer and faithfully implemented them with this as a goal orientation. Han Yi's rough plan for Han Live is to form a complete upstream and downstream supply chain of performance activities plus primary market plus secondary market. Han Live will be responsible for the planning and development of event projects, and then acquire a medium-sized ticketing platform similar to Eventbrite for incubation. Finally, it will join hands with large capital to acquire StubHub or Viagogo, walk ahead of Live Nation, avoid the war in the primary market, and directly compete for the throne of the secondary ticketing market. All-round competition is like this. If you want to increase your overall share, you must not always compete head-on with your opponents in the field they are good at. Whether it is a record company, a copyright distribution company, the film and television field or the live performance sector, Han Yi's strategy is to find incremental markets that large groups have not paid attention to or not paid enough attention to, invest heavily, and quickly establish unequal advantages. Ticketmaster is the leader of the first-level ticketing platform, and your position in the industry cannot be shaken in a short time. It doesn't matter, then I will buy a leader of the second-level ticketing platform. Even if you own 70% and I own 30%, Han Live can still emerge as the third largest force in the world's live performance industry. One of the 4 major music groups plus one of the 4 major performing arts agencies plus one of the 3 major performance giants. Can such a business combination give birth to a new darling of the capital market with a higher valuation than Anschutz Entertainment Group? If we can take over Egliv, which was once listed by Philip Anschutz, I believe everyone has already understood the preparations in various aspects. Food should be eaten one bite at a time, and meetings should be held one by one. No matter how high Hanye's expectations for Han Live are, he must first do a good job of Mad City, the first large-scale project. Multitasking is what he is best at. While Hanye is picturing the future in his mind, he asks Ori Briston questions that focus on reality. Now, Ori, can you or Laura take us through the publicity and promotion plan before and after the ticket opening at 10 o'clock tonight? I think Laura will have more say in this regard, Mr. Han. Yes, Mr. Han, I'm mainly responsible for the media. Laura McWhorter, head of Universal Media and Commercial Sponsorship, stood up and walked to Ori Briston. The preparation time for Mad City was very short this time, and the artist Linoop was not fully confirmed until half a month ago, so the time left for social media preheating and online promotion was quite tight. From June 16th to yesterday's Independence Day holiday, we have created Mad City accounts on various platforms, including Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Tumblr, Vine and other smaller social platforms, officially announced the music festival logo, released some unique promotional visuals, silhouette pictures of the guest Linoop, and a series of pre-ticket information such as ticketing platform partners that lacked gimmicks but was quite important. It is precisely because we have a very tight time for promotion before the ticket opening that our strategy this time is to release the performance information of 24 groups of artists in one go today, including their own Twitter and Instagram posts, edited preheating videos, and of course the main poster of the music festival we just saw, as well as the schedule. Starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon, our music festival guests will gradually release performance and ticketing information in the order of performance, with the hour as the node. In other words, 3 groups of artists every hour, from Madison Beer, Billie Eilish, Lil Yachty, and finally Kanye West, Diplo, Dr. Dre, Eminem, and 50 Cent. 3 groups of guests will be announced every hour, and we will reveal the full lineup at 10 p.m. The main poster will be released at 10 p.m. and the tickets will be available on Ticketmaster and Eventbrite at the same time. The screenshots behind me are the tweets we have negotiated with the management teams of various artists, including our own team. Although they are still unpublished, this is their final content. Take a look. Following the direction of Laura McWhorter's finger, a series of carefully edited tweets came into view. At MADISONBER, hey, dears. I'm excited to announce that I will bring magic to Mad City this Halloween. It's time to immerse myself in a universe of music and emotions. Can't wait to share this experience with everyone. Save the date. Tickets will go on sale at 10 p.m. PST on July 5th. Let's leave some memories in this city that never sleeps. #MADCITY 2016 at ARIANAGRANDE, my loves. Some very exciting news. I'll be taking to the Mad City stage this Halloween for a night of love, music, and magic. Tickets go on sale July 5th at 10 p.m. PST. Come join us for an unforgettable night in Vegas. See you there, babes. #MADCITY 2016 at JUSTINBIEBER. Big news, believers. Get ready for a crazy night, because I'm taking the stage in Mad City this Halloween. Let's make Vegas our playground. Tickets go on sale July 5th at 10 p.m. PST. Let's make some epic memories together. #MADCITY 2016 #BELIEBERS at KANYEWEST. Yeezy in Mad City. Halloween. Vegas. Let's shake the desert. Tickets July 5th, 10 p.m. PST. #MADCITY 2016 #YEZYSEASON official announcements one after another, all top the trending search list on Twitter in North America. 24 groups of artists, 24 trending searches, all pointing to Mad City 2016. Imagine how many fans will be waiting for the event pages of Ticketmaster and Eventbrite to refresh frantically at 10 p.m. Pacific time, and how quickly the early bad tickets will be sold out. Have we got every management team in place? Zao Yalzan asked, squinting her eyes to study Kanye West's brief tweets. Every team, including Marshall Mathers. Laura McWhorter pointed to a tweet on the far right of the screen and responded, many of our guests are not active members of social media, but we still got their permission and will release the festival performance information through their accounts. At EMINEM, Vegas, we are going old school. Mad City. With Dren Fiddy. Tickets drop July 5th, 10 p.m. PST. Be ready. #MADCITY 2016 #SHADYBACK. Hashtag #ShadyBack. Han Yi crossed his arms and laughed in disbelief. Did we really get him to agree to use this tag? That was his own idea. This guy may not understand the current network ecology well enough. Laura pouted and smiled and spread her hands. Let's see how the fans react, and if we can come up with a batch of shady back memes, that would be great. Thank you to Jackie, Celine, Ori, Laura, the entire Han Live team, and everyone who joined us today. Thank you for your dedication and creativity in planning Mad City. It's clear from our discussions that this will be a groundbreaking event that fully showcases the vibrant combination of music and culture. The shared vision of everyone in this room makes Mad City a must-see event. City has come to life, and I have no doubt that it will exceed all of our expectations. With the artist lineup we have in place, and the unique experience we promise, I'm sure that once tickets go live, they will sell out quickly. Once again, I want to thank everyone for their hard work on this project. This is my personal vision, but it is also the result of the hard work and wisdom of the entire group, and I'm very proud of what we have achieved together. Now, go get something to eat. After a busy afternoon, you will have a good rest. The company has also prepared a free buffet dinner and an all-you-can-drink bar for everyone. Inform your respective teams that tonight, I hope to see everyone at Han Music Group stay in the office to party and cheer for the ticket opening at 10 o'clock. Chapter 198 We Kissed. Yazan. The car turned sharply left at a corner of Fountain Avenue. Looking at the blue road sign of North Fairfax Avenue whizzing past the window, Han Yi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going?" "To eat." Zhao Yazan glanced at Han Yi and answered calmly, "Why do we have to go so far?" Han Yi propped himself up and turned his head to look at the road he came from. Starting from Santa Monica Boulevard, they had been speeding on the streets of Beverly Hills and West Hollywood for 15 minutes. On the second day of the Independence Day holiday, most people were at work or school, and the light gray road at noon seemed very empty. Yazan didn't turn on the radio, and Han Yi didn't dare to act rashly. In the car, apart from the slight sound of the tires rolling over the cracks, there was only the sound of the two people's even breathing. This made the commute seem even longer, as if the time in the car was frozen in place by the sun like tar, making people hot and anxious. "I want to eat at this restaurant." Yazan's answer was quite concise, as if she had returned to the stage when Han Yi just met her. "Which restaurant is this?" "You'll know when we get there." "Then, why don't you let me drive?" "Because I want to drive." Zhao Yazan's attitude changed from a slight glance to a sidelong glance, and her tone was still as calm as ever. Since she met Han Yi, when she was alone with him, Yazan had never driven her own car, a silver grey 2015 Audi A5 Cabriolet. This was a 20th birthday gift from her family last year, and the mileage so far is less than 2,000 miles. Before she met Han Yi, Zhao Yazan rarely drove a car. Her simple and boring life did not require large-scale movement. Even after becoming a manager of Renai Management, she only drove the A5 from her apartment to the reserved parking space in Xinghu Building every morning, and then drove the A5 back home late at night. That's all. A one-way distance of 3 miles only takes 10 minutes. Today, Zhao Yazan did not choose to order takeout in the office, and also rejected Han Yi's invitation to walk across the street to the West Park Shopping Center to find something to eat. She insisted that Han Yi get in her car and go to a restaurant quite far from the Xinghu Building to have lunch with him. "We haven't eaten together for a long time. This time, let me choose something special, okay?" Faced with Yazan's words, Han Yi couldn't find a reason to refuse anyway. Why did he have to go to the mountains to eat? Judging from the direction, he should be walking towards the Hollywood Hills. What drove Yazan to use this short 1.5-hour lunch break to drive a 99% new coupe that she might not even be completely familiar with, and specially took Han Yi to a place far away from her familiar life circle? Han Yi had countless guesses in his mind, but none of them could make him put his heart at ease. "Have your house been cleaned recently?" If he couldn't find an answer, he would try to ease the atmosphere first. But what was frustrating was that Han Yi, with his mind in a mess, realized that the question "have your family contacted you recently?" would not help improve the atmosphere between the two before he even uttered the first word of concern. He quickly put the brakes on his mouth, and Han Yi successfully received a helpless sigh from Yu Zhen. "You don't have to talk if you have nothing to talk about." The words were cold, but the gradually softening eyes would not lie. Yu Zhen turned his face slightly, quickly observed Han Yi's condition, and then turned on the radio. The Lumineers' new single Ophelia, released on February 5th this year, sounded. Although it was not the most cheerful melody in the world, it was still much better than dead silence. "When I was young, I didn't know the truth of life. I couldn't feel regret, and neither did you. When I got a new girlfriend, I thought I was on top of the world. I didn't have any regrets, and I tried to hide it, so you couldn't see through it. Ophelia, after the earth-shaking changes, you have always been in my heart. Ophelia, I pray to God to help this fool who fell in love. Listen to the songs, it will be here soon." Zhao Yaozhen said this softly, with a smile on his face. "What the hell?" Han Yi lamented loudly in his heart. "How come when I'm with these girls, the music on the car radio is so appropriate? Do you still want to live? I live on a meager salary, and you are on the rise, with ambitions everywhere. My heart has become numb, and has lost its feeling, and your heart only beats for those grand plans." Lead singer Wesley Schultz gradually changed from a low chant to a high roar, and then fell from the progressive peak to the emotional trough. After a heart-stirring indie ballad, the Audi A5 just happened to carry the two to their destination. This is a raised hill in the southernmost section of the Hollywood Hills, not far from the Chinese Theater and the Capitol Records building. After parking the car at the door and handing it over to the Mexican parking attendant who greeted him with a smile, Zhao Yaozhen walked around the front of the car and joined Han Yi, who was standing in front of the magnificent Oriental antique building on the top of the mountain, looking up at the Chinese plaque. "Mountain City." Han Yi whispered the words on the plaque. This mountain city is not the super large municipality in southwest China, but is named after the mountain city country in the south of Kyoto Prefecture, Yamashiro. And this is also the name of this Japanese, or more accurately, Asian fusion restaurant. In 1912, the brothers Eugene Bernheimer and Adolph Bernheimer bought a famous Hollywood hill from the Wheatley family and built a summer house on it. They chose the most fashionable Chinese style at the time and tried to spend $100,000 to recreate the luxury mansion design of Chinese aristocratic residences. The intention was good, but the actual effect was ridiculous because the villa finally presented a Tang-style design of Kyoto. Although it was still Tang-style, it had Japanese characteristics in various details. So, 104 years later, this place became the most neon-flavored attraction in Los Angeles, and it was natural to open a panoramic restaurant that mainly serves Japanese dishes such as sushi, and supplemented by Chinese dishes. "We drove all the way here just to eat this?" Gourmet Han Yi came here to check in twice. The taste was much inferior to Sushi Yuan in Little Tokyo. With the price almost half as expensive, Han Yi really couldn't think of any Asian who would drive here to eat. Unless it is for the scenery, this hilltop does have one of the most unrepeatable night views in Los Angeles. Looking out from the ancient pagoda, the magnificent view from Hollywood to downtown Los Angeles is in full view. "Well, I haven't been here yet, and I want to try it." Zhao Yaozhen's eyes finally sparkled with some excitement. She gently pulled Han Yi's sleeve and said softly, "Let's go to the garden below first, okay?" Okay. How could Han Yi say no to such a Yaozhen? It would be better if there was a seat by the window for both of us. "Hey, I'm sorry, but we want to go to the garden first. Let's take a seat right away, okay? Please save a seat for us." The front desk receptionist of Shancheng restaurant readily agreed. In fact, most of the guests who come here to dine will go to the garden outside the restaurant, some before and some after dinner. It's so beautiful here. Walking in front of Han Yi, Zhao Yaozhen walked slowly along the wooden steps to the center of the garden, staring at the mahogany and green tile pagoda not far away, and exclaimed. After a few seconds, she suddenly put her hands together in front of her forehead and closed her eyes quite devoutly, as if she was making a wish or praying. "What are you doing?" Han Yi looked at her and smiled. "This tower was built by the Germans. It has no magic power. Haven't you heard? Zhao Yaozhen lowered his arms after the ceremony and breathed a sigh of relief. This tower is very powerful. Whoever worships it will gain the sincerity of the person who walks with him. From now on, you will only hear the truth from the other party. Han Yi naturally didn't believe this kind of rhetoric, but he already understood why Zhao Yaozhen chose this place. Haha, if you tell me, it won't work, right? Han Yi laughed twice and teased. What if I lied to you on purpose? Will there be thunder from the sky to strike me? It won't strike you. Zhao Yaozhen shook his head. If you are deceived, it will only backfire on the person who made the wish. Whether it's bad luck or a serious illness, at least that's what I read. After saying that, Zhao Yaozhen didn't give Han Yi any time to react, and smiled for the first time today, hooked his hand at him, and walked back to the restaurant. Don't worry, it's all superstition. I'm just having fun. Let's go into the restaurant, I'm hungry. Okay. Following Yaozhen step by step, Han Yi's expression became more and more complicated and obscure. He still didn't believe this urban legend. But Yaozhen's nonchalant performance made his heart suddenly tighten a little. Even if it was fake, would he be willing to hurt Yaozhen like that with words? What if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance it was true? Thinking wildly, Han Yi followed Zhao Yaozhen in a daze and sat in the corner by the right window. Here, the menu. Before the waiter spoke, Zhao Yaozhen pushed a menu in front of Han Yi. Take a look. What do you want to eat? You order. Han Yi waved his hand, and the corner of his mouth forced a smile. I am not very hungry, just a few bites with you will be fine. Hearing Han Yi's answer, Zhao Yaozhen did not show any special expression. She just nodded, opened the menu in front of her, spent a few minutes talking to the waiter, and finally randomly selected a few famous dishes here. Leaving 2 glasses of ice water and taking away all the menus, the waiter took 2 steps back and turned to leave. In this small world, only Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen were left. What are you thinking about? Zhao Yaozhen stared at Han Yi, who was shining golden in the midday sun for a long time, with a gentle smile on his face, and stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the other person. Thinking, why did you bring me here? Han Yi pointed to the pagoda outside the window. To worship that. What do you think? Zhao Yaozhen's eyes bent a little more, tilted her head, and looked extremely pretty and moving. I understand. Han Yi took a deep breath, sat up straight, and said seriously. Come on. What for? Zhao Yaozhen's smile did not fade. I'm not sure. To ask those questions, that you have to avoid everyone we know and go to a place we have never been to and no one can imagine us to be in order to ask them. Oh. Zhao Yaozhen lowered his eyes and played with the wooden chopsticks with his fingertips. Those questions, what are they? We can spend a whole day like this, but lunch is only an hour and a half. Since Yaozhen has dragged him to this point, there is no need to talk about him. Han Yi made up his mind to answer the emotional connection between him and Yaozhen here, today, that was hanging in the air and unresolved. I don't know what specific questions you have, but I know where these questions start. The source of the problem must be, why have I suddenly had so little contact with you since I went to Europe, as if deliberately ignoring you. Am I right? So you know. After a moment of silence, there was a hint of water in Yaozhen's voice. Do you know how long ago you last chatted with me on WeChat? I know. Do you know how long ago you last talked to me about something other than work? I know. Do you know how long ago we last had dinner together? You know everything. So why do you do this? Because I like you, Yaozhen. You. Zhao Yaozhen, who had not yet fully mobilized her anger, was instantly washed away by Han Yi's words like a storm. Her mind was blank. Zhao Yaozhen had carefully planned this lunch for several days. It took a lot of effort to find a restaurant, and it also took a lot of effort to come up with the rhetoric just now and perform it perfectly. Yes, the so-called The Pagoda in Shancheng restaurant can help the wisher get true love was all made up by the Korean girl herself to ensure that Han Yi would not dodge and stammer to her. It was an exclusive customized urban legend. Zhao Yaozhen's idea was that she would not ask some sensitive questions. After all, with her current status, she was not ready for a complete showdown with Han Yi. Just chat about his attitude in a non-painful way, pretend to be pitiful and act like a spoiled child, so that he would not ignore her again in the future. Of course, she had to throw out a few questions that she already knew the answers to test his sincerity. As long as Han Yi was willing to tell her the truth frankly, it didn't matter what she asked and what he answered. As long as he was still the one who was gentle enough to not want to hurt her, even if he knew it was a fake story. In the situation imagined by Zhao Yaozhen, if she didn't take risks, Han Yi would abide by the boundaries. After being together for so long, Yaozhen felt that she had a very accurate grasp of his personality and way of doing things. Therefore, when Han Yi whispered those 4 words in Chinese, Zhao Yaozhen, who was not good at socializing and didn't know how to respond on the spot, crashed without surprise. The system failure lasted for a long time before Zhao Yaozhen received the signal from the soul to the body from the crazy beating heart and the eardrum that could not hear the surrounding sounds, as if it had tinnitus. How to describe this feeling? Yaozhen couldn't find the right words. Perhaps the closest happiness was when she ran freely towards the rising sun among the stalks of the fields in the countryside of Ninian, when her teeth were still not fully grown. But this time, there was someone beside her, running with her. It turns out that with just one more person, the whole world will become different. All colors and sounds will become fuel to accelerate emotions. The greatest happiness in life is to firmly believe that you are loved, to love for ourselves, or more precisely, to love regardless of ourselves. As Victor Hugo said, from loneliness to happiness, all you need is this one person who makes you believe that you are loved. Zhao Yaozhen came back to her senses and chewed over the words carefully. She felt a small flame in her chest suddenly light up in the chaos and darkness. Then, it began to expand and heat up at an incomparable speed, spreading to her limbs and bones, making her fingertips and even the ends of her hair warm. Me too. Yaozhen clenched the wooden chopsticks tightly, as if to cheer herself up in this way. Encourage yourself to be as brave as Han Yi across the table, and say what you feel. What else is there to be afraid of? The words that were not spoken have already been responded to, haven't they? Wait a minute, Yaozhen, don't speak yet. To Yaozhen's surprise, Han Yi stretched out his hand with a solemn expression and interrupted her confession. Expressing affection for each other is one of the most precious moments in life, especially the first time. I don't want to ruin this experience for you. I've already messed it up once. Han Yi's voice gradually dropped to a low level. After muttering the last half of the sentence, he forced himself to speak and cleared his throat. So, please listen to what I have to say first. You are one of my closest friends. We have spent a lot of time together both at work and outside of work, and I'm very grateful for the connection we have established. You don't need to guess to know that when it comes to this topic, that is so serious that it cannot be covered up with jokes. Han Yi quietly switches to English. The first time I saw you in quarters, to be honest, I just wanted to stay as far away from you as possible. It was really scary. What's scary? Zhao Yaozhen was stunned, trying to recall the scene of that day. Me. Yes, you threw the photo at that person whose name I can't remember anymore, and he stood up and wanted to attack you, but you stood there safely without even blinking. I had nothing but respect and awe for you. At that time, I thought, I must not have anything to do with you, let alone be with you, in case I provoke you somewhere. I'm not saying I want to do something illegal, but if I offend you for some reason, you also let me taste that in public. You started thinking about these when we met the first time. Zhao Yaozhen was not annoyed, but a bright smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You don't even know my name, and you're thinking about being with me? Men are like this. I just said it honestly. Han Yi shrugged. Everyone thinks they are Truman, and the world revolves around us. Every beautiful woman who appears around us is a candidate waiting to become the heroine. Thank you for your honesty. Zhao Yaozhen thought about it and nodded in agreement with Han Yi's statement. Then what? Then, I found that Murphy's Law is the only unchanging truth in the world. I flew 3,000 miles to the other coast to have dinner, and when I turned around, guess who was there? After the quarters incident, I was a little irritable, so I wanted to find a place to stay alone for a few days. The next day, I dragged downstairs to have breakfast. As soon as I sat down, I wanted to take out my phone to take pictures of Central Park. But guess who was there? I stayed in a hotel and I was not allowed to eat. After breakfast, I thought this was not okay. It would be too scary to meet him again. So I deliberately dawdled in the room for a long time before going to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. I was very confident that I would never meet him again this time. If I met him again, it would be too. OMG, why is it you again? Exclamation mark. I'm afraid of meeting you too. Zhao Yaozhen was amused by Han Yi's exaggerated performance. That day I was particularly afraid to see you again because I don't like meeting acquaintances when traveling. Although we were not very familiar with each other at that time, at least it was someone I had met before. You collapsed, and I collapsed more than you. So this is Murphy's Law. Han Yi breathed a sigh of relief. From that day on, the person we didn't want to see became a daily routine. Yeah. Yaozhen supported her chin and responded with a sweet voice. For some reason, she felt that this sentence was quite romantic. The person she didn't want to see became a daily routine. This sense of inescapable fate fascinated her. You brought Billie Eilish to me, and you have been managing these artists with me since day one. Your office is right next to mine, and I can see your face when I open the door. Even if I can't see you at first, I know you must be nearby. At first, I thought I was just used to your presence. But that day in San Francisco, after that, I began to re-examine our relationship. As time went on, I gradually realized that my feelings for you were not just platonic. I care about you in a way that even I find a little strange and scary. Sajingi like you is an understatement. I think what I really want to say is, I wanna be with you. Han Yi bowed his head and said this, then looked up at Zhao Yaozhen. On the other's face, he saw the famous saying of the Italian poet Cesare Pavese. The only joy in the world is to start. Han Yi's I wanna be with you drew a starting line for Zhao Yaozhen, marking a wonderful beginning. When spring comes, even if it is a false spring, there is no other problem except finding a place where people can live the happiest. If there is anything in the human world that can faithfully reproduce this observation in chapter 5 of Hemingway's A Movable Feast, it must be Zhao Yaozhen's current gaze. Why not? Zhao Yaozhen felt that the air inhaled and exhaled from his nose at this moment was filled with a sweet fragrance that made him excited. You should understand. As long as you say it, I'm yours. Maybe I understand. Maybe I don't. I don't know. Han Yi shook his head and said softly. But I know I can't do that. Because the more beautiful a thing is, the more you want it, the more you should treat it with complete honesty and integrity. I'm a very ambitious person. I want everything, and you should know that very well. It's not enough to own the world's third largest entertainment agency. I want to make it number one. Then, build the world's largest music group, the world's largest live performance company. I don't know what I want in the future, but no matter what I see, or what I'm interested in, I want it, and I want the best. What's wrong with that? Zhao Yaozhen asked. This is a big shining point in you, and I like it very much. Of course it's right in your career, and the winner takes all. But, what if it's the same in my relationship? Han Yi stared at Zhao Yaozhen, who was suddenly speechless, and said word by word. It's hard for a person to have different personalities in different aspects. If you risk your life at the gambling table, you will probably do the same in your career. If you want everything in your career, then in life. That's what I want to tell you, Yaozhen. Our friendship means a lot to me, and our professional relationship is also important. What's more, I have feelings for you that go beyond friendship. I care about you sincerely, and I cherish everything we have. In my opinion, complete honesty, integrity, and openness are the foundation of our relationship. So, now that we have come to this point, I must make it clear to you. I have similar feelings for other people. Grace. Although the fact finally confirmed by Han Yi made Zhao Yaozhen feel like an Alps was pressing on her chest, and she was so depressed that she couldn't breathe, she was not surprised. Since the road trip, after seeing Zhu Yiru wearing the $1 million diamond necklace, Yaozhen had prepared herself mentally for this. But no matter how thorough the preparation was, it couldn't alleviate the pain she felt at the moment. Zhao Yaozhen could only force herself to put on a straight face and maintain surface composure, and then use a name that she had never used before, weakening Zhu Yiru into an English name that anyone can use. It didn't work much, but it still made her feel better. Yes. Han Yi nodded slightly inside. This is a complicated and confusing situation, and I'm also trying to figure out what's going on. I hope you understand that my purpose in telling you this is not to hurt you or make you sad. I just don't want to keep this a secret, because the best way to respect you is to stop hiding my feelings, especially after we understand each other's feelings. You did the right thing. Zhao Yaozhen's voice was soft and soothing Han Yi, and also soothing herself. No matter how cruel the truth is, it is better than deception. For me, this dilemma has lasted for a long time. Han Yi continued to talk to himself. In Europe, my idea was to escape. If I couldn't think of a way and couldn't make a choice, I would stay away from both of you at the same time. Escape is my strategy. This is the real reason why I seldom chat with you in the past month. But after I came back, some things happened that were beyond my control. I know it's impossible to pretend nothing happened. What do you mean? Zhao Yaozhen frowned. The alarm bell that suddenly rang in her heart gave her a very bad premonition. What happened? Grace came home on the first day I came back. She told me that she liked me, and I told her that I felt the same way. And then we kissed. Chapter 199 Perfect You. There is no perfect ending to a relationship, no magic formula. When it tears your heart apart, there is only a silent scream. This time last year, Zhao Yaozhen accidentally saw Michael Ford's poetry collection, Bittersweet Love, on the new book counter of Barnes & Noble. At that time, she flipped through a few pages and was frightened by the sour smell of love that hit her face, and quickly closed the book. Falling in love is never rational. It is complete madness, a magnificent insanity in a beautiful and wonderful moment. Oh, how fresh. Do all the poets who write about love in this world only use big words like magnificent insanity? We all make mistakes. My madness is falling in love and forgetting to bring a parachute. Cliché. The same old expression appears repeatedly to an annoying degree. She is wild, unpredictable, beautiful, and dangerous. Irresistible. A summer storm in a bikini. What a beautifully packaged misogyny. Love has to be linked to bikinis, right? Zhao Yaozhen still remembers the last sentence she saw before she hurriedly threw the poetry collection back on the bookshelf like a discarded garbage. When it rips your heart, there is only a silent scream. There are so many stupid words in the book, but this sentence left the deepest impression on her. Since a relationship has no perfect ending, why start it? Since you chose to start it, don't you deserve it? If it rips your heart, just bear it. What are you screaming about? A truly wise person would never put himself in such a situation. As much as Zhao Yaozhen despised Michael Ford that day, she now felt sorry for the writer who lived in seclusion in a small town in New Zealand. She was not sorry for the comments she made in her heart, because Michael Ford's poems, although they sold well, were essentially a collection of Instagram love quotes that were splendid on the outside but rotten on the inside. She was sorry that she should not have questioned the content contained in those clichés. Zhao Yaozhen finally realized that clichés become clichés because people have repeated them too much in the past. And most of the time, only the truth will be repeated. There is really no so-called perfect ending and formula for a relationship. When the person you like uses words as a sharp knife to cut your heart little by little, even screaming is silent. Then what? Zhao Yaozhen folded her hands and clenched them tightly, pressing them against her lips. This defensive action can stop her fingers from trembling, and the fragile voice that is about to joke becomes more blurred after being covered by her palms. You kissed. What happened next? Grace, should I call her your girlfriend now? No, we have never talked about this issue. Han Yi shook his head very seriously, because I spent a long time telling her the same thing. You like her, but you also like me. Yes. Wow. Zhao Yaozhen squeezed out an exclamation with a breath, and for the next 2 or 3 minutes, Zhao Yaozhen didn't move, just kept the same posture, staring at Han Yi. This was the first time Han Yi discovered that a person's eyes could accommodate winter and summer at the same time. The ice and snowstorm at -50 degrees in Oymyakon and the scorching yellow sand at 56 degrees in the Death Valley of Tunisia merged into a pair of eyes, covering the peach blossom eyes with a thick layer of mist. You know what? When we were in New York, I told Grace the exact moment I fell in love with you. I started liking you the moment I opened my eyes and saw your profile in the taxi after leaving Peter Luger. The second time we met, the second time. From that time on, in every conversation, every casual touch, every look I gave you, there was a part of me that was so small that I didn't even notice it, expecting you to tell me in the next second, hey, I like you, let's be together. I know this is unrealistic, but for 4 months, I have been expecting this. It gradually accumulated, and I didn't realize how strong it became until 5 minutes ago. It feels like I want to write a perfect piece of music, but no matter how I record it, the vocals are out of tune from beginning to end. It would be too troublesome to rewrite it. Can you imagine? How much precious time and unnecessary attempts would it take? As a result, one day, I suddenly found that the whole piece was out of tune, not because of the score, but because of the settings of auto-tune. As long as I press a button, the music will become pleasant and beautiful again. This is what you did to me today, Yee. One switch and my music is on key, in an instant. You are that switch. Zhao Yaozhen snapped his fingers. This is one of the happiest moments of my life, since I can remember. But unfortunately, you didn't stop there. The tune was right, but you scribbled on the score, wrote whatever you wanted, and changed my song into a mess and beyond recognition. If your original intention was to have a terrible piece of music, then why let me hear its most perfect sound at the beginning? Why did you say you liked me before telling me that Grace kissed you? Why? Because I'm not a perpetrator, Yaozhen. Hearing Zhao Yaozhen's increasingly emotional narration, which was almost out of control in the last sentence, Han Yi did not choose to argue loudly, but made his voice soft and slow, forcing Yaozhen to calm down and listen carefully. I didn't want the situation to turn out like this, and I don't want to have the same feeling towards two people at the same time. Whether you believe it or not, I also yearn for that kind of lifelong love, and I also hope that there is only one girl in this world who can make me happy to the point of smiling when I silently say her name, and just one is enough. But this is not the life I have experienced. In my life, there are 2 such girls, and I didn't intentionally deceive you or seduce you, you know. If I had bad intentions towards you, we wouldn't be in this relationship now, and today's conversation would never have happened. If I deliberately wanted to do that, you would love me wholeheartedly now, and think that I also love you wholeheartedly, and work together for the cause we both love, and on the surface, everything would be so perfect. You would never realize that there is another person living in my heart, or worse, there is another person living in another house in Los Angeles who thinks her love is as impeccable as mine. Noticing the waiter coming over with their sushi platter, Han Yi stopped talking. He nodded and smiled politely at the waiter, as if the topic he had just discussed with Zhao Yaozhen was not shocking, but just ordinary family matters. It was not, until the Asian waiter finished introducing the dishes and left the table for the 2 of them again that Han Yi continued his story. There are hundreds of ways for me to do this, and there are hundreds of ways to ensure that, even if you find out later, you will not, or even cannot, leave me. I can do all this easily, but at what cost? You know the family environment I grew up in, and the changes that Grace encountered a few months ago. Moreover, you yourself. I'm sorry, Yaozhen. I hope you don't mind if I mention your family at this time. I don't mind. Zhao Yaozhen still had that forced expressionless face, but the extreme temperatures of winter and summer in his eyes were slightly eased. I know what you want to say. You come from a similar, traumatized family, as do Grace and I. You once told me, and you have said it more than once, that in your world, there has always been only mother, and the role of father has always been absent. Therefore, you can think from other people's perspectives better than ordinary men. So, you don't want to hurt us. What you said is not 100% accurate, but, generally speaking, that's what I think. But, Yi, do you know what the best way is, if you don't want to hurt anyone? What is it? Make a choice. Yaozhen clenched her right hand into a fist and gently dropped it on the table. Before everything can be saved, let one of them be completely desperate and completely withdraw. Whether it's me or Grace. It will certainly be painful at the beginning, but this short-term severe pain can be cured. After a long time, everything can be forgotten. But if you drag it on until withdrawing is not an acceptable choice for me and her, and that's when it will be real harm. Of course I understand what you said. Han Yi hesitated. But what? But, have you ever considered what I should do to minimize the harm to myself, while not hurting you? To you. Yasun's lips slightly opened, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. The harm he did to himself? The people involved and affected by this matter are not just you and Grace, I'm also included. Not 2 people, but 3 people. Han Yi filled the black lacquered cup in front of Zhao Yaozen with hot tea. He had a gentle smile on his face, and his tone was flat. His nagging appearance made Yaozen even have an illusion. It was as if nothing had happened just now, as if he had never said I like you, as if she did not question his handling of the matter. It was as if everything was normal. Even before I realized that I like you. Wait. Zhao Yaozen interrupted him. When did you like me? It was not the second time we met. It was a little later. Which time? Yaozen bit her lower lip, a little regretful that she had hurriedly told Han Yi the truth. Why did you say it was the second time? It would not be so embarrassing to say the 20th or 30th time. That midnight snack. Which midnight snack? Even though the atmosphere was a bit solemn, Zhao Yaozen couldn't help but smile when thinking back to the night shifts they had worked together and the late night delicacies they had tried together. We've had so many midnight snacks. Unknowingly, their conversation had quietly turned back to Chinese for a while. Xian Nang soup. We've eaten Xian Nang soup more than once. Yaozen blinked and thought for a moment. I treated you that time. Yes. Why? We didn't say anything or do anything that night. Because that night, I found that you were not as perfect and flawless as I imagined. You also have things you are afraid of, and things you don't know how to deal with. Oh. Yaozen puffed up his cheeks. You like me because you found that I have shortcomings and that I'm easy to bully, right? What you found was not shortcomings, but human nature. Before, you maintained yourself, not like a human being. Apart from the fact that you like to eat, I feel like you are a program designed by artificial intelligence. There is no flaw or weakness in your body. It feels like even the tray of gluttony is a deliberate flaw or backdoor. I don't know how to describe it, but you should understand what I mean. That night at Xianantang, I found that perfection was just the glass shell you had built for yourself. The little girl living inside was a sensitive, fragile, cautious coward who wanted to enter this world, but immediately retreated to her safety zone once touched. Isn't that a shortcoming? At least not for me. For me, since I knew you were that kind of person, I think you are even more perfect. You are so contradictory. Zhao Yaozen picked up the hot tea and took a sip. Your words don't make sense. It's not contradictory. The perfect in the front refers to the impeccable in the secular sense. The perfection in the back refers to, in my heart. Han Yi pointed to his chest and smiled at Zhao Yaozen, who was praised by his sweetheart. His face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Stop being so slick. Zhao Yaozen quickly picked up a piece of tamagoyaki and put it in his mouth and chewed it hastily. I'm not being slick. You don't understand. Gosh, you're perfect. Han Yi held his chin with one hand, looking at Zhao Yaozen with pure admiration. The Korean girl was so embarrassed that she almost forgot how to move her cheeks. The perfection I'm talking about is not the standard set by society, nor those unrealistic expectations. The perfection I'm talking about is a kind of unique, which can resonate with me and make me believe that it is tailor-made for me. When you concentrate on reading, you like to squint your eyes and wrinkle your nose every 1 or 2 minutes. When you eat, you will never touch your mobile phone next to you, for fear that any message will disturb your meal. If someone calls you again and again, you will get angry, really angry. Oh, and your eating manners are the worst I've ever seen. If there is a little sauce in the dish, it will be ruined. It will definitely make it. On the pants, clothes, and face, everywhere. The key is that you don't even know it. You are shaking your head and dizzy, like a silly girl. Every strange imperfection like this, superimposed on you, will only make me think you are more perfect. Sometimes, I even selfishly hope that you can be a little weirder, farther away from the appearance that most people like. In this way, you will only be regarded as perfect by me. Am I so exaggerated in your heart? Yuzan, who likes to eat when she is happy and eats more when she is unhappy, has unknowingly finished half of the sushi platter. After noticing that Hanyi has not even moved his chopsticks, she quickly picked up a piece of salmon sushi for him as a remedy. Then, let me ask you, since I'm so perfect, why is it so difficult for you to make a choice? Faced with the question raised by Zhao Yuzan, Hanyi did not answer directly. He just gently picked up the salmon sushi that Yuzan gave him, dipped it in a little soy sauce, put it in his mouth, and lowered his eyes to chew it carefully. I understand. Perhaps they were meant to be together, or perhaps their mutual understanding was just the most superficial tacit understanding. Hanyi's silence did not confuse Zhao Yuzan. On the contrary, she caught the message behind his silence almost instantly. Because, in your heart, she is just as perfect. Hey, sorry, can you give me a glass of iced coke? Hanyi continued to talk about something else, raised his hand, and signaled to the waiter. You can't make a choice, because there is no winner between two perfect things. No matter which one you choose, you will regret losing the other. In response to Zhao Yuzan, Hanyi remained silent and added food to Zhao Yuzan's plate. Since you don't want to make a choice, why did you kiss her? Just as Hanyi put the piece of yellowtail fish on Zhao Yuzan's plate and was about to retract the wooden chopsticks, the latter quickly reached out and grabbed the other's wrist without giving him any reaction time and shouted in a low voice, Hanyi swallowed back the excuse that was about to come out of his mouth. Without Zuyuru's permission, revealing any details of their intimate behavior to anyone in any form is a sign of disrespect. So she took the initiative. But Zhao Yuzan, who was extremely smart, didn't need to hear Hanyi's answer at all. The other party's unexpected and natural expression after the surprise attack already explained everything. Yuzan, don't worry, I won't ask. I don't care about the details between you. Zhao Yuzan loosened his hand holding Hanyi's left wrist, revealing a few teeth that were dazzlingly white in the sun, and his smile looked free and easy. I only have one last question left. After asking it, we will have a good meal and return to the original state, as if all this had never happened. So, I hope you can not be silent, not evasive, and give me a serious and complete answer. Okay, I promise you. Hanyi put down his chopsticks and nodded solemnly. What if you can't make a choice? This was Zhao Yuzan's lightest, but most serious sentence today. The three of us are still young, so it doesn't matter if we maintain the current relationship for a few more years. At the age of 21, what you get in the United States is a drinking license, not a dating license. I believe that whether it's me or I don't think I'm that anxious yet. Zhao Yuzan changed the last sentence with resentment. She is not anxious, but there is a little fox who is very anxious. But what about a few more years? We can't keep going like this. You still have many years of good days, but the most precious time for a girl is only these 3 to 5 years. I know better than you all, and I'm more anxious than you all. At least that's what I think. Hanyi's hand drew circles on the edge of the teacup. When I was in Europe, including when I came back to see you in Atlanta, and every moment when I went to Florida and then back to Los Angeles, I was thinking about this. The result is that you want to distance yourself from me and then kiss her? No matter how mature and rational she is, Zhao Yuzan is just a girl who yearns for love and has only yearning for love. After hearing that her favorite person kissed another girl, she did not make a scene or walk away, but just suppressed her jealousy and complained a few words, which is already an extremely precious performance. You can't find such a girl among 100 girls. No, my idea is to alienate the two of us. Hanyi spread his hands, his expression sincere and bitter. I can't make a choice, let alone force you to choose for me. So I turned around and made another choice. I don't want to speculate on this matter with the worst thinking, but what you mean by doing this is that if you can't get both, You'd rather not have both? I have to admit that there is a small part of me that thinks this way. Han Yi promised not to remain silent or evade, and to give a complete answer, so he played the most real game with Zhao Yaozhen. No one would hesitate to have cheesecake or cauliflower rice for dinner. People who want to lose weight eat cauliflower, and people who want to live a better life eat cheesecake. Most of the choices in life are like this kind of fork in the road, and you know what kind of results each choice will bring. Getting up late and being late will deduct money, but getting up early will ruin the day. Living in a worse apartment, you have to be careful about your personal safety at all times, but living in a luxury villa, you also have to consider financial security. These choices all make us give up something in order to gain something else. Giving up and getting are the two most normal words in life. In this regard, I'm the same as a normal person and will not have any choice difficulty. Enjoy the benefits of a choice and then bear its disadvantages. But this matter is different. This matter is like two identical cheesecakes are placed in front of me. At most, one is red velvet and the other is fresh cream. Both are my favorite flavors. And, at least on the surface, the emotional value they can provide to me should be almost the same. I have to taste it to know the specific difference, but this is the most painful dilemma. In this restaurant, I can only order a piece of cake. If you choose one, the other will be taken back to the kitchen. They come from two different chefs, and that's what the chefs mean. The chefs have the right to refuse to serve a customer at any time. This is their right, and I can't change it. But if I can only taste one piece of cake, how can I know which one is the best for me? Yes, if I just want to fill my stomach, I can just pick any piece. Any piece will do. But the purpose of coming to this restaurant is not just to fill my stomach. I want to pick a favorite piece of cake, and then, from today to every day in the future, I will only find this chef and eat this piece of cake. It's not that I don't want to make a choice, but the information I have now is not enough to support me to make a choice. Of course, I'm the kind of person who will not regret or look back once I make a choice. But at the same time, I'm also the kind of person who, after giving up something, will keep asking myself in my mind, if I didn't throw it away at that time, how would things develop? So, whether you can understand my mentality or not, I would rather keep what if I fantasize about it for a lifetime. I don't want to wake up every morning and ask myself why did I, do you understand? I would rather not eat both pieces of cake so that I can have two flavors to imagine, rather than eat one piece and think about the other. This is unfair to anyone. What if? Why did I? I know. It took Zhao Yaozhen a full 5 minutes from receiving Han Yi's last sentence to finally responding. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's eat first. Your favorite chirishi bowl. Winter and summer disappeared from Yaozhen's eyes at the same time, and she turned back to the girl who became more and more cheerful and gentle under the influence of Han Yi. By the way, after eating, I'll take you to the office first, and then I go home and take a nap, okay? I'll take a leave. Zhao Yaozhen poured a mouthful of half-cold miso soup into her mouth, and said with a smile, I didn't rest well yesterday, and I'm really a little tired. Chapter 200 The gap between me and him. It takes about 3 miles, or 10 minutes, to get back to the Vermont from USC. Ever since Zhu Yiru moved out of the Ike International freshman apartments at the southernmost end of the school, like most sophomores, she spread out in Los Angeles, looking for places to live, and finally settled in Coreytown. This south to north and north to south traffic route has become the most familiar exotic scenery for Zaoru. Almost all of her courses are concentrated in the Wallace and Enberg building and the old teaching building of the college, and Zhu Yiru has become accustomed to this unchanging commuting life. After class every day, she would walk along Truesdale Parkway in the center of the school to the north gate next to the University Club, take an Uber that she had calculated the time and ordered in advance, or occasionally Han Yi's Ford Kuga. Turn right from West Jefferson Avenue to South Vermont Avenue, and walk 2.5 miles in a straight line to get there. The Trojan liquor store with a bright yellow sign at the starting point. The University Tire Auto Repair shop in the next block, which cost Han Yi a lot of money and Zaoru had accompanied him to many times. The Ralphson 76 gas station at the intersection of West Adams Avenue. When Han Yi didn't have time to go out for dinner, he often took her here to buy some necessities. When he wanted to go out for food, he would first fill up the gas at 76 and then buy a $5 automatic car wash service because the cougar could withstand rough chemical cleaning agents anyway. 3 or 4 minutes further ahead, there was a restaurant that no one would consider as their first choice for dining, but if you wanted to eat at 3 or 4 in the morning, the only one open there was a Dory. As long as you see this restaurant, the Twin Towers of the Vermont in the distance have already risen a long section on the horizon. But that's not all. Less than 2 minutes walk from the apartment, there is also a Koboldu house, which is said to have been open for 31 years and specializes in serving traditional Korean cuisine. Zyo-ru didn't know what traditional cuisine meant, and she didn't think of asking her Korean friends. She only remembered that every time Han-yi came to see her, or brought her something, or did something for her, when she was too lazy to move, she would basically take Han-yi here for a meal. Order a vegetable wrapped with meat, watch Yi eat shrimp paste with pork belly, and then nag him a few words about salty food being bad for the body. Usually when she took an Uber, seeing these buildings flashing on both sides of the street, Zyo-ru was basically in a state of emptiness. With her busy schoolwork, her brain was always running fast, and taking a car was a rare opportunity for her to cool down her boiling brain cells. But today, Zyo-ru found that she couldn't even empty her mind. Every time she passed a landmark, her mind would automatically emerge with all the things she and Han-yi experienced there. A South Vermont street was forcibly pulled into a 5-dimensional corridor by her. In the past, present, and future, countless hers and countless Yuyas did different trivial things on this street and enjoyed different ordinary happiness. Every couple, without exception, would kiss when they were about to disappear from view. Just like they did in the private cinema at 864 Stradella Road, kissing without paying attention to others. Very embarrassing, but very sweet. Every couple is like this. Today, Zyo-ru sat in the backseat of this white Camry, her fingertips lightly touching her lips, looking out the window, and silently giggling all the way. "What's the good news?" the black old man in the driver's seat asked curiously after glancing at Zyo-ru, whose dimples had never disappeared in the rearview mirror. Among all Uber drivers, black old men are always the most talkative. "Share the joy, girl. HMM. Zyo-ru dragged out her voice and thought for a while. She didn't seem to know this driver. There would probably be no chance to meet again in the future. So why not be willful? "I'm in love." Zyo-ru cleared her throat and blurted out. "With a boy." She extended her finger, stretched her neck proudly like a white swan, and narrowed her eyes into two shallow crescents. "Who loves me too. That's the best one there is." Taking advantage of the red light, the old man turned around and gave Zyo-ru a high five, and then talked about how much he and the old witch who had been married to his family for 36 years disliked each other, and how much they couldn't live without each other. Unfortunately, his Thanksgiving story was not even halfway through when the Vermont arrived. "Thank you, Thomas. I'll take your car next time and listen to you finish your story with Sharon." Leaving a $5 tip on the app was both a thank you to Thomas and a good start for her already perfect day. Zyo-ru gently closed the car door, skipped around the Starbucks on the ground floor of the building, and walked to the elevator on the left. To reach her own room, she must first take this elevator to the sky lobby on the 7th floor, which is not as good as its name, but can indeed see the Hollywood Hills sign, and then transfer to the internal elevator that is only for residents and can go to the designated floor with an induction card. Take a shower, change into a fragrant skirt, find Yi, hug him and kiss him, and end this wonderful day that seems like a Disney movie. But there is no fairy tale in reality. Even Disneyland does not open 24 hours a day. With a ding, the elevator door slowly opened, and Zyo-ru saw the opposite of everything she dreamed of. Zeo Yaozen, the Korean girl who sat upright on the blue single sofa facing the elevator, as if she was taking a nap with her eyes closed, or as if she was concentrating on thinking, also opened her eyes at the same time. Grace Yaozen. After the initial surprise, Zyo-ru quickly calmed down. Why did Zeo Yaozen appear here? Zyo-ru had already roughly outlined an answer in her mind. No matter what method he used, Han-yi must have confessed to Zeo Yaozen that he and she had an intimate night together. Check, mate. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Lifting her hair by her ears, Zuiru slung her backpack over her left shoulder, walked towards the other party with a warm smile, and greeted him enthusiastically in Chinese. I didn't know when your get out of class would be over, so I took the initiative to come here to wait for you. Zhao Yaozhen answered the question with a very faint smile. She straightened her clothes and stood up. I hope I didn't disturb you. The next arrangements. No. Maintaining an elegant posture that no one could find fault with, Zuiru smiled and nodded at the uninvited guest. Go up and sit. Okay. At least half of the tenants of the Vermont are wealthy students from the University of Southern California. Therefore, on this midsummer afternoon just after the Independence Day holiday, both the East Tower and the West Tower seemed quite secluded. No need to wait for the elevator. They arrived immediately after pressing the button. Less than 3 minutes after the two met, they appeared in Zuiru's apartment together. Welcome, welcome. Putting the small black plastic key back into her pocket, Zuiru took out a pair of plastic shoe covers from the shoe cabinet with a smile, handed them to Zhao Yaozhen, and then slowly changed into the pair of rainbow bear slippers. I'm sorry, I don't have many friends coming over, so I didn't prepare extra slippers. It's okay. Zhao Yaozhen glanced casually, and in the shoe cabinet, that hadn't been closed in time, there was clearly a pair of pure grey rubber slippers. Men's. Is your roommate a boy? No, it's a girl. Zuiru closed the shoe cabinet all leisurely, and there was no tension or embarrassment in her tone of answer. Will it disturb her? She went back, after taking her final exams. Are you Asian too? Yes, from Malaysia. How do you say their capital in Chinese? Kuala Lumpur. Oh, yes, Kuala Lumpur. I heard there's a restaurant called Village Park. The nasi lemak there is really delicious. I've always wanted to try it. You know a lot, Sister Yaozhen. The nasi lemak there is really delicious. It's a must-visit place when you go to Kuala Lumpur. As they walked towards the living room, they chatted casually and enthusiastically. To an outsider, who had no idea what was going on, even if these two girls were not best friends, they should be old friends who had known each other for many years. No matter how ordinary the topic was, they could still have a good chat. What would you like to drink? Zuiru opened the refrigerator and looked through it carefully. There are teas. It seems there are only teas. Oolong tea, green tea, barley tea. Which one do you want to drink, Sister Yaozhen? Barley tea. I'm afraid I can't sleep at night if I drink the others. Standing in front of the French window in the living room and looking to the left, Zhao Yaozhen exclaimed, the view from your house is great. You can see the whole downtown. You will get tired of it after looking at it for a long time. I usually draw the curtains. It's too bright at night. Zuiru carefully held a full cup of iced barley tea that was about to overflow in front of Zhao Yaozhen. No matter how careful she was, she still spilled a few drops on the wooden floor. Sorry, I poured it too full. Wait a minute, I'll wipe it. Don't step on it. Let me do it. Zuiru. No, don't move. Just sit down. The sofa we bought is super big, and it's no problem for 5 people to lie down. It's very comfortable. Squatting down and wiping the floor with kitchen paper, Zuiru's hair fell down, covering her eyes. The view from where Sister Yaozhen lives should be great. Weeho. The building is too low, there's not much view, and the balcony looks out to a parking lot. Zhao Yaozhen put the cup on the armrest of the sofa, took out a transparent plastic medicine bottle from her Mason Margiela bag, and handed it to Zuiru. By the way, this is for you. Ritual, essential for women, multivitamin 18+. Pushing aside the temporary bangs in front of her forehead, Zuiru silently read the words on the bottle. This is. Yi told me that you've been studying hard recently, and your hair has changed color a little. Zhao Yaozhen's hand hovered above Zuiru's head, as if he wanted to touch the yellowed hair roots, but he didn't take action after all. So I brought you this, a multivitamin nutritional supplement. I take it every day, and so does Billy. It's very suitable for people who work behind a desk for a long time. Well, if you don't have the opportunity to supplement your nutrition, just take this. Half of the reason why Zhao Yaozhen didn't eat anything before and was able to maintain the balance of vitamins in her body was because of this. Vegan siblings Billy Eilish and Phineas did not collapse on the tour thanks to the help of these nutritional supplements. No fillers, artificial colors or other minerals are added. It's very clean and very effective. This is how foreigners speak Chinese. They have no problem speaking in daily conversations and can even recite a line or two of poetry, but they still have to rely on English to supplement professional vocabulary. Thank you so much, Sister Yuzin. I've been looking for something to help me replenish my body. I bought a lot of yam, kidney beans and other things a few days ago and prepared to make soup. Thank you. Zuyeru took the medicine bottle from Zhao Yuzin, hugged it in her arms, raised her face and smiled sweetly. Give me the paper, I'll throw it away. Ah, no, thank you. Before Zuyeru could react, the other party snatched the kitchen paper towel from her hand and stood up and walked towards the trash can in the open kitchen. She could only stand up and follow closely behind her 4 steps, thanking her repeatedly. You're welcome. It's what I should do. Zhao Yaozhen took out an identical cup from the cupboard, rinsed it with tap water, and then wiped it clean with a tissue. What are you drinking? Just like you, barley tea. Thank you. Zuyeru lowered her head and looked at the glass pushed in front of her. Her shoulders shrugged slightly. Sister Yaozhen, have you noticed that every time we meet alone, we drink? Yeah. Zhao Yaozhen also shook her head and chuckled. It's just that you don't have Italicus and vodka at home. I remember to prepare them next time. Zuyeru turned around and brought Zhao Yaozhen's cup on the sofa to the island. Cheers. Cheers. The 2 glasses made a crisp collision sound, and the barley tea slid into 2 throats almost at the same time. That day we were at pier, and we asked each other a question every time we clinked glasses, and we talked until after 4 o'clock. The time when I was conscious was after 4 o'clock, but I don't know how long it was when I wasn't conscious. So today, Zuyeru put down the glass in her hand, smiling. What did we talk about? Nothing very important, Sister Yuzin. You wouldn't have come all the way to see me. Well, there is a question I want to ask. Zhao Yuzin pulled over a high chair, sat down, pursed her lips, and lowered her head again to adjust the corners of her clothes. What I want to ask is, Grace, well, I'm here. Zuyeru tilted her head. Before, in New York, you told me, he's too young to promise, and too old to lie. Yes. So, Yao won't settle for less, but willing to wait for more. That's what I said. Then why are you so anxious all of a sudden? Zhao Yuzin stretched out her 10 fingers evenly, and placed them on the table, forcing her eyes and expression to be as gentle as possible. What are you talking about, Sister Yuzin? Zuyeru asked knowingly. The Korean girl did not speak, but slowly raised her right hand and put her index finger on her lips as an answer. Oh, that. Zuyeru dragged out her voice and nodded slowly. Don't get me wrong, Grace, Zioru, I don't want to invade your life, nor do I want to pry into your privacy. What happened between you and him should belong to the 2 of you. I didn't want to play the role of a jealous wife and confront her husband's lover. Of course, I didn't say that I was the wife and you were the lover. Zhao Yuzin frowned and gritted her teeth, frustrated by her extremely clumsy eloquence in life, especially in love. I'm sorry, Grace, what I want to say is that everything that happened between you happened between 2 adults who reached a consensus. I only respect this. After all, thinking carefully, Zhao Yuzin did not have the identity to question it. I can only switch back to English and touch it in a roundabout way. I'm just a little curious, because after our last conversation, you should also understand that my situation is the same as yours. So I want to know, what exactly caused you to change your mind? Because we are different, Yuzin. Zuyeru took a sip of iced tea and sighed. What's the difference? You already have a part of his life, a very important part. You said, career. Seeing Zuyeru's head shaking up and down, Zhao Yuzin didn't quite understand. I just work for him, get a monthly salary and commission, and do some artist management. No, you have been with him since the beginning of his career. I know how you met and how you started working together. To put it bluntly, you are the starting point of his career. Zuyeru took another big sip of iced tea. As long as you don't leave, you can stay by his side. I know Yi very well. He is definitely not the kind of person who will abandon his business partners in the early stages. As his territory expands, it seems that this trend cannot be stopped. Your relationship with him will gradually become inseparable. Even if you don't end up together, you can still occupy him, at least a part of him. But I'm different. If I don't do something, there will be nothing. How can there be nothing? Zhao Yaozhen even stood on Zhu Yiru's side to help her refute herself. You have been with him the longest. Apart from you, there is no other person of the opposite sex who can maintain a friendship with him for such a long time. Ha, friendship. Zhu Yiru sneered. Of course, this sneer was a boomerang aimed at herself. Do you know who Leonardo DiCaprio's closest friend of the opposite sex was when he was 20 years old? He was not Leonardo. Zhao Yaozhen was silent for a moment before throwing out such a reply. The Korean girl naturally knew why Zhu Yiru brought up Leonardo DiCaprio. To prove that in the Hollywood world of fame and fortune, there is no waiting for love. Yeah, he's not Leonardo. He's better, more dazzling, and more frightening than Leonardo. Titanic was released when Leo was 23. How old is Daniel now? 22. No, actually 21. He won't be 22 until November this year. The first step for a 21-year-old senior to start a business is to invest $190 million in one of the world's largest entertainment agencies. Zhu Yiru held the counter with both hands, staring at Zhao Yaozhen with burning eyes. Yaozhen, have you never thought about this problem? Have you considered 21 years old? How terrible is the person who can accomplish all this? Of course I thought about it. In an environment where only the two of them were there, Zhao Yaozhen answered quite honestly. I even searched on Google to see if there were other rich people who could come up with so much money at the age of 21, or were allowed by their families to come up with so much money to start a business. Have you found it? There are many heirs who are richer than him, but no one has managed such a large fortune at this age. Yes, no one. Zhu Yiru shook her head somewhat dejectedly. Zhao Yaozhen had never seen such an unusual expression on the face of the girl from Taiwan. After a few seconds, Zhu Yiru took a deep breath, raised her glass, clinked it with the glass that Zhao Yaozhen had placed on the island, and said in Chinese, "It's my turn to ask." "Okay, you ask. Las Vegas, do you still keep the gift that Yi gave you?" "Of course. I kept it." Zhao Yaozhen frowned, not quite understanding the intention of Zhu Yiru's question. A necklace and a pair of earrings, a total of $1.6742 million US. Who would throw them away if he was crazy? "Where are you putting it?" "In the safe, right?" "Yes." "Did you buy a new safe specially to store the gift?" "Yes." "So, do you understand what I mean, Sister Yaozhen?" Zhu Yiru clutched the cup in her hand, as if she wanted to crush it, but fortunately, she was so thin that she didn't have such strength. "We took great pains to keep it, and we were afraid of losing it even in our dreams. We didn't dare to wear it out even once. For him, or at least for my aunt, it was just a gift, a beating gift. Oh, by the way, did he tell you that he bought another apartment in 157 in New York?" Zhao Yaozhen's lips moved, a little stunned. "What?" "Yes, I bought another one, and it's about the same price as the one in Bel-Air." Maybe it was Zhao Yaozhen's illusion, but when she said this, she seemed to hear Zhu Yiru's sobbing voice that she tried hard to suppress. "This is the gap between him and me, and this is also the moment when the gap between him and me is the smallest. Every second now is the second when the gap between him and me is the smallest, and it is also the second when I'm most likely to finally catch him." "You also went to Rubenstein's house, the man who the vice president had to run to see, the man who hung Monet on the wall at the door of the toilet, actually thanked Yi's family for their support when the company was first established. I don't know if you will think about it, but I think about it every day. I don't think about how much money he has, or how much money I can get in the future. Yes, it's good to be rich, and I also hope that my future husband will be very. It's great to have a good car, but if you buy 10 or 100 cars, the number can keep growing, but the sense of satisfaction won't. I don't have much contact with you, Sister Yaozhen, but I can feel that we should be the same kind of people, at least in this respect. We have requirements for the quality of life, but we are definitely not greedy. Money is enough for daily life. Well, too much will become a problem. The amount that Yi can control now is already a huge Huge problem, and going forward, this problem will only snowball. Sister Yalzin, Yi is a person who can make Jennifer Aniston write him a welcome letter, and Angelina Jolie and Barbara Streisand come to personally support him. You have worked with him for a long time, and you should know that most of the time, these stars are not his partners, but their bosses behind the scenes. During the month he was away, I thought it through very thoroughly. If I don't work hard to catch up, he will really slip away. It's not his problem, because there are so many girls in this world who are so outstanding that people can't believe they are human beings, no matter in which aspect. And what do I have? What reason does he have to choose me? Even if I work hard, it will take me 2 years to graduate. After graduation, I don't even know what I want to do, let alone help him. Do you look good? Yes, you are good looking, but you are as good looking as me, and your figure is much better than mine. You even have your own achievements in your career. Aren't you afraid? Sister Yalzin, if you weren't afraid, you wouldn't come to me today. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.